Chapter 51. I am only annoyed that we met but did not recognize each other. Things in this world are truly amazing. Early that morning, Lin Sha was training his soldiers when a red-capped official, along with a large number of officials and guards,
suddenly rushed in from outside the camp. The guards at the camp gate stopped them without hesitation. When he got the news, he led his military officers and hurried out to greet them. He saw the fat man Yu,
dressed in the uniform of a 6th-rank civil official, following a dignified 2nd-rank official, who was smiling and gesturing at him. Only after the formalities were exchanged did he realize that the 2nd-rank official before him,
with his imposing countenance, was none other than the fat young man, young Master Hu's uncle. He was the immediate superior of the supply battalion's immediate superior, and one of old Wu's many sons-in-law. He was also General Hu Goju,
the commander-in-chief of the Yunnan Army's Green Battalion. Lin Sha calmly welcomed General Hu and his entourage into the simple camp. He turned around and gave the fat boy a grateful look. However, the fat boy, young Master Hu,
wore a strange smile and didn't respond. It was not until he welcomed General Hu and his entourage into the main tent of the military camp and asked the general to take a seat and talk for a while that he realized that he had expressed the wrong feeling.
General Hu wasn't attracted by the fat guy. Instead, he came to investigate the situation after hearing rumors about the recent changes in the supply camp. Lin Sha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Actually,
he wasn't used to being criticized for using backdoors. If he had no talent, that would be fine. With this connection, he would have no problem getting around in the Yunnan army, but he felt very capable. He believed that if he had been so unlucky,
it would have been easy for him to stand out in the Yunnan army. He was the best in the supply battalion at that time, a man who could fight nearly 20 men. It shouldn't be difficult for him to stand out, right?
If there were rumors at this time that he got to the top through connections, how disgusting would that be? Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Hu Goju might not have known this insightful summary, but his father-in-law, Wu Sangui,
was able to achieve his current glory thanks to the tens of thousands of elite soldiers at his disposal. Therefore, Wu Sangui valued his troops very highly. Once he found talent, he was never reluctant to promote and utilize it. Of course,
these were talents he could trust. A descendant of Liaodong like Lin Sha is naturally someone that Wu Sangui's core interest group can trust. Hu Goju listened to Lin Sha's training report in the main tent. Then, accompanied by Lin Sha,
he visited the supply camp to see the specific training conditions and asked about some of his puzzlements and doubts. Sir General, the men in the camp are fed 2 meals a day of half-dry, half-liquid food. They can't withstand intense training.
The supply battalion wasn't primarily focused on fighting on the battlefield. Its primary responsibility was transporting logistical supplies. This required the men to possess sufficient stamina and the ability to march long distances.
This was the purpose of the daily morning jog. After 3 months of morning exercises, the camp's stamina and endurance have reached the required levels. They are currently training on how to efficiently transport supplies.
The camp actually has quite a few tools for transporting supplies. There are the heavy-duty Yunnan horses, large horse-drawn carts, wheelbarrows, shoulder poles, and baskets. But aside from the Yunnan horses, which are used regularly,
the rest of the tools are mostly piled in the warehouse, gathering dust. I'm afraid they might break down if I use them after a long period of disuse. Of course, training solely within the camp is quite effective.
I'd like to request the general's permission to allow the quartermaster battalion to take on some external transport work. This will help hone the men's practical abilities and also provide some extra income to supplement their meals. Lin Sha spoke freely,
easily answering Hu Goju's questions. He also shared his plans and ideas for the supply camp, earning General Hu's praise and approval. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. As old Wu's son-in-law and a core member of the Yunnan army group,
what kind of eloquent person has he not seen? There are plenty of people who can say nice things. The key is to have the ability to act. Otherwise, you're just like Zhao Kuo, a man of empty talk who ruined the country.
You're not even worth looking at. Lin Sha showed considerable ability. At least at such a young age, being able to control the entire supply camp without any external assistance was quite a feat.
Only those who have led troops know that the truly powerful in the military are the veterans. To make these veterans obey orders is not simply a matter of having a high rank. You also need the power to subjugate them. The supply camp was now well managed.
Who carried a murderous aura, were following military rules. This demonstrated Lin Sha's ability. As for the conversation just now, regardless of feasibility and practical implementation,
at least Lin Sha has his own ideas and plans for the future of the supply camp. This is remarkable. Lin Sha, you're quite good. I can tell my uncle is very pleased with you. There was only so much to see in the small supply camp.
Hu Goju spent less than half an hour on a complete tour. Then, ignoring the reluctant pleas of the supply camp's military officers, He left with his subordinates to inspect the next camp. The fat young man, master, did not continue to follow. Instead,
as soon as he sat down in the main tent, he couldn't help but smile and congratulate. It's nothing. Just my job. Lin Sha waved his hand. He wasn't interested in this. He just saw the military camp as a way to make a living.
Although fame, wealth and power may seem vulgar, they are the capital he needs to survive in this world. If he wants to live a good and comfortable life in this impending war, how can he do it without some power and status? After all,
he had lived with his chief master, Wang Feiheng, for nearly 6 years. Although he wasn't particularly fond of his righteous personality, he was still somewhat influenced by him. He wasn't one to rob the rich and help the poor.
He wouldn't move unless he was in trouble. Even though his martial arts skills were already quite impressive, he could easily become a local tyrant in a prefecture or county. Lin Sha, did you see that young man following my uncle just now?
The fat young man Hu Deshao was obviously not interested in such a topic. He said something and changed the subject. See it, Lin Sha nodded. He asked curiously. That guy doesn't seem to be a soldier, right? He seems quite imposing. Could it be?
At this point, his eyes lit up as he thought of something. He suddenly looked up at the fat man. That's right, he's a master of the Dian Cang Sect. He was assigned by the king of Pingxi to protect my uncle. When the fat boy Hu Deshao talked about this,
his face was unusually serious. He turned out to be a master of the Dian Cang Sect. No wonder it felt a bit dangerous. Lin Sha suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the main tent excitedly.
He suddenly turned back to look at the little fat man and said pleadingly, "Young master, do you think it's possible?" He was very upset that he had not seized the opportunity just now. Now he could only pin his hopes on the little fat boy.
Don't even think about it with your current status and strength. It's simply impossible. The fat young man, Master Hu, shook his head without hesitation. He glared at Lin Sha and warned him, "Don't do anything reckless.
That kid has received a strict order from the king of Pingxi. Anyone who dares to provoke me will be killed." Chapter 52. The hardship of striving for a better future. Lin Sha watched the fat young man Hu's carriage drive away, standing at the camp gate.
He was deeply troubled. "Sir, I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with General Hu's nephew." At this moment, an excited voice beside him interrupted his thoughts. An old friend from the early years. "I never thought he still missed this friendship."
Lin Sha looked back and saw that it was an 8th ranked deputy commander who was close to him. You are so lucky. It seems that you will be promoted soon." The man looked envious and looked at Lin Sha with fiery eyes. He said affirmatively, "Yeah.
As long as there's an opportunity to make a name for myself, I won't forget the kindness of my brothers." Lin Sha chuckled, making a promise to those close to him. He chatted and laughed cheerfully with his closest officers and soldiers.
Those men often opposed Lin Sha and considered themselves to have Li Duci as their backer. The 3 low-ranking military officers of the supply battalion, who had been severely beaten, stood in the distance, envious and jealous. Damn.
I didn't expect this guy to have such a strong backer. We have to be more careful next time. Don't let that guy catch us and end up getting humiliated. Damn it. Let's talk to Li Duzi, see what his opinions and thoughts are.
An unintentional inspection by Yunnan Army General Hu Gozhu, Old War's son-in-law, allowed the officers and soldiers of the Quartermaster Battalion to witness the power of Captain Lin Sha. This immediately intimidated some disgruntled individuals,
further calming the already stable Quartermaster Battalion. The next day, a document signed by the General's office came down, allowing the Supply Battalion to participate in the civilian transportation industry on a limited basis.
Lin Sha had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Leveraging the little bit of prestige his late father had left behind, he managed to secure a transportation contract from a major merchant in Kunming. To make the most of this opening salvo,
all the military officers of the Supply Battalion were summoned for a meeting. They discussed the transportation route for the cargo, the daily distance to be covered, where to stop for the night,
and how to set up camp and maintain security if they didn't reach a town. This matter concerned the future development of the Supply Battalion. Military attachés with extensive experience in logistics and transportation enthusiastically spoke up.
Even the 3 lower-ranking military attachés, who had been at odds with Lin Sha and had been harshly reprimanded by him, couldn't resist the atmosphere and offered a few words of advice. When it came time to discuss who would be assigned to escort the troops,
all the military officers fell silent. In ancient times, long-distance freight transportation was no joke. Not only was it arduous and exhausting, but it was also thankless. Such a task simply didn't interest the officials.
If it weren't for the lucrative private transportation business, which they coveted and sought a piece of, they would have paid any attention to it. Lin Sha's rage surged upon seeing this. He lashed out at the veterans,
then had no choice but to personally appoint the troops. He was determined to run away. He also appointed 2 8th-ranked deputy commanders, experts in logistics and transportation, who had few of the veteran's faults and with whom he had a good relationship,
to accompany him. Despite feeling reluctant, Lin Sha had to pull himself together for the sake of a better life and a higher position in the Yunnan army. 2 days later, he handed over the goods to the merchant company and set off. To be honest,
Yunnan province was not very developed during the early Qing dynasty. The roads were in poor condition, making travel extremely difficult. This was Lin Sha's first experience with such hardships. While it was frustrating,
he also learned a lot of useful knowledge. For example, one needs to look up at the sky to know the weather conditions over the next few hours. One also needs to know the surrounding geographical environment, how to take shelter if it rains,
and where there are places to rest nearby, etc. Only then did he understand the description of a wise man in historical novels as being knowledgeable about everything from astronomy to geography wasn't just empty talk.
It was a skill a qualified strategist or think tank must possess. The 2 veterans of the supply battalion he had chosen to accompany him were truly remarkable. They might not have been trained in systematic logistics management, but in their own unique ways,
they exemplified what it meant to be a veteran of the supply battalion. These 2 were very familiar with the terrain around Kunming. For the first few days, they were the ones who basically arranged the transport team's itinerary and route.
There weren't any major mistakes during this process. Even outside Kunming, they were able to find local guides in a timely manner, ensuring that the transport convoy never encountered any problems along the way. They were able to rest in towns and villages,
large and small, every night. This skill, it's such a waste to have it in the baggage camp. From these 2, Lin Sha learned a lot of useful knowledge about the process of marching and transporting.
At least he gained a deeper understanding of logistics and baggage transportation. He didn't try to hide his ignorance. If he knew, he knew. If he didn't know, he didn't know. He didn't pretend to know and invite ridicule.
This attitude of asking questions without feeling ashamed actually earned him a bit of favor from the 2 veterans. To show his seriousness, Lin Sha took out a pen and paper to write down the key points. He also wrote down his thoughts and feelings.
He wasn't just studying blindly. During several battlefield simulation training sessions along the way, he also displayed some creative ideas that amazed the 2 veterans. Battlefield simulation training, a concept that became cliché in later generations,
was a novel and effective training method in this era. At least that was what the 2 veterans thought. Simulate emergency response to enemy raids, simulate emergency measures in severe weather, simulate response measures for various emergencies.
Old Wu had been stationed in Yunnan province for over a decade. While these 10 years of peace hadn't extinguished the bravery of the Yunnan army, the veterans and generals who had fought alongside Old Wu had died of illness or retired.
The number of veterans with rich combat experience in Wu's army had gradually dwindled, inevitably impacting their combat effectiveness. Those 2 veterans, experienced in logistics and transportation,
had joined the army after Old Wu was stationed in Yunnan province. Honestly, they had very little combat experience. It was practically impossible for them to describe what a battlefield looked like. The accompanying soldiers were even worse than those 2.
Lin Sha had no choice but to resort to a collective brainstorming approach. They all pondered possible wartime scenarios and then put them into a transport convoy for simple simulation training. Lin Sha wasn't sure how effective it was,
but the officers and soldiers escorting the convoy were in high spirits. They treated the simulation training like a game, and they were enjoying it, not minding the hard work. He felt he couldn't rush things. The current situation was already quite good.
He wanted to let his officers and soldiers slowly adapt to the various simulated training scenarios while maintaining a gaming mindset. They stopped and started like this, conducting more than a dozen simple simulation exercises along the way.
Coming to Dali was only a few hundred miles away, but the escort convoy took the better part of a month to reach the destination. After handing over the goods and receiving payment from the merchant, Lin Sha and his men enjoyed a good meal.
They weren't in a hurry to leave, intending to stay another day. Chapter 53, asking for the reason at the foot of Dian Cang Mountain. Dali is a great place, especially for the world of Jin Yong's martial arts.
This place was even more like a holy place in the Song dynasty. The Dalidong clan, Tianlong Temple, regardless of the name, they are all well-known and powerful forces in the martial arts world.
Regardless of whether the world of the deer and the cauldron is connected to the world of the legend of the Condor heroes, it couldn't stop Lin Sha from wanting to pay homage to the senior masters. After a good night's rest at the inn,
he left early the next morning and looked around for clues about the ruins of Tianlong Temple. Unexpectedly, what I thought would be a hassle turned out to be quite smooth.
The people of Dali were clearly very familiar with the ruins of the former imperial temple, Tianlong Temple. As soon as Lin Sha started to inquire, the elderly buyman he was questioning enthusiastically pointed the way.
Lin Sha had done a lot of work before coming here and was no stranger to Tianlong Temple. Tianlong Temple, also known as Chongsheng Temple, was the royal temple of the Dali Kingdom during the Southern Song Dynasty. Dali was a place of great Buddhist faith.
Became monks at Tianlong Temple after their abdication. Chongsheng Temple was first built during the Xuanhuan period of the Tang Dynasty 793-740 when. According to historical records, it covers a square mile, boasts 890 rooms, houses 11,
and uses 45,550 hue of copper. Its structure boasts 3 pavilions, 7 towers, 9 halls, and hundreds of mansions. It served as a royal temple and Buddhist center for the Nansao Kingdom, a local government during the Tang Dynasty,
and the Dali Kingdom during the Song Dynasty. It earned the reputation of being a Buddhist capital. These details align with the descriptions in the demigods and semi-devils. In the demigods and semi-devils, the Tianlong Temple plays a pivotal role in Dali.
It's the very guarantee of the stability of the Duan family regime. This is evident in the fact that when Prince Yanqing was being hunted, the first person he thought of was to seek justice from Master Ku Rong of the Tianlong Temple.
The Tianlong 6 Meridians Divine Sword can also be considered the core martial art of the Tianlong Temple. The Tianlong Temple described in the novel is magnificent and solemn. It's known as the national temple and the Buddhist capital.
It's clearly stated in the book's initial mention that it's located north of Zhongyu Peak on Kangshan Mountain outside Dali City. Its official name is Chongsheng Temple, but the people of Dali are accustomed to calling it Tianlong Temple. Dian Cang Mountain.
After finding out the location of the Tianlong Temple ruins, Lin Sha was attracted by the name of a mountain. The Dian Cang Sect's headquarters was in Dali. He had come here with the intention of paying them a visit. Now,
he suddenly heard that the ruins of the Tianlong Temple were also on Dian Cang Mountain. Could there be some connection? If there is a real connection, then the story behind it is very difficult to tell.
I remember watching the TV series The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Among the 4 great disciples of the Southern Emperor, the fisherman, the woodcutter, the farmer and the scholar, there was one named Dian Cang Yoin.
Could this guy be connected to the Dian Cang Sect? It's getting more and more interesting. Lin Sha, filled with inexplicable emotions, walked out of Dali City, stopping and starting along the way, heading towards the rolling, lush,
and verdant Dian Cang Mountain outside the city. Anyone coming here, please stop. It was already noon when he arrived at the foot of Dian Cang Mountain. It was undeniable that those who mastered internal martial arts possessed exceptional endurance.
He had been running continuously for the entire morning, yet judging by his current condition, his face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. He could easily walk another few dozen miles. However, on the only bluestone path leading up the mountain,
he was stopped by 2 sword-wielding, aggressively dressed young men. Is the ruins of Tianlong Temple located on the mountain? Lin Sha was deeply excited, but his face showed no sign of abnormality.
The 2 young men in tight clothes who blocked his way exuded a special aura that gave him a sense of déjà vu. The mountain is where the Dian Cang Sect's main gate is located. If you are not visiting our sect,
it would be best to leave early to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although Lin Sha's clothes weren't fancy, they weren't something ordinary people could afford. Furthermore, he exuded a murderous aura from time to time.
The 2 young men guarding the mountain gate didn't dare to offend him. They could only explain politely. Dian Cang School. Lin Sha pretended to be surprised at first, then asked curiously, is this one of those high-flying martial arts sects, nature?
The 2 young men in strong clothes puffed out their chests, revealing undisguised pride. Seeing that the 2 strong-dressed young men guarding the mountain gate were not in a hurry to chase him away. Perhaps it was because they were too bored.
He approached them and started to get closer. He saw that the 2 young men looked heroic and full of vigor. They must be elite disciples of the Dian Cang Sect. As he spoke,
he ignored the startled expressions of the 2 strong-dressed young men and nodded in affirmation. Just kidding, this brother is joking. Although they felt a little embarrassed, it was indeed nice to be praised.
The 2 young men in tight clothes neither admitted nor denied it. They just responded vaguely, their expressions becoming increasingly kind. I've heard that Shaolin has 72 unique martial arts. Mastering any one of them makes one a rare master.
Wudang also has unique skills like Taishan Tai Chi sword. The Dian Cang Sect's empire is so large it must be truly remarkable. I wonder what famous martial arts your sect possesses. After flattering the 2 young men guarding the mountain gate,
he quickly pretended to be curious and got straight to the point. The 2 young men in sturdy attire were immediately pleased to hear that Lin Sha had put the Dian Cang Sect on par with Shaolin and Wudang.
Their gazes towards Lin Sha were filled with the sense of tact. One of them puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Brother, you're quite knowledgeable. Our Dian Cang Sect is indeed on par with Shaolin, Wudang and even Emi, of course."
The speaker had deliberately omitted the word swordsmanship.
Wow.
Incredible. Truly incredible. Lin Sha's face was filled with admiration. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. I never thought Yunnan province even had such a great martial arts sect.
It's truly remarkable. The two young men guarding the mountain gate exchanged a glance, each seeing pride and arrogance in the other's eyes. I wonder if your sect is accepting disciples. Lin Sha suddenly changed the subject,
Revealing an impatient and eager expression. The two young men guarding the mountain gate were stunned. They thought they were bragging too much. They had hooked this wealthy and murderous guy. What should they do now? What?
Your sect doesn't accept outside disciples. Lin Sha's heart sank, and the smile on his face was a little forced. I advise you to save yourself the trouble. The two mountain guarding disciples dared not speak nonsense.
They carefully examined Lin Sha and shook their heads. One of them said frankly, "Our sect does recruit a group of talented disciples every year. It's a pity that you're too old and have missed the prime years for martial arts training."
Even if you were to join the sect and practice martial arts, it would only strengthen your body slightly above the average person. Becoming a master is practically impossible. Is that so? Lin Sha looked disappointed. This time he wasn't pretending,
but genuinely expressing his feelings. "Of course it is. Would my fellow apprentice lie to you?" The two young men in tight, fitting uniforms said this in unison. Then, they pretended to be guarding the mountain gate. They kept silent,
fearing that Lin Sha would continue to pester them. Chapter 54. Considering the internal strength. Although the trip to Dian Cang Mountain yielded no results, Lin Sha was in a very good mood as he returned to Dali City in the sunset.
He finally came into close contact with martial artists. Although they were only two low-ranking disciples guarding the Dian Cang Sect's mountain gate, it temporarily satisfied his curiosity, even though the two idiots weren't particularly strong.
He cautiously reached out to them while he spoke. Their strength was only at the level of an average routine practitioner, far from the level of Ming Jin, but he could clearly sense a different kind of power within them. He wondered how powerful it was,
and wasn't sure if it was the so-called internal force. Without further ado, the next day, the supply battalion, carrying the purchased goods, drove the carts and set off back to Kunming. On the way back,
we continued to practice various methods of transporting supplies. By the time we returned to Kunming, a full month had passed. With the experience gained from this escort, the silver earned from a round trip was quite a bit.
Enough to provide the supply camp with improved food for the better part of a month. He made careful arrangements for the subsequent escort missions. He had all his 7th rank lieutenants take turns escorting the cargo.
Training his men's baggage transport abilities, Lin Sha himself completely put aside the chores in the camp. Apart from being the general supervisor, he focused on studying how to obtain the inner strength method.
He still remembered the day General Hugo Zhu suddenly came to inspect. The fat young man, Hu Dashao, stayed and talked with him for a while, telling him that the guards around General Hu were masters of the Dian Cang Sect. He was immediately aroused.
He regretted not finding a chance to test his skills against General Hu's guards. They clearly didn't look that strong, but the chubby young master Hu, poured cold water on him. These were the guards around his uncle, General Hu.
But they had been personally dispatched by the King of Pingxi. They only obeyed the King of Pingxi's orders, and his uncle could demand anything of them. If Lin Sha rushed forward rashly, he'd be killed on the spot, and there wouldn't be anyone to complain to.
Lin Sha was stunned. It took him a long while to react. He begged the fat boy to help him think of a solution. He was indeed interested in those high-flying martial artists. If he had the chance, he would certainly like to see them.
The fat boy didn't play dumb and directly gave 3 paths. The first option was to directly join the Dian Cang Sect or the Five Immortals Sect, to avoid trouble from the authorities.
Lin Sha had to resign his current position and join the two sects as a commoner. This is the most direct method, but it is also extremely disadvantageous to Lin Sha. He owes his current status and position to this very skin. If he loses his official identity,
who will know who he is? Even if he can join the 2 major sects, he will definitely start as a lowly, menial disciple. Who knows how many years it will take to receive the true teachings?
Perhaps he will never receive the true teachings of the sect in his lifetime. How could Lin Sha be willing to gamble his future? If he won, he would only become an elite disciple of the 2 major sects.
Whether he could successfully learn the internal skills or achieve success was uncertain. If he lost, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He would also lose his personal freedom and be at the mercy of the sects like a puppet.
His thoughts were both selfish and practical. He didn't want to give up his current stable life. At the same time, he also wanted to learn the inner skills he'd always dreamed of. So,
he came up with a compromise: try joining the 2 major sects and see if he had the chance to become an outer disciple. Much like the so-called lay disciples of Taoism and Buddhism, this trip to Dali just gave him a chance to test the waters.
The main gate of the Dian Cang Sect was in Dali. He had heard this from the little fat man a long time ago. Unfortunately, this attempt was completely fruitless. The Dian Cang Sect did recruit a group of disciples every year.
But they had to be between 5 and 10 years old. For an adult like him, almost 20 years old, there was no chance unless he could become a disciple with his skills. He did have quite a few internal martial arts manuals to trade.
But he was worried they wouldn't appreciate it. Or maybe they'd just try to bully the other party. Although this path has not been completely cut off, the chances are slim and it is not feasible. Now think about it calmly. Even if I am willing.
Old Wu will not be happy. After all, he was a descendant of Liaodong. He was currently rising in the ranks of the Green Camp. What would old Wu think of giving up a promising future just to learn martial arts?
How would Lin Sha survive in Yunnan province in the future? He had offended the biggest boss in Yunnan province. Even if the two major sects accepted him as an inner disciple,
they would probably have to give him up in the end for the sake of their own interests. This was something Lin Sha could never accept. The second option is to quickly establish a name for yourself within the Yunnan province Green Camp.
Earn old was appreciation promotion, and empanadas then. Naturally, you'll have the protection of skilled martial artists. Then, find a way to acquire the inner cultivation techniques from these experts. As long as you do it right.
There will be virtually no side effects. Unfortunately, in a relatively stable environment, it is not easy to get promoted within the military. No battles meant no military achievements. To get promoted without impressive military achievements,
one had to either rely on the superiors to actively promote them or simply follow military rules and grow in seniority to naturally rise to the top. No matter which one, Lin Sha doesn't have the conditions right now.
Although Hugo Zhu expressed a certain amount of admiration for him, it was only a certain amount of admiration. It wasn't as suspenseful as in officialdom novels. Once a high-ranking official noticed someone,
they would immediately rise to prominence and wealth. At the very least, one had to demonstrate sufficient ability and strength. Only when the right opportunity presented itself would they be accepted into the inner circle.
Although he had the help of the fat young man Hu Da Shao, it was a pity that he was only a captain of the supply battalion, not a captain of the frontline Green Camp in Yunnan province. He had too few chips to attract attention.
As for gaining promotion through seniority, that was even more of a joke. He was just a newcomer in the army. So how could he have any seniority to speak of? Trying to rely on the normal path of military promotion simply won't work.
The third method was a bit unconventional and required Lin Sha to be strong enough in combat. That was to demonstrate a personality obsessed with martial arts. In his spare time between completing the normal training missions of the supply battalion,
he constantly challenged the martial arts gangs in Coming City, relying on his fists to build a great reputation. Once his reputation for martial prowess spread, and the fat young Master Hu continued to whisper in Uncle Yu's ear,
it wouldn't be difficult for him to be transferred to the Green Camp's frontline troops. By then, his chances of contacting Hugo Zhu would greatly increase. It would be natural for Lin Sha to seek an opportunity to challenge General Hu's guards.
As for how he acquired the inner strength technique, the fat young man Hu had no idea what he was planning. Even if he knew, he would just throw up his hands and let Lin Sha do what he wanted. Lin Sha nestled in the main tent, pondering the matter. Ultimately,
he decided the third option's the most reliable. It also best suited his situation. He had absolute confidence in his own abilities. Chapter 55. Sharp punches and kicks. Unwilling to accept defeat, the martial arts school was showing off its prowess.
The small training ground was completely surrounded by the school's disciples, leaving a large open space in the middle. Master Shang, please! Lin Sha stood in the center of the small martial arts training ground with a calm expression.
He looked across at the burly and powerful master of the martial arts school, Master Zhang. He clasped his fists and bowed solemnly. Sir, do you really want to compete? Master Shang was a little hesitant, with an uncertain expression on his face.
His right foot stepped forward with a muffled thud. As he retracted his foot, a gasp echoed from all around him. A faint footprint suddenly appeared on the hard, compacted ground. Great job, sir! Master Shang's pupil shrank slightly.
And he no longer dared to underestimate the young man in military uniform. At the same time, the hesitation in his eyes disappeared. Master Shang, please! Lord Lin! The two men clasped their fists and saluted.
Lin Sha knew that Master Shang wouldn't attack first. He didn't hesitate. Lunging forward, he roared, his blood coursing through his body. His right fist blasted out with a sharp, powerful blast. It was the Tiger Fist.
Renowned for its domineering and ferocious nature from the Haman Five forms, Lord Lin, be careful. Push the mountain palm, facing Lin Sha's ferocious punch. Master Shang didn't hesitate. He flicked his wrist,
with exceptionally thick knuckles and rough skin, thrust forward with a fierce force. Bang! The collision of fists and palms produced a dull roar. Both men jolted violently. Lin Sha's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, motionless. Meanwhile,
Master Shang's face flushed crimson as he retreated 3 steps in quick succession. Great trick, sir! Master Shang's eyes bulged like bells. His face burned with shock and humiliation. He suppressed the turmoil in his chest and roared in anger.
His rough hands danced like swift fan-like blades, striking Lin Sha in the face with one blow after another. Hey! Lin Sha's heart was at peace. His fists blasted out like cannonballs. Not only did he easily take all of Master Zhang's palm strikes,
but he also launched fierce counterattacks from time to time, forcing Master Shang to panic and become embarrassed. How is this possible? Master is actually at a disadvantage. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin was so powerful.
You can't judge a person by his appearance. The master might have held back because he was concerned about the other person's identity. That must be the case! And the situation at the duel shocked the disciples. They had never imagined that their master,
whom they had always admired as incredibly powerful, would actually be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. All sorts of distracting thoughts suddenly surged through their minds. Some simply lost faith in Yangui martial arts school.
Others marveled at Lin Sha's strength. Some simply refused to believe the facts before their eyes and desperately tried to find excuses for their master. Is this the level? Lin Sha could help but feel disappointed. Had expected a fierce duel. Pun.
He'd gained a significant advantage. It wouldn't take long for him to win the match. He estimated that Master Shang's martial arts skills were mediocre. At best at the early stages of Ming Jin, in the Wang Fei Hung world.
He would be no more than a core disciple of a renowned martial arts school in Foshan. He had no idea that in the world of the deer and the cauldron, he could become the master of a prestigious school. If he hadn't known about the existence of internal energy,
he would have defined the world of the deer and the cauldron as a dimension inferior even to the world of Wang Fei Hung. It was truly disappointing. Iron Sand Palm is an extremely powerful hard qigong technique, when practiced well.
Its power is truly astonishing. It's a shame that Master Shang clearly hasn't mastered it to the highest level. Or perhaps he hasn't received the true inheritance. I remember when he was fighting in the modern black boxing world, he met a master of Iron Sam.
By then he was already a peak Ming Jin warrior. During a black market boxing match, he encountered a mid-stage Ming Jin Iron Sand Palm expert. The fight was incredibly grueling, and he still remembers it vividly.
The Iron Sand Palm master unleashed a flurry of blows, each one powerful enough to split bricks and shatter stone. His qigong-powered stamina gave him immense endurance. Lin Sha only fought him a dozen or so times before his fists swelled like steamed buns.
If it weren't for his exceptional leg skills, which ultimately gave him the upper hand, he would have nearly capsized. But while Master Shang's muscles and bones were strong, he was nowhere near the strength of the Iron Sand Palm master.
It was as if he had practiced external skills like Iron Shirt. His defense was astonishing and extremely formidable. But then he reconsidered the purpose of his trip, and he felt relieved. He had come here to make a name for himself, naturally.
He hoped his opponent was as weak as possible. It would be a real headache if he encountered a truly formidable opponent. He was being a bit pretentious. But why? He felt so unwilling. Master Shang, be careful. Although many thoughts raced through his mind.
It was but a moment's thought. Feeling the strength in Master Shang's hands weaken, he knew the other man was exhausted and couldn't hold out much longer. Without hesitation, he suddenly shouted, under the astonished gazes of the martial arts hall's onlookers.
His aura surging with force. Like a ferocious tiger, he pounced and leaped. His fists and claws unleashed a series of explosive bursts, sending the surrounding air whistling and swirling with a startling force. Boom!
Lin Sha stepped into the Qulin step. With the ferocious momentum of a tiger descending from the mountains, he rushed in front of the horrified Master Shang in the blink of an eye. He leaned sideways and delivered a powerful punch, one above the other.
A ferocious, tiger, subduing eye-shaped punch landed squarely on Master Zhang, sending him flying with a resounding thud. The martial arts school disciples were in an uproar. Master Shang was defeated just like that, Mr. Shang. Thank you for letting me do this.
Lin Sha stopped punching and bowed solemnly to Master Shang, who was lying 3 meters away. Lord Lin is indeed a skilled fighter. Shang admires him! Master Shang coughed and slowly rose to his feet, supported by his disciples.
His breathing was erratic. He bowed slightly, his eyes filled with wonder and resentment towards Lin Sha. However, but what? Lin Sha raised his eyebrows, a half smile on his face.
While it might seem unkind of him to come and challenge someone so early in the morning, he couldn't care less in his quest for fame. He hadn't expected Master Shang to be so unwilling to accept his defeat. Lin Sha couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain.
Had labeled Shang a man who couldn't stand losing. I admit I'm not as good as you in boxing and kicking, but I do have decent swordsmanship. I'd like to learn a thing or two from the Lin Sha people. Pavilion Master Shang didn't care what Lin Sha was thinking.
After losing so badly in front of so many disciples, he was naturally unwilling to give up and wanted to find a chance to turn the tables. Anyone who encountered such misfortune so early in the morning would be filled with resentment and displeasure.
He was very considerate of her by still treating her with courtesy. Oh, knife skills. Lin Sha raised his eyebrows slightly. His expression remained calm, yet a turbulent storm surged within him.
A flash of solemnity flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, how would Master Shang like to compete? Inwardly, he kept sighing, mistake, what a mistake, damn, he actually made such a huge mistake, fortunately.
Pavilion Master Shang reminded him in time, otherwise, if something really happened next time, he wouldn't even be able to react in time. Chapter 56. After a complete failure, reflect on your own mistakes. The knife flashed fiercely and fiercely.
Master Shang wielded a wooden sword. His blade movements flowed like the mighty Yangtze River. His methods were rigorous, encompassing both offense and defense. This caused Lin Sha immense pressure and distress. He felt the pressure double.
With barely a breather, he also held a wooden sword in his hand. It was similar in style to a military waist sword, but the power of the waist sword in his hand was nothing compared to what he could achieve. Chop, slice, sweep, stab, back and forth.
Just these few moves. If it weren't for his unique footwork, his ability to maneuver flexibly within a small space, often allowing him to dodge Master Shang's wooden sword in the nick of time, he would have given up and surrendered long ago.
But that was the case. Untrained in swordsmanship, his simple attacks were worthless. Master Shang, who possessed considerable skill in swordsmanship, posed no threat. After just 10 or so rounds, he had already sustained 3 or 4 wounds.
What frustrated him most was that Master Shang's sword moves were continuous and uninterrupted, not giving him even a moment to breathe. Having never witnessed such fierce and ruthless tactics, his eyes were already dazzled by the dazzling series of sword moves.
He gritted his teeth and held on for a short while before he felt a pain in his wrist. As soon as he relaxed his grip, the wooden sword flew far away. Lord Lin, thank you for letting me do this. Master Shang smiled.
He took back the wooden sword from Lin Sha's neck, stood upright with the sword in hand and bowed. It's nothing. Losing is losing. That's the truth. Lin Sha remained calm. He rubbed the wounds on his body and praised.
Master Shang's knife skills are indeed excellent. I admire you. Master Shang was puzzled. He didn't understand why Master Lin's punches and kicks were so sharp, but his swordsmanship was so ordinary. But this was Lin Sha's personal matter.
He could only keep his doubts to himself. They weren't irreconcilable enemies. Lin Sha's status as a Yunnan army officer was also intimidating. After the fight, the atmosphere actually became more harmonious. Lin Sha, however,
was not as enthusiastic as Master Shang and the other martial arts disciples. After a few pleasantries at Yangwei Martial Arts Hall, he excused himself and left. What a mistake! After returning to the camp outside the city,
Lin Sha locked himself in the main tent. He carefully considered this challenge, and a thought arose in his mind. It's not that he can't afford to lose. Since it's not a matter of life or death, winning or losing doesn't really matter to him.
But he didn't expect that he would encounter such a setback, just as he was beginning his journey to fame. After this lesson, Lin Sha realized that he had been too arrogant and had overlooked the role of cold weapons.
He thought he could conquer the world with just his fists and feet. Fart. This was an era when firearms had just begun to develop and had not yet completely replaced cold weapons. At least in China, leading troops in battles was still done with cold weapons.
Everyone was using cold weapons. Everyone was carrying swords and knives, while you were unarmed. He hadn't reached the advanced level of internal martial arts, like the transformation of energy, facing the sword attacks of a group of martial arts masters.
He was completely helpless. This isn't him being modest. This is simply the truth. Is Master Shang from Yangwei Martial Arts School any good? In the eyes of ordinary people, he must be an extremely powerful fighter.
At least the average thugs wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. But he said to himself during a casual chat, when you meet a real martial artist, you're nothing. It's obvious that Master Shang wasn't being modest but speaking from the heart. And he, Lin Sha,
a dignified mid-stage Mingjin master, who could crush the Yangwei Martial Arts School with his fists and feet, was defeated miserably in the weapon fight. Don't talk about nunchakus! That thing might not be very useful in a fight. Besides,
he was an officer in the Yunnan army. A waist knife was standard equipment, wasn't it? Was it reasonable for him to carry a nunchaku all day? This failure sobered him up and made him realize that he didn't have the capital to be arrogant. As the saying goes,
knowing shame leads to courage. Since he knew that he was weak in the equipment, he naturally had to strengthen his training in this area. So, he resumed his internal martial arts training,
focusing on the crucial spear stance and the sword techniques of the Xuanhuan school, such as the Qinglong Dao and Guan Dao. Soon, the officers and soldiers of the supply battalion were surprised to find that the captain,
who had not practiced sword and spear fighting much before, suddenly began to perform strange movements with a white wax spear every day. Fortunately, although internal martial arts have their own distinct schools,
The methods of practicing the great spear posture are not much different. Lin Sha also learned this knowledge from his chief master, Wang Fei Hung, during his years in the second Wang Fei Hung world. Otherwise, it would be too late to cram now.
For the next period of time, apart from handling urgent matters at the supply camp, attending some unavoidable Yunnan Army officer symposiums, and some banquets he couldn't refuse, Lin Sha basically stayed in the camp and practiced hard.
Besides the unwavering practice of Hungar horse stance and the internal martial arts techniques he learned from Wang Fei Hung, he spent most of his time practicing his spear and beginning the most basic internal martial arts weapon training.
Shaking the big spear is actually practicing Xing Yi Quan. According to ancient legend, Xing Yi Quan evolved from a spear-based martial art created by its founder. Whether this is true or not, the fact remains that Xing Yi Quan has a spear-based approach.
Hongmen Xingyi 5 Elements Fist is a training method that transforms a tangible spear into an intangible fist. Tangible things are easier to master, while intangible things are harder to master. Small movements, with relatively long and extended ranges,
are always more difficult to grasp. The practice of shaking the spear is a convenient method for practicing Hongmen 5 Elements Fist in his previous life.
His chief master Huang Feihong had once solemnly reminded him when he was teaching him to practice the big spear. The true meaning of the Duda Chuang training method is actually something that many practitioners of internal martial arts can carefully study.
If they can truly appreciate and understand the training method and apply it to other situations, they will understand the practice of internal martial arts, because the principles of generating internal martial arts power are fully understood within it.
As the saying goes, false teaching requires 10,000 books, while true teaching requires only one sentence. This is exactly what it means. After the Qing dynasty entered the Central Plains, the practice of martial arts was banned among the people.
Many martial arts traditions were lost under repeated government crackdowns. However, many martial arts were passed down through less formal means, such as opera trips and performances.
The training techniques and experiences they revealed are worth pondering and understanding for future generations. Many martial arts masters lack sufficient education, making them unable to articulate the principles they teach. This,
coupled with various subjective and objective factors, makes it difficult for later generations to grasp the true meaning. However, how much can be gained from the methods the masters have presented here?
This depends on one's understanding and level of research, one's way of thinking, and one's own destiny. Unfortunately, Lin Sha had been focusing on boxing practice in the Wang Fei Hung world, inevitably neglecting the practice of weapons.
His understanding of the principles behind them was truly limited. Now he has picked it up again. Although he has already comprehended the Ming Jin and does not need to practice the basic skills of shaking the spear.
In order to understand the true meaning of spearmanship, he still honestly starts from the most basic big spear stance. This kind of training wasn't without effect, at least after feeling the force of the spear.
He gained a deeper understanding of the power of internal martial arts. Through the power of spear techniques feeding back into his boxing skills, his own internal martial arts realm had unknowingly improved significantly. Chapter 57.
Shake the gun and rebuild the foundation. A small town outside Kunming, a small training ground of a Dian army supply camp. The sun blazed down, the heat billowing. The small parade ground, usually bustling with activity in the early morning, was now deserted.
Practically no one in sight. During the years of peace, military camp management wasn't that strict. Unless they were on a mission, they would usually either take a nap in their tents at noon or go out to the nearby town to play and have fun. Of course.
At this moment, a series of sharp explosions were heard in the small area outside the main tent. Lin Sha's upper body was bare, revealing his muscular build. He stood in a horse stance holding a 4-meter-long ash rod spear.
His muscles and bones trembled up and down. Without a flick of his wrist, the 4-meter-long, springy ash spear swung like a serpent, stabbing left and right. The heavy iron tip, gleaming with cold light, trembled repeatedly, with a whistling sound.
It transformed into tiny dots of cold light in the air, like plum blossoms suddenly blooming under the blazing summer sun. Soon he was sweating profusely, and the layer of sweat on his upper body shone brightly in the summer sun,
dazzling him like a ray of light. A quarter of an hour passed. He suddenly stood up, put away his gun, and let out a long breath as expected. Internal martial arts is not that simple.
Lin Sha took the towel from the guard and wiped the sweat from his forehead while gently rubbing his wrist, which was numb and almost numb. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was a little too eager for quick success before.
He walked back and forth slowly in the main tent for a long time before calming down the surging blood in his body. Sitting on a bamboo chair, he took a long gulp of the cold water on the coffee table. This finally made his parched throat feel a little better.
He could calm down and slowly reflect on the flaws he had discovered while practicing the spear. At the beginning, he relied on his strong muscles and bones and didn't practice very hard. After all, he was already a mid-stage Mingjin master.
His realm had even reached the Anjin level. He didn't have much enthusiasm for starting to practice Jin again. But after practicing for a few days, he realized something was wrong. What was wrong?
He actually found that his muscles and bones were slowly strengthening again. What does this mean? His previous foundation was not solid, when it comes to quickly honing muscle and bone strength.
There's probably no method in the early stages of martial arts that can rival the power of the spear. This wasn't just what Cheap Master and the boxing manuals said, but also what he personally experienced, a 4-meter-long gun.
It would be difficult for an ordinary person to hold it steady for 8 or 10 seconds. And to make it shake, it would be even more difficult. A large gun, held at one end by a person, effectively forms a lever.
Moving the other end of the lever requires the full coordination of the body's musculoskeletal structure. In this process, the hand holding the handle acts as a short fulcrum. The closer the fulcrum is to the force-generating end,
the greater the force required from that end. Simultaneously, the force-generating pattern of shaking the gun makes the foot and the hand holding the handle form the two ends of the lever, while the body becomes the fulcrum.
Facts show that levers require greater prying force, requiring a more stable fulcrum. During this process, the body's musculoskeletal structure quickly adapts and adjusts,
moving toward a more stable and solid structure that facilitates the transfer of force from the feet to the hands. It didn't take long for him to practice the spear, and he found that he had a better grasp of the power. The big spear posture.
Besides helping beginners practice listening to the power, it can also help internal martial arts practitioners develop overall strength.
The whole body strength is a skill that must be mastered to reach the high level of dark strength or even break through the transformation strength. In this regard, he is undoubtedly still far behind when practicing the big spear stance.
He followed the instructions in the boxing classics to explore how to use the spear to move the body, transforming force into strength and feeling the generation and use of strength on the spear again. The result did not satisfy him much.
The so-called using the rod to move the person means that someone who has just started shaking the gun will be unable to control the direction and frequency of the shaking for a long time. This is because the gun barrel has extremely high elasticity.
Any movement will cause it to shake and move randomly. As the boxing classics say, if you can't control it, then feel it. The barrel of the spear will move on its own. Let it move. As it moves, practitioners should carefully sense its frequency and direction.
Follow the movement of the spear. The so-called using the pole to move the person is actually training the person with the pole. In this process, the person's rigidity is naturally corrected,
and a dynamic strength is generated in the body that instinctively adapts to changes. When active energy is generated, the inherent force of the spear shaft is also generated.
The practitioner enters the third stage of spear shaft shaking using the body to move the shaft. At this point, the body is truly using the shaft. From shaking the spear, he experienced the entire process of feeling, moving and controlling his energy.
He felt the benefits were minimal, yet the benefits to his own Mingjin were immense. This only made him even more uneasy. He had clearly reached the middle stage of Mingjin. His methods of exerting and mobilizing strength had already reached a certain level.
Experiencing the process of generating strength shouldn't have yielded much improvement. But now his situation was exactly the opposite. This showed that he had been too aggressive in his previous training and neglected to lay a solid foundation.
This fact naturally made him wary. He kept repeating to himself, "I need a solid foundation. I need a solid foundation!" Now that he had discovered the problem, Lin Sha gave up the idea of quick success.
He slowly began to experience every detail of the process of practicing the spear stance, gradually solidifying the foundation he had previously neglected. As time passed, he was surprised to find that his endurance was growing stronger and stronger.
His technique in exerting force also improved. Although he had not yet broken through the late stage of Mingjin, he felt that if he were to compete with his former self during the period of practicing the Great Spear,
his chances of winning would be over 90%. This is actually quite normal. The boxing manual and his cheap master's teachings all explained it clearly. The practice of the Great Spear posture is about uniting the body and the spear.
Simply exerting force won't allow you to hold the stance for half an hour. Only by mobilizing the body's yin and yang, and becoming one with the spear's yin and yang, can you sustain it for more than half an hour. To put it simply,
it means that all joints and bones in the body should tremble slightly, shaking in unison with the ash-roofed spear. The spear and the person should become one. The muscles should tense and relax, taking turns to rest.
You can hold the spear for as long as you want. When holding the spear, the tip of the spear trembles ever so slightly. The iron balls in the tip make a subtle sound. If one is more practiced, The spear tip can dance without even moving the hand.
Shaking the spear is used to practice listening to the force. The spear should be gripped without exposing the handle. The hand holding the spear should grasp the very end of the shaft, leaving no wood exposed. The advantages of this grip are: first,
it prevents you from hitting yourself when pulling the spear back. More importantly, it connects the force paths of the spear and arm. This allows you to feel the force at the end of the spear, after more than half a month of hard practice behind closed doors.
Lin Sha felt that he had made great progress. His spear skills had also reached a certain level from scratch. Chapter 58. A small achievement in spearmanship. A desperate attempt to avenge the humiliation after all.
Lin Sha was already a mid-stage Ming Jin master. Practicing the great spear posture could complement his boxing skills with spear techniques. Naturally, he could also apply his understanding of boxing to spear techniques. At this moment,
a military spear wielded in his hand, brimming with unstoppable, violent force. Every thrust was accompanied by a whistling, explosive sound, showcasing his Ming Jin level strength to its fullest. To verify the usefulness of his spearmanship in actual combat,
whenever he achieved something or gained some understanding, he would gather a few trusted soldiers. Each of them would be armed with a standard hardwood pole. They would wrap a piece of cloth around the top and start fighting. It's true.
The effect of the big gun pile is extremely significant. At the beginning, the sparring partners formed a scattered spear formation, stabbing and stabbing indiscriminately. As a result, Lin Sha was stabbed to pieces as soon as he made a pose.
As he gradually became more familiar with the technique, he wielded a hardwood club like a dragon emerging from the sea. He swung it left and right with ferocious force. The sparring partners were barely a match for him.
Nearly 10 of them were pinned down by him, and even getting close was difficult. No wonder ancient spear masters boasted the ability to defeat 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 men. Once they mastered the art of wielding a powerful weapon,
their strength was virtually negligible, allowing them to engage in prolonged combat. Their skill and lethality surpassed those of ordinary soldiers, making their performance on the battlefield exceptionally impressive. Lin Sha is still a beginner.
He can only be considered an introduction to spearmanship. If it weren't for the strength of his internal martial arts, using his boxing skills to feed his spearmanship, he wouldn't have been able to develop such power in such a short period of time.
I'm afraid he's still just squatting in horse stance and practicing spear thrusts. Sometimes, when he got into a good mood, he would ride a short Dian horse and charge into the camp,
feeling the bloody thrill of ancient cavalrymen galloping through the battlefield. Of course, this inevitably led to the sneers and ridicule of those who were dissatisfied. For a month, a full month, Lin Sha stayed inside the camp, never venturing out.
Aside from attending to necessary camp duties, he spent all his time practicing boxing and spear techniques. He ate well, slept well and had no worries every day. With the experience of his previous 2 lives,
his boxing skills quickly broke through to the late Ming Jin stage. He was only one step away from the peak of Ming Jin. By this time, he had mastered the art of spearmanship. He had easily reached the level of using his own lance to carry it.
Fighting a dozen or so sparring partners was no problem. He also looked quite capable riding a short Yunnan horse. At this time, he had specially commissioned a weapon crafted by a military artisan and sent it over.
It was a standard issue spear made from a standard white wax rod. The rod was extremely flexible and resilient, allowing him to fully utilize the results of his month-long spear training. He also had 2 nunchakus made of 2/3 meter long iron rods.
After all, these were familiar tools from his previous life. They were still incredibly powerful in a melee, effectively crushing those who were less powerful or less skilled in weaponry. He could practically destroy any opponent who came his way.
The 2 iron rods were connected by a fine steel chain. A slot was also provided where the chain joined them. If necessary, the 2 rods could be instantly connected to form a single, solid iron rod weighing over 20 pounds.
The power of this weapon when wielded was undeniable. It was an absolute killer weapon in melee combat. You have everything you need, so what are you waiting for? He summoned his personal guards to follow him. One morning, a month later,
he once again rode his short Dian horse, full of vigor, charging towards Coming City once again. He was ready to avenge his previous disastrous defeat. I want to ask him why he didn't practice for a while longer.
At least until his boxing and spear skills were on par before trying to regain his position. Lin Sha can't bear it for that long. As the saying goes, years of swords, months of sticks.
A lifetime of spear training goes to show how difficult it is to master a spear. Mastering it is even more difficult. Although Lin Sha has experienced 3 lifetimes, he is still a young man full of vigor and vitality in terms of mentality.
My first life as a black boxer was always on the brink of life and death. I dared not relax even for a moment. I spent all day studying boxing techniques and improving myself. My nerves were so tense I couldn't even breathe.
It can be said that life was both difficult and simple. The world of Wang Fei Hung's second life was simpler. Aside from the initial struggles to help the pochi lamb with its financial problems and the militia,
he spent the rest of his time practicing internal martial arts and engaging in fights alongside his righteous mentor. His life was both exciting and simple. It's been less than a year since he's traveled through time in this life.
Influenced by the memories of his previous owner, he still retains the hot-blooded, impulsive nature of a young man, ready to fight back at the slightest disagreement. He suffered such a crushing defeat at the Yangwei Martial Arts School. Naturally,
he needs to get his revenge. And the sooner the better. Yangwei Martial Arts School. Master Shang, please come out and meet the customers. Mr. Lin is here to challenge us again.
Lin Sha had just dismounted and handed the reins to the martial arts hall's welcoming disciple. Before he even entered the hall, he roared. There was a commotion in the martial arts hall. Soon the owner Shang came out with a group of disciples.
Looking very upset. I haven't seen you for a month, but you're still as charming as ever. Seeing Lin Sha approaching with a spear in hand, Pavilion Master Shang immediately understood what was going on. His mouth twitched as he spoke politely. Haha, Master.
There's no need to be polite. I've been practicing my spearmanship diligently behind closed doors for the past month. As soon as I made some progress, I couldn't wait to come and ask for your guidance. I hope Master Shang won't blame me.
Lin Sha looked very familiar as he walked into the martial arts hall under the guidance of Master Shang. I dare not. Master Shang's smile was extremely forced. Inwardly, he was complaining bitterly.
He wondered why this person kept pestering them about Yangwei Martial Arts Gym. Wasn't this just a waste of time? If I win, I'm afraid this gentleman will pester me endlessly. If I lose, it's embarrassing. No matter how you look at it, it's a losing deal.
Enough of the nonsense. Let's see for ourselves. Lin Sha chuckled. He couldn't help but understand the anguish Master Shang felt. But he couldn't care less. If he dared to open a martial arts school, he had to be prepared for the possibility of being kicked out.
It was the small square in front of the main hall of the martial arts school. Seeing something exciting to watch, the martial arts disciples were all excited. They surrounded the small training grounds tightly. Sir,
will you follow the old rules and fight fists and kicks first before using weapons in desperation? Pavilion Master Shang had to brace himself and try to adjust himself to the best condition possible to deal with the difficult Yunnan Army military attaché.
Let's just use our weapons. Master Fist and Kick Bear, you are no match for me. Lin Sha's wrist flicked slightly. The white wax rod in his hand, which had been detached from the spearhead, twisted and turned. The round rod traced a strange arc in the air.
Are you, sir, looking down upon Mr. Shang too much? Upon hearing this, Pavilion Master Shang was furious. His face turned pale. He didn't want to show any weakness in front of everyone. He raised his hands, thick and dark from long practice with iron sand palms,
and looked at Lin Sha with a look of confusion. Lin Sha smiled faintly and said nothing more. He parted the crowd and approached a sandbag weighing over 100 pounds, hanging from a wooden pole. He took a deep breath and suddenly punched out.
The sandbag spinning 360 degrees around the pole. Chapter 59. Rapid Rise to Fame. Complete silence! The entire Yangwei Martial Arts School, including Master Shang, stood stunned and in disbelief.
The atmosphere was momentarily stagnant and eerily quiet. What's up, Master Shang? Do you still want to compete with me in fistfights and kicks? Lin Sha easily dodged the heavy sandbag that fell from the sky.
A faint smile broke the awkward and solemn atmosphere. No fist fights, no fist fights, let's just use weapons! Pavilion Master Shang took a deep breath. He suppressed the urge to curse at the monster.
He forced a smile and tightened the handle of the wooden sword in his hand. His confidence in defeating Lin Sha again suddenly dropped by 7 points. Lin Sha's strength has increased significantly compared to a month ago. He still has some vision. Call.
Lin Sha returned to the small training ground, armed with a white wax staff with its tip removed. He exchanged a salute with Master Shang and immediately jumped away. Master Shang, intent on striking first, roared. He raised his wooden sword,
which disintegrated into a cascade of shadows that swept towards Lin Sha like a raging storm. Call out! A spear shadow, moving at an even faster speed, broke through the layers of sword shadows in the blink of an eye. With a sharp scream,
it rushed straight towards the face of the Bear Pavilion Master. Master Shang was startled. He quickly drew his sword to block. Unexpectedly, the long pole suddenly swung, lashing out like a whip. Master Shang had no time to change his stance.
He had no choice but to quickly withdraw and hold his sword in place. Bang! After a muffled thud, Lin Sha still held the pole. Pavilion Master Shang retreated 3 steps, his right hand holding the knife trembling, veins bulging on his arm. Hiss!
Not to mention Master Shang's astonishment. The crowd of martial arts disciples watching were even more stunned. They remembered that a month ago, Lin Sha knew nothing about weapon techniques. They hadn't expected him to be so skilled after just a month's absence.
Come again! Master Shang reacted. His face burned with embarrassment. He felt embarrassed in front of all the disciples. With a furious heart, he swung his sword and struck Lin Sha in the face. Well done! Lin Sha's eyes flashed.
The tip of the long pole in his hand trembled repeatedly, like a venomous snake slithering at an unpredictable speed. He transformed into a series of plum blossom afterimages and stabbed out. He refused to engage Master Shang's wooden sword head-on. Instead,
he thrust forward at incredible angles, forcing Master Shang to frantically change his tactics. The resilient white wax rod transformed in Lin Sha's hands. Sometimes it swooped down like a sea dragon, swooping down on the palace.
Sometimes it was as sinister and vicious as a venomous snake. Sometimes it was as unstoppable as a meteor falling from the sky. He employed every possible spear move, stabbing, piercing, swiping, sweeping, and whipping.
He left Pavilion Master Shang sweating profusely and crying out inwardly that he was exhausted. Bang! As the saying goes, if you defend too long you will lose. Lin Sha's movements with the white wax staff became increasingly fluid and natural.
The combination of simple moves was dazzling and impossible to defend against. Master Shang danced with a wooden sword like a flower, shielding his entire body from wind and rain. Yet, the white wax staff's sharp,
piercing blade still slashed across his face like a venomous snake. Master Shang, his hand already limp, could no longer hold on. He felt a jolt in his palm, and his right hand loosened, sending the wooden sword flying. At the same time,
he felt a chill in his throat, and a round wooden pillar was pressed against his neck. Master Shang, thank you for your kindness! Lin Sha put away his gun and stood still. He clasped his hands together, his face solemn, but in his heart,
he was already beaming with joy. He hadn't expected a month's work to yield such remarkable results. The bustling streets and the bustling tea houses. It was evening, a time for residents to relax and enjoy the cool air after a hard day's work.
The Fengxian tea house on one of Kunming's main commercial streets was bustling with people. The tea house lobby was already filled with patrons. A bunch of gentlemen, young and old, from the lower classes of society, were chatting away, teapots in hand.
They were all talking about the latest gossip in town. Did you know? A remarkable young master has recently emerged in Kunming. A tea drinker started the conversation with a mysterious tone. Everyone knows this. It's been all over the city lately,
said another tea drinker at the table disdainfully. That's right, it's been going viral in the city lately. That guy is truly amazing. Has conquered nearly every martial arts school in the city with just one gun, and is still undefeated.
The third tea drinker at the table marveled in amazement. I heard that guy was a military general. The person who started the conversation couldn't help but reveal more information. Of course, another tea drinker seemed to be looking for trouble.
He curled his lips with a smug look on his face. I know that guy is a dignified 6th rank captain. There are indeed many heroes in the army. The third tea drinker exclaimed in admiration. You've got such talent at such a young age. Your future's limitless.
It wasn't just this table of tea drinkers discussing the city's newly emerged young master. Other tea drinkers also discussed the matter to varying degrees, unable to conceal the admiration on their faces. Lin Sha's fame is completely famous.
Ever since that day when he challenged the Yangwei Martial Arts School and successfully defeated Master Shang, he'd gone on a mad quest to challenge others. First, he challenged the martial arts schools in the city, then the various major gangs.
Over the course it fought nearly 20 battles. Practically undefeated, he witnessed Xuanhuan, a martial art similar to Muay Thai. After a fierce battle, he emerged victorious. Wounded, then he turned to weapons.
He wielded a white wax stick with increasing skill and dexterity. He easily overpowered the Xuanhuan master's short sword and secured victory. He then engaged in a fierce battle with the city's renowned Tongbikwan master. Facing the powerful, sweeping,
and powerful Tongbikwan techniques, which resembled northern boxing styles, he unleashed his full power. The fight ended in a draw. This was also the first time he had encountered a late-stage Mingjin boxer since arriving in the Luding world. In short,
Lin Sha spent a month constantly fighting in various martial arts halls and sects. If martial arts schools still abide by the rules, then the gangs are not so honest. Lin Sha was renowned for his sharp fists and kicks.
The gang leader he challenged didn't hesitate to engage in a fight. They simply attacked without a fight, hoping to overwhelm him with their superior numbers. He did suffer a bit at first, while those gang members wouldn't kill him.
They were far more ruthless than the sparring partners in the camp. Each one was incredibly ferocious and fearless, unafraid of death, and it was impossible for him to die. Initially, Lin Sha was frequently wounded. Fortunately,
none of the injuries were life-threatening. After a day or two of recuperation, I could fight again. After repeatedly experiencing this kind of training similar to that of real combat, the power of the white wax stick in his hand also increased day by day.
Once it was wielded, it was like a dancing snake, making it impossible to defend against it. In the continuous high-intensity battles, not only did his spear skills become more and more proficient and skilled,
But his internal martial arts strength also continued to rise. In just 1 month, he made another small breakthrough. He reached the peak of Ming Jin and began to prepare for the breakthrough of An Jin. As for the officialdom,
the little fat man Hu Deshao also lived up to everyone's expectations and brought good news. Chapter 60. Happy to hear the good news and encounter an ambush on the road. Lin Sha, you are amazing! That day,
the chubby Hu Deshaoxing hurried to Lin Sha's supply camp outside Kunming. As soon as they met, he burst into praise. Your reputation is incredibly strong now. It spread all over Kunming. Without waiting for Lin Sha to be polite,
he continued to praise with a smile. I didn't realize you had such skill. You've challenged nearly 10 martial arts schools and gangs without a single defeat. Your strength is too strong, isn't it? We've tied nearly 10 games. Nothing to be happy about?
Lin Sha waved his hand pretentiously, with a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. You're awesome. You've become quite famous this time. Even the king of Pinxi has heard of you. The little fat man smiled and didn't respond at all.
He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then suddenly revealed a shocking piece of information. What, even the king of Pinxi knows about this? Lin Sha's heart was shaken, and his face was filled with disbelief. Of course.
A brave general like you suddenly appeared in the Yunnan army. Even if his majesty didn't know, someone would have reminded him. The little fat man said jokingly with a smile on his face. Did the king of Pinxi say anything?
Lin Sha suppressed his surprise and pretended to be shocked. The prince is busy with all sorts of affairs. How can he have the time and energy to care about a mere captain like you? The fat boy curled his lips in disdain. He turned around, grinned, and said,
The prince only said one word, good. You've got some luck this time. Lin Sha suppressed his joy and asked curiously, How do you say that? After much hard work, my uncle finally agreed to transfer you to the regular battalion and continue to serve as a captain.
The fat man rubbed his hands with an exaggerated expression. You have to thank me, kid. After joining the regular battalion, your opportunities to interact with my uncle will greatly increase. Jinggrun Tower in the east of the city. Young Master Hu.
Feel free to eat as much as you want. Lin Sha finally felt relieved. He spoke with a rare generosity. That's all you can do. When did you become so stingy? The fat boy was obviously very dissatisfied with this proposal. He rolled his eyes and sneered.
It's difficult for young Master Hu too. Lin Sha smiled wryly and patiently explained. My younger brother seems to be doing well lately. Has challenged over 10 matches in a row without losing a single one.
But who has ever seen the hard work I've put in behind the scenes? Young Master Hu should be well aware of how grueling daily training is. Such heavy consumption requires sufficient daily supplementation with meat, poultry, and eggs.
This alone would cost a considerable amount of money. I've made such a huge improvement in such a short time, thanks to the medicinal baths I've made using a lot of herbs. While the prices of herbs in Yunnan province aren't high, they're still incredibly expensive.
And then there's the fights with the martial arts masters and the gang members. If you're not careful, you'll end up covered in wounds. It costs money to recuperate and treat the injuries. Man, he went on and on about everything. If I hadn't calculated it,
I wouldn't have known. Then I was shocked. I finally understood what the ancient saying meant: the poor are good at literature, but the rich are good at martial arts. Without a ton of money to back it up, I wanted to master martial arts. Dream on.
Are you kidding? The little fat boy opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. He exclaimed, You're not crazy, are you? You're actually paying out of your own pocket to make up for the deficit. You're in the supply camp.
Lin Sha smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Stop talking. I wouldn't do anything like sucking the blood of my soldiers. Besides, not everyone in the camp is obedient. Why would I hand over a handle to someone else for nothing? Too lazy to talk about you!
The fat boy rolled his eyes and spread his hands in displeasure. Finally, he reminded her, You better work harder, kid. Make as much noise as possible. The more famous you are, the easier it will be for me to speak up for you in front of my uncle. Thank you.
Mr. Hu, with the good news brought by the fat boy Hu Deshao, Lin Sha was even more excited to challenge the masters in Kunming City. Suddenly, the city's martial arts world was in turmoil. The brightest star was undoubtedly Lin Sha,
the newly rising young master. He had seen the mantis hand, the mountain-splitting hand, the Xuanhuan fist, and other martial arts. He had personally experienced the various sword, staff, and even sword techniques of various schools. He had won easily,
encountered dangerous situations, and even experienced awkward draws. Not only had his martial arts become more refined, but even the Guan Dao and Qinglong Dao he had been practicing on the side had made significant progress. With a white wax staff in hand,
he was even more formidable than 1,000 troops. He was as imposing as a dragon emerging from the sea, and as cold and unstoppable as a venomous snake. His ki was sharp and his spear was fierce.
He had completely transferred his peak Ming Jin boxing skills to spearmanship. It could be said that he was in an extremely ferocious state at this moment. In the martial arts world, he would be considered a top-notch boxer. In the military,
he was an absolute commander. His spear wielded with a fierce and powerful aura. He was a master at charging into battle. Another month passed. Lin Sha had visited half of Cumming's martial arts schools and gangs. He encountered dangers,
but he managed to overcome them one by one. His strength and reputation soared. Unfortunately, despite having reached the dark power level in the final moments of his previous life, he had no time to truly experience its essence due to time constraints.
Currently, his strength was stuck at the peak of the bright power. Although he had touched the threshold of the dark power, he didn't know when he would truly cross it. That day, he had just visited the country gang's headquarters in the city. Surprisingly,
he encountered a master of the ground knife technique. His ground knife technique was strange, hard to defend against, ruthless, and insidious. Every strike was a combination of the three lower paths. Lin Sha expended considerable effort to defeat him.
He himself was also heavily exhausted. Fortunately, the Kanshui gang still considered his status as a military officer. They also knew that Lin Sha was merely challenging him for a fight, not seeking trouble. This allowed him to retreat unscathed. Exhausted.
By this time, word had spread that General Hu was planning to transfer him to the regular army camp. However, the official transfer order had yet to be issued. Lin Sha remained the commander of the supply battalion.
He was responsible for handling important camp duties daily, and rested in the camp. So after challenging a martial arts gym or gang each day, he would leave the city and return to the camp to rest. Today was no exception.
The sun was already setting as we left the city. Riding on a small Yunnan horse, we swayed along the official road for 3 or 4 miles. Then we turned onto a country road. Green trees and flowers lined the road on both sides.
And the cool breeze of the summer evening caressed my face. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort and ease. "You dog official, come and get your death." The short Dian horse snorted and advanced leisurely, as they passed a small grove of trees.
Sudden roar echoed. Then, a nimble figure shot out from the woods. A flash of cold light flashed in its hand, piercing Lin Sha's chest. I actually ran into a chivalrous man. Lin Sha's lips curled into a sardonic smile.
He unhurriedly drew the cast iron nunchaku hanging from the side of his saddle. With a whoosh, he swung the nunchaku, a shadow that arrived before the attack. With a whistling, sharp wind, it slammed heavily onto the incoming sword. Bang!
There was no doubt about it. The attacking sword was involuntarily thrown to the right. The figure shot out from the forest, was thrown back and hit by the nunchaku. He screamed miserably, vomited blood and flew out. Chapter 61.
Overestimating one's own capabilities. It was a deliberate sneak attack, but it was easily neutralized by Lin Sha in the blink of an eye. "Boy, you're quite courageous." He tightened the reins, calmed the frightened horse beneath him, and dismounted.
Approaching the writhing, wailing attacker, a sardonic smile played on his lips. Chich, he swung his nunchaku, creating a beautiful dance of sticks in the air. The fierce energy was so powerful that the attacker couldn't even scream or wail.
With a pale face, he stared at the strange weapon before him, which looked like a playful dragon. He was afraid that Lin Sha would lose control and bring it down. "I will never change my name or surname. Ye Tianlong is me."
The guy lying on the ground was a young man. He looked quite smart in his shorts. However, his face was covered in pimples of varying sizes, ruining his image. His face was pale, and sweat was pouring down his forehead.
The pimples only made the redness of his face more noticeable. "Nobody, never heard of him." Lin Sha shook his head slightly and directly labeled Ye Tianlong, the Aiken, stricken person. "Damn it. If you have the guts, you bastard official,
can kill me. Prince Mansion will avenge me." Seeing Lin Sha's contempt for him, Yi Tianlong was furious. He ignored the cruel reality of being at the mercy of others and spoke proudly with his chest puffed out and his head held high. "Prince Mu's palace."
Lin Sha raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of surprise finally appeared on his face. "Why are you scared? Sooner or later, you will die in our hands." Ye Tianlong's face was filled with agitation. He struggled to get up from the ground.
But Lin Sha kicked him in the waist. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground again, his face full of resentment. His eyes were filled with unresolved hatred. Damn, he's already a prisoner and still has such a mean mouth. He really deserves a beating.
Lin Sha kicked again, sending Ye Tianlong tumbling to the ground. Before he could even let out a shrill cry, he swung his nunchaku forward. With a thud, the front end of his nunchaku struck the Akin, prone boy hard on the back of his neck. Without a sound,
the boy fainted. When Ye Tianlong slowly regained consciousness from his coma, he found himself in a dilapidated wooden house. The floor was covered in dust, and a small space contained a pile of firewood. His hands and feet were tightly bound. And
the more he struggled, the tighter the ties became. Yui was already panting and sweating profusely. "Hey, boy, you're awake. How does it feel to be a prisoner?" The half-closed door of the wooden house was pushed open. Lin Sha, dressed in a tight suit,
walked in leisurely. He sat down on the small stool opposite Yi Tianlong and said sarcastically, "Dog." Yi Tianlong huddled in the corner of the woodshed like a big meatball. Seeing Lin Sha's expression, he was filled with anger and wanted to curse. Bang!
Lin Sha slapped him across the face. Yi Tianlong's ridden right cheek swelled and reddened at a visible rate. Lin Sha glanced at him coldly and snorted. "Uneducated bastard. That's what your parents taught you. Spouting filth is disgusting. You."
Yi Tianlong's eyes instantly turned blood red, and he stared at Lin Sha with a ferocious look that seemed to be about to spit fire. "What do you mean by you? I have no grudge against you. You kid. Don't even have the decency to start cursing."
"I don't think I've done anything that goes against my conscience." "Damn. You're just calling me a dog official all the time. Do you really think I'm good-tempered?" Lin Sha interrupted Yi Tianlong without hesitation, roaring fiercely. "Humph."
Following that scoundrel Wu Sangui and acting as an accomplice to the evildoer will only lead to bad consequences sooner or later. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of Yi Tianlong's mouth. The resentment in his eyes remained.
But his tone. Clearly, the slap in the face was still fresh in his memory. Oh, so it's old Wu's enemy. I'm the one being blamed. Lin Sha's heart was filled with joy. With a fierce look of disdain, he said, "What a rubbish Mu palace!
How dare someone like you come out and embarrass yourself? Bastard! I'm going to fight you!" Yi Tianlong's eyes were bulging with anger. He struggled and butted his head. "Fuck you! You're such a shameless bastard! Someone, come and punish me!"
Lin Sha kicked the overconfident Yi Tianlong, sending him flying backward. He slammed hard against the thick wooden wall, letting out a sharp scream. Lin Sha, losing his patience, called out to his personal guards, demanding they treat this impetuous,
stricken young man well. Did he really think he was a kindly clay Buddha? That evening, the interrogation results came out. The stricken young man wasn't as tough as he appeared. Prince Mu's mansion. What a trouble!
Seeing the interrogation record in his hand, Lin Sha couldn't help but rub his brows with a helpless look on his face. Speaking of which, he was really unlucky. The Mu Palace was a thing of the past, of course.
They still held considerable prestige among the people of Yunnan province. Otherwise, given old Wu's paternal vengeance against the current prince of the Mu Palace, he would have turned a blind eye to the Mu Palace's activities in Yunnan province.
The hatred for killing his father is irreconcilable. The remaining forces in Prince Mu's palace have never stopped their efforts to assassinate old Wu. Unfortunately, old Wu was surrounded by numerous personal guards, providing ample protection.
He was also guarded by experts from the Dian Cang Sect and the Five Poisons Sect. This wasn't something the already declining Prince Mu's palace could easily shake. So,
who knows which idiot advisor in Prince Mu's palace had the brainwave to target the generals under old Wu and the newly rising star of the Yunnan army. Unfortunately, Lin Sha has been too popular recently and has become one of the targets of Prince Mu's mansion.
Old Wu's generals aren't so easy to assassinate. This isn't the Tianlong world where one man can brave a vast army alone. Nor is it the world of the Condor Heroes trilogy where a skilled warrior can easily assassinate a heavily guarded general.
The world of the deer and the cauldron has reached the end of internal martial arts. A period of emptiness between the two major systems of internal martial arts and internal boxing. This is evident in the fact that Wei Xiaobao,
a boy with no martial arts skills, can dominate the martial arts world. If you want to assassinate a heavily protected general, unless you encounter a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like Beilong Yufu, no matter how much hatred you have in your heart,
you can only watch helplessly. A rising star in the army like Lin Sha was much easier to deal with, especially since he was in and out of the city almost every day. He had few guards around him, and sometimes even no guards at all.
There were plenty of opportunities for assassination along the way. Yi Tianlong was just an insignificant vanguard. He was followed by many skilled warriors. If they were given the chance, they would attack and kill him non-stop, sir.
Do you want to pass this up? The guard in charge of the interrogation saw that Lin Sha remained silent for a long time. He bravely reminded him carefully, "It's better to report it." Lin Sha woke up from his thoughts and nodded.
Seeing the guards turning to leave, he hurriedly called out to stop them. His expression shifted from gloomy to bright. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Kill that guy on the way. Make it look like suicide so no one can see the flaws."
Feeling uneasy and fearing being stabbed, as the saying goes, a single move can affect the entire body. Lin Sha hadn't anticipated that reporting the assassin's body and the assassination report to the Yunnan army's top brass would cause such a stir.
The entire coming military and political circles were shaken. Pingxi King Old Wu was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. Scouts were dispatched everywhere. Yunnan troops from various camps entered the city and searched the streets.
Anyone found acting suspiciously was immediately apprehended. This situation caused panic in Kunming, leaving the people in a state of utter dread. Government offices strengthened their security measures,
and patrols by Yemen runners and soldiers became more frequent. Lin Sha, the instigator, was actually received by the Prince of Pingxi. He was asked about the details of the assassination, etc., and then he was comforted and nothing happened to him.
He didn't really feel anything about it. Old Wu was already nearly 60 years old. Although his muscles and bones were strong from years of active fighting and training, he was still old. He could clearly sense the air of old age in old Wu. What a pity.
He was already in the position of the most powerful vassal state in the world. Even if he wanted to live out the rest of his life in peace and surrender to the imperial court, his arrogant and fierce generals would not be happy about it. Lin Sha was.
How could he not notice the subtle changes in the Yunnan army in recent times? Old Wu's senior generals had recently been frequently inspecting the troops stationed in and around Kunming, urging the Yunnan army to intensify its training. Otherwise,
how could a mere commander of the supply battalion, such as a captain, meet such a high-ranking general? Seeing the desolate streets, he could help but lament that old Wu had done too many bad things. He was old and terrified of death.
He was so frightened by the slightest disturbance. Life must be boring, wasn't it? At this time, in a secluded courtyard outside Kunming City, a dozen or so well-dressed, martial arts-inspired men gathered. Their faces were serious,
and the atmosphere was gloomy. Yet Tianlong was too careless. He rashly launched the assassination without any preparation. This really alerted the enemy. At this time,
a middle-aged man with a strong build and a full beard angrily broke the dull atmosphere in the room. You can't really blame him. That kid's personality has always been like that. Impulsive. Irritable.
We shouldn't have brought him here in the first place. Another burly man in a tight suit spoke up fairly. Okay, everyone's dead. There's no point in talking about this anymore. Let's discuss this. Should we continue with the assassination plan?
At this moment, a tall, thin, heroic young man with a dark complexion and an extraordinary demeanor spoke from the main seat. The noisy room suddenly quieted. I think the assassination plan can no longer proceed. Look at the martial law in Kunming.
We're having trouble even entering the city, let alone assassinating those crooked Yunnan army officers. I think the same thing. Prince, we don't have enough strength. Every loss is a loss. If we can kill Wu Sangui and his band of corrupt officials.
Well, do it even if it means risking our lives. But we don't even have many chances to get close to Wu Sangui and his band of corrupt officials. Indeed, the chances of our assassination plan succeeding are too low.
The gangsters in the room were talking back and forth. The general message was that they were not optimistic about the plan to assassinate Wu Sangui and the senior Yunnan army generals. They had few available men, so they should use them sparingly.
Since everyone agrees, then, Mu Jiansheng saw that the other heroes were unanimous. Although he felt reluctant, he couldn't force it. He had no choice but to speak and set the tone. He would find an opportunity to seek revenge later.
A sudden roar interrupted Mu Jiansheng's words. A thin, middle-aged man with a cruel expression stepped forward. He bowed and apologized to the young leader in the main seat. Then he bowed to the other martial artists in the room. Then, in a hoarse voice,
he spoke. You are right. Wu Sangui is already on guard. It will be difficult for us to assassinate him again. He bowed again to Mu Jiansheng, who was seated at the head of the table. But we can't just leave in disgrace.
Since that scoundrel under Wu Sangui, Lin Sha, dared to kill brother Ye Tianlong, how can we remain indifferent? At the very least, we should make Lin Sha pay with his life, right? Brother Fang is right. We can't deal with Wu Sangui for now.
This Lin Sha must be dealt with. That's right. Our Mu Palace is not to be trifled with. Since this kid surnamed Lin dared to kill brother Yi, we naturally can't let him go easily. Right. Isn't that guy a newly rising star in the Yunnan army?
Let's use his head to demonstrate to Wu Sangui. Cut off a possible powerful general under his command. The burly men in the room were talking excitedly. They were spitting and dancing. Their faces were grim, as if Lin Sha would be killed at any moment.
In the inner room, separated from the main meeting hall by a wall, two young women were listening attentively to the noise outside. They would occasionally exchange glances, wink, and gesture. One of the girls was about 13 or 14 years old.
She had light eyebrows and long eyelashes. She had a small mouth and a straight nose. Her face was truly beautiful. Her eyes were clear and she looked innocent and naive. It was none other than Mu Jianping, the young princess of Prince Mas Mansion.
The other was about 20 years old, with a beautiful face like a peach blossom. It was Fang Yi, a descendant of the Zhongfang family, one of the 4 great generals of Prince Mas' palace. Sister Yi, what do you think after listening for a while?
The two women timidly walked to the small table and sat down. The little princess couldn't help but ask in a low voice, her voice clear, charming and soft, very pleasant to the ear. What, the princess wants to meet that newcomer from the Yunnan army?
Fang Yi covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She was as beautiful as a blooming azalea. I'm just curious. The little princess pouted her rosy little lips. Her innocent eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. Fang Yi's heart softened.
She lowered her head, pondered for a moment, and whispered, "How about we go in private and see how this newcomer to the Yunnan army surrenders? Wouldn't that be too cruel?" The little Princess Jade, white nose wrinkled slightly, she said with some reluctance.
"Humph, the imperial court's lackeys. Another one of Wu Sangui's minions, they deserve to die." Fang Yi's pretty face was covered with frost as she shouted murderously. Lin Sha had been staying quietly in the camp outside the city for the past few days.
His right eyelid kept twitching, and he was starting to have bad thoughts. He still valued his life very much, even though the assassin was a complete wretch and the assassination attempt failed and he was killed.
He knew from that bastard that he was one of the assassination targets of Prince Mu's palace. He dared not let his guard down.
He had recently gained a lot of useful intelligence about the power of the Prince Mu's mansion through the connections of the fat young man. Young Master Hu, he knew that although the Prince Mu's mansion was in decline, it was not to be underestimated.
It was a force that could not be ignored in the Yunnan underworld, and it had several renowned masters at its helm. Chapter 63. The enemy suddenly arrives to suppress the bandits, even though he always had a bad feeling in his heart.
Lin Sha couldn't stay in the military camp forever. After all, he was a rising star in the Yunnan army. He couldn't just cower in the barracks and not dare to leave just because someone was trying to assassinate him. How could that be justified?
Lin Sha wouldn't do anything as foolish as Sun Bofu had always challenged others to a duel or a one-on-man fight. He knew someone was out to harm him, yet he still did it. That's not bravery. That's shamelessness. He divided his trusted soldiers into 3 groups,
each consisting of 7 to 8 men. Whenever he went out, at least one group would accompany him in full armor for protection. Then he continued on with his daily routine, wandering between Coming City and the camp outside.
With his keen perception as a top-tier Mingjin practitioner, he felt like someone was secretly watching him. But when he followed his instincts, he found nothing. How could he have known? Every time he left,
1 or 2 ordinary-looking men with sharp eyes would wipe the sweat from their foreheads, their faces filled with relief. They'd secretly think that keeping an eye on this guy was no ordinary job. He was too alert. At the same time,
2 handsome young men would clutch their chests, their faces filled with fear. They would glance at each other, feeling both excited and thrilled, continuing their stalking and tailing job with unwavering enthusiasm.
What puzzled Lin Sha was that he had been wandering between the city and the military camp for nearly half a month, but nothing had happened. Instead, problems arose in the supply camp. What? Our transport team was robbed and suffered heavy casualties.
Lin Sha's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked coldly at the defeated soldiers kneeling before him. Yes, sir. Our cargo was completely looted. The men in charge of escorting it were killed. More than half of our cargo was lost.
The captain in charge of this escort mission was trembling all over. He lowered his head and answered tremblingly, "Do you know who did it?" Lin Sha suppressed his anger and tried to make his tone sound less angry. "Yes.
They are from the Red Wolf village in western Yunnan." He knelt on the ground, sweat streaming down his forehead. He kept his head on the ground, not daring to move. Then he explained in detail how he had fallen.
It turned out that the supply battalion had accepted a transport mission from a major trading company to western Yunnan. They were joined by private cart dealers and hired escorts, because they were operating with the civilians.
They did not fly the Yunnan army flag or wear uniforms to parade through the streets. As a result, on a remote official road in western Yunnan, he was surrounded by hundreds of bandits who rushed out.
The private cart company and its hired escorts were disgraceful and fled in disarray. Their utter annihilation was naturally a tragic end. The supply battalion, however, followed the rules previously laid out by Lin Sha. They immediately abandoned their cargo,
Formed a small formation, and charged forward. After losing nearly half their men, they finally broke free. With such a big mess happening, they naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. They returned to Coming in panic.
They fled to the nearest county town in a panic. After learning about the robbers through their connections with the local government, they returned home in a miserable state, wounded and destitute. How powerful is the Red Wolf village?
Does it have any powerful backers? They are all his own people. Lin Sha didn't mind explaining it clearly. In this era, officials and bandits are all one family. Who knows if this Red Wolf village is colluding with local powerful figures?
After receiving a negative answer, he said hello to his superiors without hesitation. After receiving the order to march, he assembled his troops and set out. He vowed to raze the Red Wolf village in western Yunnan to the ground, as soon as he took action.
The experts from Prince Mu's palace, who had been keeping a close eye on him, immediately got the news. After some negotiation, they finally dispatched some of their men to follow suit, secretly looking for an opportunity to deal with Lin Sha.
The outcome of the anti-bandit campaign was predictable. Although Lin Sha's men numbered only a few hundred, and were from the supply battalion, their training and organizational discipline were far superior to those of the Red Wolf village bandits.
It was just a simple tactic to lure the snake out of its lair and lure the tiger away from its mountain. The bandits in Red Wolf Village fell for it. A large group of young and strong bandits were annihilated in a small valley. Then,
the entire supply battalion advanced at full speed. Without waiting for Red Wolf Village headquarters to receive the news, they suddenly attacked, storming the village and capturing all the remaining young, strong, elderly, weak, women, and children.
What surprised Lin Sha was that after this long battle and the sight of blood, his men had transformed. Their eyes were sharp and their aura was fierce, like a true army. What made him even happier was that a considerable amount of money, grain,
and supplies had been seized from Red Wolf Village, besides the goods that had been looted and not disposed of in time. The total value of the remaining supplies and money reached a staggering 5,000 taels as expected.
Robbing and suppressing bandits was the quickest and best way to make money. In his joyful mood, he generously rewarded his men 5 taels of silver and 20 caddies of fine grain each. Military officers naturally received more,
while a small portion of the remaining money and supplies went to the small treasury of the supply camp. The rest, save for half reserved for handing over, was pocketed by Lin Sha. For a moment, everyone in the supply camp was filled with joy and excitement.
After returning to their temporary base in the nearest county town, they held a bonfire party and feasted. Of course, the meat and drinks were generously sponsored by the local gentry. Because he was constantly worried, Lin Sha didn't drink much,
just expressed his gratitude and left. The remaining officers and soldiers of the supply battalion were playing around wildly. What you fear will come true, in the middle of the night, half asleep.
I was suddenly startled awake by a slight noise outside the tent. I grabbed the nunchakus beside me and suddenly shouted, "You dog official, get your death!" I didn't know that this was the way chivalrous men behaved in this era.
They often shouted loudly before taking action, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know they were about to assassinate them. Brush, a nimble figure burst through the tent, the long sword in his hand transformed into tiny starlight and shot out. Damn it.
Did I provoke you or offend you? Lin Sha was furious. He swung the nunchaku in his hand and whipped it out with a sharp whistling sound. The nimble figure's strength was truly impressive. Lin Sha, prepared as he was caught off guard at the critical moment.
He shifted his sword's thrust to a horizontal one, colliding with the drawn nunchaku's tips. Using the immense force transmitted from the sword's blade, he drifted backward. With a touch of his toes, he struck again, swift as the wind, like kung fu.
Lin Sha's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a gust of cold air rushing towards him. Without a second thought, he turned and fell. He dodged the sword attack. He swung his nunchaku downwards. With a thud, it slammed heavily onto the dirt floor.
The flying dirt and sharp gust of wind temporarily forced the assassin back, but when he got up again, the fellow took advantage of his Qinggong skills and thrust his sword forward to stab him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Sha responded awkwardly.
His nunchaku swung like a windmill. But after trying, his opponent gave up the fight. Relying on his agility and sharp sword, he launched a continuous attack, pressing Lin Sha so hard that he barely had time to breathe. Chapter 64.
Encountering the enemy again on the return journey. There's an assassin! There's an assassin! Lin Sha had fought several life or death battles with the assassin in the tent when chaotic shouting began to be heard from outside. Then,
a series of muffled groans and screams could be heard. Damn! The assassin has help outside! Brush! 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 The assassin in the tent clearly didn't want to alert too many people. Hearing the noise outside,
he immediately intensified his movements. With a flick of his wrist, several swords slashed out. Damn it! Lin Sha rolled back and forth on the ground, dodging the assassin's sword blow after blow. He didn't know how to use his nunchaku anymore. He swung it.
But it was always in vain. He always gave the assassin an opportunity to strike with his sword. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, his ability to dodge and move with ease in a small area, he would have been stabbed through. Damn, this can't go on! He
was filled with rage, kept dodging the assassin's sharp sword. The growing clamor outside the main tent didn't stir any excitement in him. All he could think about was how to escape this disaster. Snap! He dodged the assassin's sword once again.
With a sudden force, he clamped the nunchaku from the chain, transforming it into a solid iron rod about 34 meters long. He leaped up with a kick of his foot. The short iron club in his hand exploded with sharp sounds.
17 batons of spears and clubs lashed out in unison, like the unending flow of the Yangtze River. Suddenly, the shadows of the clubs were thick and powerful, and a strong wind filled the air. Ding ding ding.
The assassin hadn't expected Lin Sha to have such a trick up his sleeve. Caught off guard, he had no time to change his stance. The momentum of his sword suddenly shifted,
transforming into tiny sparks of light that collided repeatedly with the incoming iron club. A series of crisp clinking sounds accompanied the clashes, and sparks flickered in the pitch-black main tent.
The 17 combination spear and staff is a unique staff technique of Hungar. Once unleashed, each move is fierce and powerful. One form follows another like an endless tide.
It combines the ferocity and intensity of staff techniques with the flexibility and versatility of spear techniques. Periodically, it incorporates spear and stake techniques, creating a flurry of changes that leaves the assassin flustered. Brother, let's go!
There are more and more soldiers around. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The battle suddenly reached a stalemate. The sneak attackers struggled to penetrate the 17th Company's spear and staff defenses.
Lin Sha's attempts to harm them proved even more difficult. Just then, the shouting and clamor outside the main tent grew louder. Suddenly, an urgent call from one of the assassin's companions reached from outside. Humph, I'll spare your life for now.
I'll come back and take it next time. The assassin was also a decisive man. Seeing that things were going to get out of hand, he withdrew his attack and quickly retreated. From afar, he could hear his unwilling voice. Damn, who's afraid of who?
Fight me for another 30 rounds!
Lin Sha was furious. Naturally, he wouldn't show any fear in front of his fellow soldiers. He stormed out of the main tent, a short iron club in hand,
and shouted in the direction the assassin had fled. As expected, his heroic performance immediately lifted the spirits of the surrounding soldiers and boosted their morale. After all this trouble,
how could the officers and soldiers of the supply battalion sleep? Lin Sha personally directed the cleanup of the battlefield. Tallying the losses, he treated the wounded and arranged patrols and security. By the time things were settled,
the sky was already turning pale. Lin Sha was so angry when he received the damage report, he nearly cursed. The bandits in Red Wolf Village hadn't suffered more than 10 casualties, but last night's sudden assassination had claimed over a dozen lives.
What bad luck! Lin Sha ordered his men to carefully collect the bodies of the fallen. The injured received emergency medical treatment from the accompanying military doctors. It was then that the county magistrate
panicked and hurriedly arrived with a group of militiamen. Lin Sha exchanged pleasantries with the county magistrate. Needing no further explanation, he declined the magistrate's cordial invitation and, that morning,
packed up his carriage and hurried back to Kunming. They guarded the area with extreme caution along the way. However, no assassins appeared to infiltrate the camp. When Lin Sha led the officers and soldiers of the supply battalion back to Kunming,
they were all exhausted. After hastily arranging the camp's security, Lin Sha, without further delay, hurried to Kunming City with a cartload of valuables. This time, the supply battalion not only wiped out a notorious bandit group in western Yunnan,
but also Lin Sha's tactful submission earned him unanimous praise from his superiors. General Hu Gozhu even personally met with him, accepting Lin Sha's generous tribute of money and goods.
He immediately promoted Lin Sha to a lower rank and transferred him to the regular battalion as a captain. After announcing the appointment, General Hu's demeanor changed. He called over the chubby young Master Hu to join him, acting like an elder.
He inquired about his well-being and was incredibly kind. He implicitly encouraged him to continue striving for greater success. With Uncle Hu at his side, promotion and wealth were no big deal. He even treated him to a hearty lunch.
Lin Sha left the general's office in a daze. He thought to himself, "He's truly a seasoned official. When he starts saying nice things, it's so refreshing." Where's his usual dignified demeanor? He joined the nearly 10 personal guards waiting outside.
He didn't stay in Kunming, which had regained its prosperity and bustle. He directly left the city, exhausted unexpectedly. After suppressing the bandits, he also gave his superiors some gifts. The previously pending transfer order finally came down.
At the same time, his rank was also raised by half a level. This gives us a glimpse into the atmosphere of the Qing officialdom. Who, as a group of about 10 riders passed the grove where the foolish Ye Tianlong had ambushed them. One of the riders,
who was on guard and scouting on both flanks, suddenly shouted. He quickly drew his steel knife, his face alert. Damn. Again, Lin Sha was instantly jolted out of his thoughts. He reached out and grabbed the ash-shafted spear hanging from the side of his saddle.
With a flick of his wrist, the iron spearhead danced like a serpent, its sharp whirring sound echoing endlessly. He spurred his small Dian horse forward, charging forward. Nearly 10 other scattered riders followed suit. "What's going on?"
Lin Sha asked in a deep voice. His ears twitched slightly, and he heard the faint sound of rapid breathing in the dense forest. His grip on the ash-stem spear tightened. "Sir, I just heard some unusual noises in the woods."
The personal soldier who had just reminded him answered respectfully. "Come out. You've been discovered." Lin Sha nodded gently. He gestured for his guards to disperse and stand guard. Then he shouted in a deep voice into the quiet, dense woods.
There was complete silence. Apart from the tense breathing of the surrounding guards, no other sound could be heard. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished!" Lin Sha's face darkened. He suddenly urged his cavalry forward.
His ash-shafted spear thrust forward with a whistling sound. The spear tip whistled and exploded like a dancing snake. Left and right, a dense mass of spear shadows enveloped the dense forest ahead. Whoosh, whoosh. What stunned the guards was that,
despite the dense spear shadows like swirling snakes, not a single one pierced the dense branches and trunks. Instead, they shot forward through the gaps between the branches, sending shards of lush green leaves flying all over the sky.
Before the guards could recover from the exquisite spearmanship, a girl's crisp scream suddenly rang out from the small trees. Chapter 65. Two beauties fell into a trap. You dog official. Die.
Piercing scream of a young girl hadn't yet subsided when another beautiful female voice echoed. Then, the dense sap and leaves of the tree shook violently. A graceful figure, sword in hand, leaped out. The blade flashed with a chilling light.
Its target was Lin Sha's 6 young leader. Court death. Lin Sha's face was grim. The ashed, shafted spear in his hand swung like a venomous snake, twisting in mid-air. The spear barrel lashed out from behind and lashed out fiercely at the woman who had attacked him.
With a shrill scream, the woman's fiery body flew backward. Sister Yi, before Lin Sha could make another move, a pite girl, about 13 or 14, burst out from the dense woods, her delicate features tinged with an air of innocent romance.
Made her dash to the injured woman in panic steps. Tears welled in her large, watery eyes. A look of pity. Sister Yi. Lin Sha reached out to stop his guards from taking action. He looked down at the two beauties who had suddenly appeared.
His mind instantly guessed their identities. Time up and take them away! The current situation, with so many people around, wasn't a good time to confirm the two women's identities. Lin Sha hesitated for a moment before waving his hand and giving the order.
Immediately, his personal guards dismounted and restrained the two women. What are you doing? The pretty girl who rushed out later screamed in shock. Her delicate face turned pale with fear. Her originally clear and soft voice became shrill and piercing.
Dog official. Kill or chop him up as you please. The woman Lin Sha had just shot away struggled to raise her head. He also managed to frighten the girl, whose face had turned pale. The innocent little girl, held in his arms,
looked at Lin Sha with resentment. He acted as if he was ready to die and spoke coldly. You bastard official, if you dare to have any bad intentions towards me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Oh, you little girl.
You're now a prisoner and you still dare to be stubborn. Lin Sha's brows arched. He watched with interest as Sister Yi, pale and sweaty yet still beautiful and charming, remained. His expression suddenly changed, and with a swish,
the spear in his hand thrust forward. With a thud, the entire spearhead sunk into the soft earth, barely half a palm's length from Sister Yi's beautiful face. Seeing Sister Yi's face instantly turn pale, he gently pulled back his spear and chuckled.
I hate being threatened the most, even by the most beautiful woman. As he spoke, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face. He chuckled. I really didn't have any thoughts like that just now, but after you reminded me, little girl, you.
Her towering chest rose and fell violently, arousing suspicion. Her face, once pale as paper, flushed crimson. Then, amid the exclamations of the innocent girl behind her, she rolled her eyes, fainted and,
unable to catch her breath, fainted. Haha. Why do I feel like I've become the big bad guy who oppresses the good? Lin Sha smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and ordered his guards to tie up the two women and bring them aboard. The innocent girl,
though pale and trembling with fear, offered no resistance and obeyed obediently. The guards who arrested her didn't dare to use force on her. They simply tied her loosely with rope and threw her onto the saddle. With two more female captives by his side,
Lin Sha did not return to the camp. Instead, he brought his personal guards to a temporary residence in the small town. A northern-style quadrangle courtyard, 3 main rooms, 3 side rooms on each side, enough space for nearly 10 of his personal guards.
However, the horses were small, so they had to leave them all at a wealthy family nearby. After returning home, he rested for a while, summoned his personal guards and assigned them patrol and security duties. With the help of his maid, he took a nice hot bath.
Only then, refreshed, did he go to the wing where the 2 female assassins were imprisoned. You 2 little girls, it must be tough being a captive, right? Lin Sha plopped down on a chair,
looking at the 2 beauties huddled together on the bamboo bed with a smile in his eyes. Humph. Dog official. Sister Yi had regained consciousness. Her hands and feet were tightly bound, but she refused to slouch.
She struggled to move her fiery body to shield the innocent little beauty behind her. Her gaze toward Lin Sha was filled with resentment and anxiety. Don't keep calling officials dogs. Beautiful women should pay attention to their image. Okay, Lin Sha.
Not angry, he pointed at his nose and said with a puzzled look on his face, I don't know what I've done that's so wicked and immoral. You, a bunch of righteous men, just kill me without asking any questions.
And you keep calling me dog officials as if you're the embodiment of justice. Bah. Working under the traitor Wu Sangui, how could he be any good? Sister Yi's eyes were filled with evil. She sneered with contempt.
Beautiful women should pay attention to their image. The way you looked just now, you looked like a bitch. Lin Sha chuckled and reminded Sister Yi to be more presentable. He curled his lips in disdain. According to you,
anyone who works under the king of Pingxi is a bad person. So what about the people who are content to be obedient citizens in Yunnan province? According to your logic, they're not that good either, are they?
You are talking nonsense!
Sister Yi was stunned when she heard this. Her eyes widened as she angrily exclaimed, "The people are intimidated by the tyranny of that scoundrel Wu Sangui. They dare not speak out. Then what is your Prince Mu's mansion?" Lin Sha didn't take it seriously.
Suddenly, he changed the subject and asked, "Are you a loyal subject under the guise of the Pingxi king, or are you plotting rebellion under the guise of a loyal subject?" You, how do you know? The two women were immediately horrified.
They didn't understand how Lin Sha could reveal their identities in one sentence. "Stop pretending. I've been assassinated 3 times recently. They were all from Prince Mu's mansion. Right?" Lin Sha waved his hand, although it was a question.
His tone was very certain. "Only you, the people of Prince Mu's mansion, have nothing better to do. You can't find the real culprit, so you pick on a small fry like me. Why bother? Why bother?" he said with a serious look of regret, "with your reckless behavior.
Sooner or later you'll anger the Prince of Pingxi. He'll take ruthless action against you. Prince Mu's mansion." Seeing Sister Yi about to speak, he waved his hand and continued, "It's not too late to listen to what I have to say.
You should be thankful that the ancestors of the Mu Palace are so powerful. They have influence in all aspects of Yunnan province. The Prince of Pingxi shouldn't be too drastic and attract criticism. Otherwise..."
Do you think you can wait so leisurely outside the city to ambush me? Don't be silly. With your limited power, let alone the King of Pingxi, any general of the Yunnan army can make you suffer." Lin Sha's face turned stern as he shouted harshly,
frightening the two women so much that their faces turned pale and weak. "Don't worry, I haven't figured out what to do with you two yet." Lin Sha chuckled and slowed his tone. He looked at the innocent girl huddled behind Sister Yi, not daring to look up.
He chuckled softly, "Especially you, little Princess Mu Jiangping." Chapter 66. The storm is coming. What? Xiaomei and Fang Yi are both missing. In a remote compound in a small town incoming. Mu Jiansheng looked at Lu Yizhou, who had come to report in panic,
with a look of shock on his face. "Do you know where they went when they were last seen?" Mu Jiansheng's face flashed with anxiety. He suppressed his panic and pretended to be calm. "I heard them say, it seems like they're going to go for a stroll in the city."
Lu Yizhou faced Mu Jiansheng's sharp gaze. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He stammered and spoke with little confidence. "Has anyone been sent to look for him?" Mu Jiansheng's harks.
He continued to ask without changing his expression. "I searched, I didn't find it. I almost got caught by the authorities." Li Yizhou looked ashamed and a little scared. "So where will they go?" Mu Jiansheng's brows were furrowed, as if he was talking to himself.
Or as if he was asking questions to the martial arts masters present. "How about we mobilize our connections in the city to find out?" Lu Dahong, the iron-backed azure dragon, who sat at the head of the table, was the first to speak.
His stern face was filled with displeasure. He was the foremost expert in the Mu Palace and the master of the Crown Prince, Mu Jiansheng. His high status meant he spoke without reservation. "This
Will it cause too much noise and attract the attention of the authorities?" The old man sitting below Lu Dahong hesitated. He was Wu Lisen, a master of the Mu Palace and Lu Dahong's generation. "We've already met everyone.
The most important thing now is to find them. We can't really care if they're exposed or not." Although Lu Dahong was very dissatisfied with the young princess and Fang Yi's last-minute behavior, he still made up his mind at the critical moment. "Anyway,
We won't be staying in Yunnan province for too long. The old villain Wu Sangui can't reach the capital yet. Just do as Master Lu says." Mu Jiansheng quickly chimed in. This was a matter concerning the safety of his only sister.
How could he possibly not take it seriously? Lu Yizhou's behavior was surprising. Fang Yi was his fiancée. Now Shed suddenly disappeared. He didn't even mention how desperately he was looking for her. Damn, you always have to act anxious.
What the hell was that calm expression on your face? Mr. Wu, is that kid named Lin Sha really that difficult to deal with? Having agreed to find his sister, Mu Jiansheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned the topic to business.
That kid is certainly capable. He remained calm despite the sudden assassination attempt in the middle of the night. His nunchaku techniques are truly bizarre.
His subsequent transformation into a powerful and aggressive stick technique is also fierce and domineering. It's going to take a while to take him down. Wu Lisen's face flushed slightly. He recounted the details of the assassination without hesitation. Finally,
he shook his head, with a mixture of admiration and regret. That's right. The expert from Prince Mu's palace who had sneaked into the military camp that night to assassinate Lin Sha was none other than Wu Lishan, nicknamed the Shaking Lion.
He was one of the most powerful masters in Prince Mu's palace. I didn't expect that a small commander of the Yunnan army would have such ability. Mu Jiansheng's face was heavy, and his mood was even more miserable than his expression. Just give me a chance.
Wu Lishen looked embarrassed, but patted his chest and made a promise. Forget it. Let's find the little princess first.
Don't alert the enemy!
Lu Dong, the iron-backed azure dragon at the head, shook his head and warned in a deep voice.
Wait until we find news of the young princess. The authorities will probably have discovered our presence. We can't stay in Yunnan province any longer. We must leave immediately. Wu Lijin was unwilling. He turned to look at Mu Jiansheng, unfortunately.
He was destined to be disappointed. Okay, let's do it. Mu Jiansheng made a prompt decision. The power of the Prince Mus Palace in Yunnan province is truly significant. Once they mobilize in Kunming, few things can be hidden from their eyes. Just one day.
They received news that the young princess and Fang Yi had failed to assassinate Lin Sha and were captured. After all, when Lin Sha led his men back to the town, although he had provided some cover,
it couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of those who were interested. Damn it, it's that Lin kid. We're lucky we didn't go looking for him. How dare this guy provoke us? Wu Lishen, in a rage, jumped up and down, cursing. All right.
Now that we know where the people are, that's good. Let's get them out quickly, then we can move quickly. I think the authorities are already on to us. Backed azure dragon Lu Dehong interrupted Wu Lishen's shouting with annoyance.
He waved his hand with an impatient look on his face. So what should we do next? Should we just attack them directly? Li Sha was very excited. He asked first without waiting for others to speak. Please use your brains.
Let's assassinate him one after another. Is that guy not prepared at all? Lu Dehong scolded him angrily. His face was serious and he said in a deep voice, the baggage camp controlled by that kid is near the town. We must act quickly otherwise.
By the time the nearby Qing troops hear the news and arrive, things will be bad. No, my news is that this guy has been transferred to the regular battalion. He's already resigned from his position as the commander of the supply battalion.
Has only accompanied by a few personal guards. This is a perfect opportunity for us to take action. Wu Lishen expressed a different opinion and produced solid evidence to prove the truth of his statement. Upon hearing this,
the experts from Prince Mus Palace were overjoyed. After confirming the truth of the matter, they immediately formulated an action plan this time. Half of Prince Mus Palace's experts were dispatched, including top expert Lu Dehong.
They had to strike with one strike and ideally eliminate Lin Sha, just as the people in Prince Mus Palace had guessed. Their actions were too big and had already attracted the close attention of Prince Pinx's palace.
Old Wu has been in charge of Yunnan province for nearly a decade. His management has been impenetrable, and even within Kunming, his home base, he remains incredibly powerful. He has a dense network of spies and sharp eyes.
Any major movement escapes their detection. Prince Mus Mansion again. Upon receiving news of Prince Mus' rampant activities in Kunming, Wu Sangli was furious. He strengthened security for the Pinxi Palace, the generals,
and important civil officials. He also ordered his spies to closely monitor the remaining Prince Mus forces and report any findings immediately. The Kunming prefectural government and the city's garrison received secret orders.
They were to be ready to deploy at any moment. Old Wu was determined to teach the remaining forces of Prince Mus Palace a lesson. It would be even better if they could be completely wiped out. Lin Sha, at the center of the storm,
naturally felt the tense atmosphere of impending storm. He immediately became alert and strengthened his protective measures. He was deeply wary of the martial arts masters in Prince Mus Mansion. It was a pity.
He had already resigned from his position as the commander of the supply battalion. It would take some time before he could officially take up his post in the regular battalion. The manpower available was extremely limited.
He had no choice but to stay at home every day to prevent his enemies from taking advantage. He hadn't expected the martial arts masters of Prince Mus Palace to be so audacious. Chapter 67. The two beauties have different thoughts.
Fang Yi and Mu Jianping were very confused. Since being arrested and imprisoned, apart from being verbally harassed by that incompetent official and having his freedom of movement restricted, he has not taken any further action. This is really strange.
The innocent little princess might not feel anything. But Fang Yi had seen the dangers of the martial world. She knew how miserable the fate of beautiful women like them would be if they fell into the hands of the enemy. Of course,
she definitely didn't want to try those cruel and inhumane methods for women. I just have a doubt in my heart. That bastard official Lin Sha doesn't seem as hateful and shameless as the rumors say. At the same time, he was extremely anxious.
Why hadn't Prince Mus Mansion come to rescue him yet? As a descendant of the Fang family, one of the four great generals of the Mu Palace, he was well aware of the power of the Mu Palace in Yunnan province. It was a behemoth that even Wu Sangui, the scoundrel,
had a headache with. With the power of Prince Mus Mansion, it would be easy to find out their whereabouts. That bastard official Lin Sha didn't try to hide it when he brought them here. Little Princess Mu Jianping didn't have so many worries.
She thought Lin Sha was very interesting.
Yes,
Interesting! She was indeed very scared when she was first arrested, but then she realized that Lin Sha was not vicious. He only restricted her and Sister Yi's personal freedom.
She felt relieved when she realized that he had not done anything evil again. Once she relaxed, she realized that Lin Sha was truly an interesting person. He was witty and humorous, and he wasn't pretentious, even though he'd tease her from time to time.
And though it made her feel shy, she didn't mind him. Unlike her brother and master, who only knew how to restrict her actions, all she did all day was practice martial arts, which was extremely boring. Perhaps that scoundrel Lin Sha noticed her boredom.
But he actually found a lot of interesting historical records for her to read when she was bored. He also told some funny little jokes from time to time, which made her laugh to death. The little princess was actually feeling incredibly happy.
She had no desire to be rescued at all. She was eager to spend more time with that badass Lin Sha. At the very least, she wanted him to tell her a few more jokes. This was also what gave Fang Yi a headache.
Every time she saw the little princess' carefree and cheerful appearance, she couldn't help but feel a headache. Princess, you have to understand this. We are captives, of course. Besides worrying about her own safety and the safety of the little princess.
She was also frightened by the strength that Lin Sha usually displayed, with no military duties to attend to, the threat of Prince Mu's palace looming, and two beautiful captives at home. Lin Sha simply stayed indoors, becoming a homebody. Meanwhile,
he settled down to focus on his internal martial arts training. Considering that in this era, whether fighting in the martial arts world or on the battlefield, weapons are the main form of combat. Few people can travel the world unarmed. As the saying goes,
adapt to local conditions. Given the prevailing environment, he could stand out. So, during this period of his stay-at-home life, he focused his martial arts training on spearmanship, swordsmanship, and staffmanship. Needless to say,
spearmanship is a very important training method of internal martial arts. It is not only a way to practice spears, but also a way to train oneself. It is also very beneficial to the practice of internal martial arts, just like Xuanhuan,
the legendary spearman of the Republic of China era. He practiced spearmanship for 30 years, instantly becoming world-renowned and instantly becoming a master. His skill was entirely the result of 30 years of unwavering perseverance in spearmanship.
As for swordsmanship, there's nothing I can do about it. A spear is inconvenient to carry, after all. You can't even sleep with a spear in your arms just because you're worried about being assassinated. Right? A waist knife is more convenient.
Keep it within easy reach. If something unexpected happens, you can immediately draw your knife and respond. Swordsmanship wasn't just for martial arts battles, it was equally effective on the battlefield. Furthermore,
the Qinglong sword and Guandao he practiced, their names clearly indicated their connection. Whether in a duel in the martial arts world or on the battlefield, they were both incredibly powerful. Of course, his energy was limited after all.
His main focus was still on the spear. As for swordsmanship, he only needed to become proficient. There was no need to be too demanding. The same was true for stick fighting.
It was simply because he had the right weapon at hand that he could learn it very quickly. Plus, the 17 spear and stick techniques he'd practiced had some traces of spear techniques, so he picked it up incredibly quickly.
Because he had no military duties, he practiced martial arts in the open space of the small courtyard every day. Naturally, Fang Yi, who was paying close attention, saw him. Xuanhuan boxing, spearmanship, swordsmanship, and staffmanship.
Aside from the last two, which looked like they were new to the art, the first two were incredibly powerful. Especially the kind of boxing she had never seen before. Every move was fierce and sharp, every punch produced a loud explosion.
This kind of scene could only be created by a master with some achievements in internal martial arts. But Lin Sha, this useless official, clearly didn't know any internal martial arts. And then there's that strange, unpredictable spearmanship.
The spear shaft dances like a serpent, pointing east and striking west. The sharp tip of the spear spit out its tongue like a venomous snake, each thrust carrying an unimaginably mysterious trajectory.
The sharp whistle of air piercing the air is so piercing it that it can make one's scalp numb, ears ringing, and dizziness creep in. A master.
Absolutely a master!
Fang Yi was horrified to discover that Lin Sha, this official, was incredibly powerful.
Even across the entire Mu Palace, the only ones who could rival or even surpass him were the iron-backed azure dragon Lu Dong and the shaking lion Wu Lishen. The rest were no match at all. This discovery filled her with both anger and worry.
Prince Mu's palace had underestimated Lin Sha, this corrupt official. They hadn't expected this corrupt official to be so powerful. At the same time, he was deeply concerned about the potential rescuers. Lin Sha, that idiot official, was so powerful.
It would be useless. Even if enough people came, without expert support, it would be a problem. Casualties were inevitable. She was extremely anxious. She wanted to find a chance to spread the news, Unfortunately, although Lin Sha,
the corrupt official, hadn't done anything excessive to them, he was keeping them under strict surveillance. There was no chance at all. In just 2 days, Fang Yi's anxiousness had caused blisters to form at the corners of her mouth.
This caused Lin Sha to scream and cry out. The little princess covered her mouth in worry. Fang Yi was so frightened that she turned pale and dared not think about it anymore. That evening, after dinner, Lin Sha strolled around the small courtyard.
Before he knew it, he was outside the chamber where the 2 beautiful assassins were imprisoned. Lovely little princess, do you miss your brother Lin? Pushing open the half-open door, Lin Sha walked in with a smile on his face. Humph.
I didn't think of you as a bad guy. Seeing Lin Sha come in, Mu Jianping's eyes flashed with surprise. She pouted her rosy little mouth and turned her head away. Her soft and coquettish voice made Lin Sha feel very comfortable.
Doesn't that cute little princess want the story to stop? Lin Sha sighed in disappointment, shook his head, and turned to leave. Big bad guy. Seeing that Lin Sha was really about to leave, Mu Jianping suddenly became anxious and his eyes turned slightly red.
Fang Yi watched Lin Sha teasing the young princess from the sidelines. Her eyes widened in anger, and she gritted her teeth. She grew even more furious at Lin Sha, the shameless official. Chapter 68. A group of experts attacked and fell into a tough battle.
Hey,
Don't cry, little princess, I want leave. Seeing Mu Jianping's red eyes, Lin Sha panicked. He felt guilty for bullying a kindergartner. He subconsciously took 2 steps closer, wanting to comfort this innocent girl. Get out of here.
You piece of shit. Fang Lifeng's eyes were filled with murder. She rushed to Mu Jianping first, shouted at him, and slapped him with her bare hands. You little bitch. Your tactics are really unpleasant. Lin Sha grabbed Fang Yi's snow-white hand.
With a slight pressure, a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He warned in a deep voice. He wasn't like Wei Xiaobao, who had never seen a beautiful woman before. He would stare at every beautiful woman he saw and would do anything to pursue her.
What kind of beauties had he not seen in his first life in modern society? Following his boss, he visited various places of entertainment. He even played with various foreign women. Although he was not a playboy, he was not easily seduced by beauty. Ouch!
Fang Yi groaned in pain as her wrist was grabbed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. She bit her face pale. She was sweating profusely yet.
she remained as charming as ever. You big bad guy. Don't bully Sister Yi.
The young princess,
sensing the atmosphere wasn't right, rushed forward. Not caring about crying, she timidly stood between the 2 men. Her innocent and pretty face was pale, making her look even more pitiful. Haha, for the sake of the little princess, I'll let your sister Yi go.
Lin Sha laughed and let go. He chuckled and scratched the tip of the little princess' delicate nose. He teased, Little princess, do you want to hear more stories? Compared to the worldly and unpredictable Fang Yi,
Lin Sha dotes on the innocent little princess Mu Jianping to the core. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't interested in little middle school girls. In his eyes, Mu Jianping was just a simple,
innocent little middle school girl who didn't care about worldly matters. It was precisely because of her innocence that Lin Sha loved to tease the little girl. In his first life in modern society, he'd seen too many scheming bitches.
Even the girls in elementary school were no ordinary women. That was why he hadn't gotten married yet. Fighting underworld boxing was inherently risky. He focused almost all of his energy on it. He couldn't afford to slack off even for a moment.
How could he have the energy to please a girl? In his second life, Wang Fei Hung's most frequent contact was with 13th aunt. She was too westernized for his taste. Later his cheap master tried to introduce him to a girl.
And a makeup-faced matchmaker even came to propose marriage. However, he was so absorbed in his internal martial arts training that he had no desire to marry a girl with bound feet. As a result, he put it off until he was in his 20s.
Ultimately killing himself. As for the current world of the deer and the cauldron, when I first arrived, I was busy managing the supply camp and restoring my strength. How could I have the time to talk about love, now that everything has settled down?
And there's no matchmaker to help him find a date. He can't just go around saying he's a rich bachelor. Those with daughters should send a matchmaker to their homes. Therefore,
his current attitude towards relationships between men and women was still dominated by his first life's mindset. He didn't much like scheming women. He particularly liked Mu Jianping, who was simple-minded and innocent. Therefore,
he was particularly patient and doting with the little princess. Princess Mu Jianping's adorable brows furrowed slightly. Her large, watery eyes flickered from one moment to the other. Then, they glanced at Fang Yi,
whose face was filled with indignation. Her face was filled with an expression of distress and confusion. Lin Sha couldn't help laughing and felt soft in his heart. This was clearly a simple young girl who hadn't seen much of the world.
He just couldn't understand. How could Mu Jianqing and Lu Dahong, the gang, have the heart to bring such a simple young girl out to venture into the martial arts world? Who? Just as Lin Sha was about to surrender to the little girl,
A loud shout suddenly rang out from the courtyard, then a muffled groan escaped, and there was no more sound. Are you here? Lin Sha's heart trembled. He ignored the bewildered young princess. He lunged forward and struck Fang Yi, whose face was filled with joy.
Unconscious, he simply told her not to leave before turning and dashing off. Chi-chi-chi. He had just rushed into the small courtyard. Before he could see what was happening, he heard several sounds of piercing the air. Well done! Lin Sha suddenly roared.
The white wax rod, its tip removed, shot out from his hand. The spear shaft danced like a serpent, swaying left and right erratically. The rounded tip danced like pear blossoms, clanging and clashing fiercely with the incoming swords and broadswords. Damn it.
You dog official. But at this moment, a roar erupted from behind. Immediately following, a sharp whistle erupted from the air as a sharp weapon pierced through the air. Before the attack even reached him, a sharp gust of wind had already struck.
How can it be that easy? Lin Sha scoffed. With a twist of his waist, he yanked the spear back. The handle transformed into a spearhead, like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. Silently, he struck first.
The cylindrical spearhead landed precisely on the blade of the ring-handled sword coming from behind him. A crisp ding sound echoed. Lin Sha, using the recoil, loosened and tightened his hands. A 2-meter-long white wax spear slid forward from his grasp.
In an instant, the spear's tip and butt made another dramatic shift. With a flick of his wrist, the cylindrical spear tip trembled violently. It emitted a sharp whistling sound, its trajectory constantly changing in the air. It swerved unpredictably to the left.
Dots of gunfire swept across, engulfing all the powerful enemies in front of him. Ding ding ding. Bang bang bang. In his hands, a white wax staff swirled like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. It swirled left and right.
Appearing and disappearing with a swift whirlwind, the three martial arts masters before him lost their initiative. Caught between the hurricane-like onslaught of the white wax staff and the long spear, they swung their swords like the wind.
Barely protecting their master, their entire bodies were only capable of defense. With no chance of attack, you guys go rescue the little princess and Fang Yi quickly. It'll take care of this brat.
The martial arts expert behind Lin Sha saw that the situation was not good. He immediately swung his sword and chopped at the opponent while reminding his companion to focus on the important matters. Whoosh! Whoosh! This old fellow was truly remarkable.
He wielded the handled sword with unparalleled force and power. Even before the sword reached him, a sharp gust of wind blew, piercing the skin of Lin Sha's back. What a master! Lin Sha's heart trembled and he dared not delay.
He swung his ash-shafted spear across, forcing back the three martial arts masters in front of him. He stepped forward with the Kulin step, instantly creating distance from the attackers behind him. Then, he suddenly twisted his body to the side.
Wielding the ash-shafted spear with his body as the center, with a sharp, explosive gust of wind, he leaped like a venomous snake. The extremely flexible spear shaft bent into a semicircle,
its cylindrical tip pointing directly at the waist of the old man behind him. Swish! Swish! Taking advantage of the moment when Lin Sha was entangled by the old man.
The three martial arts masters who had been utterly defeated by his spear immediately retreated. They then rushed non-stop towards the chamber where Fang Yi and the young princess were being held.
It seemed they had already thoroughly understood the layout of Lin Sha's courtyard. The dog official took my sword. Seeing Lin Sha so ferocious, the old man behind him dodged a sudden shot. At the same time,
he raised the big knife in his hand and rushed towards Lin Sha. Chapter 69. Defeat the powerful enemy and make a decision. Damn it! Lin Sha was furious. Prince Mu's mansion had pulled off a major tactic this time,
sending out 4-5 skilled fighters for a surprise attack. Even he who had been prepared was caught off guard, especially the old man wielding the sword. His swordsmanship was truly sharp and fierce.
His movements were like the unstoppable flow of the Yangtze River. At the same time, he retained the bold and aggressive spirit of northern swordsmanship. He even incorporated the sharp and ruthless nature of southern Yunnan swordsmanship.
Lin Sha's ash-shafted spear spun like a windmill. The tip of the spear stretched and retracted like a venomous snake, silent when lurking, clean and sharp when striking, like a surging river. It was picturesque when calm.
Raging was a relentless, unending torrent. He gave his opponent no chance to breathe. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Sword and spear. Each strike was sharp and menacing. Lin Sha's footwork was swift and rapid. The old man's lightness skills,
which were truly extraordinary. One man moved swiftly and agilely within a small area. The other moved so quickly that it was impossible to grasp his clothes.
This was the strongest enemy Lin Sha had encountered since crossing into the world of the deer and the cauldron. Aside from the attack he suffered while suppressing the Red Wolf bandits, the iron-backed Azure Dragon.
The foremost expert in the Mu Palace was also filled with admiration. He hadn't expected Lin Sha to be so powerful. They had truly underestimated him. The two men fought fiercely, Shouts and calls for battle rang out endlessly. Swords and spear.
Sparks flew everywhere. Their fighting spirit surged, oblivious to everything else. Their only focus was on their opponent and his weapons. They paid no attention to anything else around them. Until, Brother Lu, the little princess, has been rescued.
Let's leave quickly. A loud shout echoed from the courtyard wall. Lin Sha spear fired continuously. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an old man in tight clothes climbing over the wall.
Who else could the petite beauty in his arms be but Mu Jianping? Bang! Swords and spears clashed. Each man retreated several steps. One marveled at the other's advanced martial arts skills despite his age. The other admired the other's sharp external skills.
Their sharp eyes met in the air, sparks of lightning swirling and flints flying. The little kid is pretty good. But it's a pity that he joined the traitor Wuxia. The old man slowly stopped his sword and looked at Lin Sha with a look of regret.
You don't have to be like this. Old man, everyone has their own destiny, everyone has their own way of living. No one can impose their will on others. Seeing the murderous aura fading from the mighty old man, Lin Sha knew he didn't want to fight any further. He,
too, was about to do so, putting away his gun and standing still. Hearing this, he chuckled softly. You have your persistence and beliefs. I too, have my own convictions and perseverance. As the saying goes,
those with different philosophies cannot work together. Humph, what a saying. People with different ideals cannot work together. The mighty old man's expression was grim. His gaze on Lin Sha was filled with hostility. Boy, you're still too young.
Hanging around with a scoundrel like Wu Sangui will only lead to bad consequences sooner or later. We'll talk about the future later. Old man, you should worry about how to escape first. Lin Sha's ash-shafted spear trembled.
He stared intently at the old man as he slowly retreated. Retreating into the ranks of his personal guards who had reacted and gathered to form a military formation, he sneered and said disdainfully, Humph.
What's the point of talking about a mere chicken or dog? The mighty old man's eyes glared fiercely as he slowly gazed at the soldiers surrounding Lin Sha. His mouth curled in disdain. He swung the broadsword in his hand. With a whoosh, he swept forward.
Forcing aside the slowly closing ranks of the Yunnan army, he glanced coldly at Lin Sha. With a sudden push of his foot, he leaped up. In a few leaps, he scaled the wall. Then, without a backward glance, he turned and walked away. Don't chase a desperate enemy.
Halting his soldiers' foolish pursuit, he waved his hand, signaling that the wounded should be treated first. He didn't dare be careless. He kept his ash-roofed spear in hand, patrolling the area.
Fearing any escapees that might lead to a surprise attack, the yard where he temporarily lived was only this big. Soon the casualty report was delivered to Lin Sha. Fortunately, no one died. Perhaps it was because he didn't want to completely anger Lin Sha.
Or perhaps there was some other motive. Regardless, the attackers in Prince Mu's palace didn't kill anyone this time. All the guards he encountered were either injured or bruised.
With the exception of one unlucky individual who was stabbed in the vitals by a pretty boy and suffered serious injuries. No one was seriously injured. This gave him a long sigh of relief.
After treating the wounded and arranging patrols for his personal guards, Lin Sha finally breathed a sigh of relief. He first went to the wing where Fang Yi and the young Princess Mu Jianping were being held. It was already empty.
With boxes and cabinets turned upside down. It's better to leave. There was a sense of inexplicable loss in my heart. But at the same time, there was also a sense of relief.
He had actually considered how to deal with the two women from Prince Mu's palace who were captured. The little princess was so innocent. He couldn't bear to hurt her and wouldn't do anything to her. If he sent her back,
he was worried that old Wu would bring up the past. It was a good thing they were rescued by the good people in Prince Mu's mansion. It would save him the trouble of explaining to old Wu later. As for Fang Yi,
while beautiful and full of the spirit of a chivalrous heroine, Lin Sha unfortunately disliked her complex thoughts. Furthermore, from the young princess words, Lin Sha discovered that Miss Fang already had a fiancé. It was none other than Lu Yizhou,
the famous gigolo from Prince Mu's palace in The Deer in the Cauldron. He wasn't as unrestrained as Wei Xiaobao. Nor was he as despicable as him. He wasn't honest when Fang Yi had other men in her heart. He didn't have such interests or hobbies.
As for the young princess, he had no other thoughts for the time being. Mu Jianping was simply too young. She didn't fit his age range for a woman. He could flirt with her occasionally for fun, but if they really wanted to stay together, he couldn't get over it.
It was better for him to leave now. He wouldn't have to worry about arranging the two women. If old Wu got the news and asked him to hand over the two women, would he hand them over or not? He thought that he would definitely not hand it over.
Then he would have no chance of staying in the Yunnan army. This was not the outcome he wanted to see. During this sneak attack, the strengths and weaknesses of Prince Mu's mansion were largely exposed, compared to old Wu's power and influence.
Right now, his most important task is to work hard to improve his internal martial arts skills. If I guessed correctly, the mighty old man who had just entangled me should be Lu Dahong, the iron-backed azure dragon.
The top master of the Mu Palace. His strength was about the same as his. Even if he was stronger, it was only to a limited extent. He couldn't believe it. The so-called top master of Prince Mu's palace was only at this level.
He was only at the peak of the Ming Jin level of his internal martial arts. He quickly dismissed the idea of obtaining the internal martial arts techniques from Prince Mu's palace. It's better to stick to the plan first.
Climb to a high position in the Yunnan army and contact the masters of the Dian Cang Sect. Then, find a way to obtain the internal skills from them. This is the safest and most practical method at the moment. Chapter 70.
Becoming famous and encountering good opportunities. Lin Sha's famous. Really famous. The publicity he displayed this time was so extraordinary that even Pingxi King Old Wu was alarmed. He had been repeatedly ambushed by the masters of Prince Mu's palace.
Yet he had managed to escape unscathed. This was enough to earn Old Wu's attention and recognition. This time, Prince Mu's palace dispatched experts like Lu Dahong, the iron-backed azure dragon, and Wu Lishen, the shaking lion.
But they still couldn't defeat Lin Sha. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a huge response among the top military and political leaders in Kunming. Because Old Wu had killed Mu Tianbo, the previous head of the Mu Palace.
He had forged a deep blood feud with the Mu Palace. Not only was Old Wu the target of the Mu Palace's assassination, but a number of high-ranking military and political figures in Yunnan province were also on the Mu Palace's hit list.
They were at risk of being ambushed by the palace's masters at any moment. Ask yourself, if it were them, they would definitely not have been able to get through this ordeal. But Lin Sha escaped unscathed. It's hard not to admire such skill and ability, so...
Old Wu, delighted, immediately promoted Lin Sha half a rank, from a 6th rank captain to a 5th rank guerrilla commander. He was in charge of 2 battalions. Not only did the former supply battalion return to his command,
but he also commanded and dispatched a battalion of regular troops. Thus, Lin Sha truly became a rising star of the Yunnan army, rather than a so-called rising star, directly taking charge of the military affairs of the 2 battalions.
Becoming familiar with the personnel of the 2 battalions and the military officers at all levels, and then attending various banquets, cultivating relationships with superiors and fellow soldiers.
Lin Sha was so busy that he had no time to care about anything else. By the time everything was sorted out, half a month had passed. At this time, the Mu Palace's men fled Yunnan province. News of their disappearance spread even within the provincial leadership.
Lin Sha, the ultimate beneficiary, and Old Wu and other high-ranking military and political figures in Yunnan province all breathed a sigh of relief. The troublemakers from the Mu Palace had finally left.
Only when he was free did he have the mind to check his own changes. As expected, the fastest way to improve strength was to fight against opponents of the same level, or in less favorable circumstances.
After enduring a siege by the elite warriors of Prince Mu's palace and finally engaging in a fierce battle with the iron-backed azure dragon Lu Dahong, Lin Sha had gained considerable experience and was already beginning to reach the threshold of dark energy.
This was what made him happiest. In this age of cold weapons and internal strength, everything else was empty. Only one's own strength was real. As long as one's own strength was strong enough, one could make it anywhere.
He entered a period of secluded training again. He took the opportunity to sort out the trivial matters of the new military camp he had taken over. He suddenly had over 300 regular soldiers under his command. The complexities of the situation were immense.
Winning their hearts and minds was no easy task. He had to demonstrate not only sufficient military prowess but also strong tactics. He also had to show his men the benefits of following him. Every aspect of the problem was complex and cumbersome,
making it a real headache to resolve. At this time, several chieftains in Yunnan province suddenly raised their flags and started a riot. In just a few days, the local order was completely disrupted.
Emergency documents from local governments poured into Kunming like snowflakes. Before Old Wu could come up with any concrete countermeasures, the imperial court took the lead in intervening. I forgot to mention,
it was already the 8th year of the Kangxi emperor's reign. Kang Damazi had been ruling the country for 2 years. The most sensational event at court this year was this fellow, in collusion with a group of minor eunuchs and attendants,
to overthrow the powerful minister, Obai, and demonstrate his prowess in completely seizing control of government. Kang Damazi was now at the height of his power.
He had long been dissatisfied with the 3 feudatories and had been considering reducing their power. With the chaos in Yunnan province now brewing, he naturally couldn't wait to intervene. The imperial court issued an edict reprimanding the Yunnan governor,
ordering him to quell the rebellion as soon as possible. It also implicitly suggested that if Yunnan province was unable to do so, the court could dispatch some elite green camp troops to Yunnan to assist in the suppression. How can this be tolerated?
Old Wu's mind wasn't lost yet. He reacted immediately. Summoning his trusted subordinates to assign tasks related to suppressing the rebellion, he also submitted a petition to the court, promising that he could handle such a minor matter.
The court didn't need to worry about it anymore. Hu Guozhu, one of old Wu's sons-in-law and a general of the Yunnan army, was directly tasked with suppressing the Tusi rebellion in western Yunnan.
The other generals were also assigned to various regions to suppress Tusi rebellions. This is an opportunity, a perfect opportunity to gain military merit! After Lin Sha got the news, his mind immediately became active.
He immediately found the fat boy Hu Deshao and asked for the details. Unexpectedly, the little fat boy looked very sad when they met. When Lin Sha asked him about it, he started to complain without thinking. His uncle, General Hu Guozhu.
Why? General Hu was given a thankless task. None of his capable generals were eager to fight. This made General Hu very worried. Lin Sha was genuinely baffled by what he heard. Damn, is there such a thing?
The fat boy Hu Deshao was very angry and explained the inside story to Lin Sha. Yunnan province not only boasts a complex terrain with high mountains and dense forests, but is also a multi-ethnic province. Furthermore,
it borders several major vassal states of the Qing dynasty to the south. This extremely complex situation often leads to riots and rebellions. Old Wu had settled in southern Yunnan for nearly a decade.
Most generals were accustomed to a life of ease and leisure. Suppressing rebellions and riots, a thankless task, was arduous and offered little military merit. It was a task that veteran generals dreaded.
This was also the main reason why General Da had so readily signed the order to march when Lin Sha took the initiative to lead the troops to suppress the Red Wolf Mountain bandits. Suppressing the bandits was only a minor issue.
The real headache was the local chieftains in Yunnan province. These chieftains were like local tyrants in their own territories. The imperial court's current policy towards them was primarily to win them over and appease them, which only fueled their arrogance.
Furthermore, the chieftain territories were generally nestled in high mountains and dense forests. Not only were roads difficult to navigate and communication with the outside world limited,
but the majority of their territory was populated by ethnic minorities, primarily the Miao people. This made it difficult for the government to respond promptly in the event of instability, making it very easy for war to spread across the land.
Even more troubling was the Miao people's unruly nature. Furthermore, they were exceptionally ferocious in battle. Furthermore, they were in their home turf, nestled in the mountains and dense forests. This made dealing with them extremely difficult.
The high-ranking generals naturally didn't want to face such a tough opponent. Regardless of their military achievements, their chances of promotion were limited. Furthermore, years of stable life had eroded their ambitions.
They naturally avoided the idea of quelling a Tusi rebellion. This is an opportunity. After listening to the fat young Master Hu's explanation, Lin Sha had a bold idea. Then, with a serious face, he said,
I want to participate in this operation to suppress the Tusi rebellion. I also hope young Master Hu can help me put in a few good words with your uncle. Chapter 71. Going out to quell the rebellion with a heavy heart. Good, Lin Sha.
You're truly a good kid. You're brave enough to take on responsibilities and have a bright future ahead of you. Lin Sha's initiative made Hu Guozhu very proud. He praised him generously at the military meeting. This guy's pretty good, has got drive and strength.
Right. Let's not let us old guys get in the way of the rising stars. Let these capable youngsters take the lead this time. Admiral Wang is right. We should give talented young people the opportunity to demonstrate their talents. The boss had spoken.
General Hu's officers naturally rushed to respond. They were eager to get this hot potato thrown as far away as possible. Lin Sha, the rising star in the army, had taken such initiative. Naturally, this fulfilled the wishes of the veterans.
They all rushed to push the troublesome matter onto Lin Sha, asking him to lead his troops to quell the rebellion. Of course, with Lin Sha leading the charge, the other lieutenants and commanders alike couldn't be too stingy.
They all called out 1 or 2 battalions of regular soldiers, led by unpopular and rebellious individuals within the army, to participate in the campaign to quell the Yunnan chieftains, not to mention the powerful generals in the army.
Each with their own agenda. Upon receiving the order to march, Lin Sha immediately led his 2 battalions to break camp. Without waiting to reunite with friendly forces, they hurriedly headed for western Yunnan. His initiative to volunteer was too offensive.
He didn't know how many of his fellow soldiers secretly resented him. It would be better for him to go alone, lest he get mixed up with other Yunnan troops and cause any trouble. With the experience of suppressing the Red Wolf bandits,
this march to western Yunnan went very smoothly. There were no unexpected incidents along the way. The logistics transfer base was set up in Dali. The 2 battalions took a short 3-day rest. During this period,
The unruly men in the regular barracks were naturally subjected to repeated warnings and admonishments. Furthermore, the outstanding performance of the officers and soldiers of the supply battalion successfully suppressed the arrogance of those arrogant men.
During the march, the training Lin Sha had previously enforced in the supply camp was clearly effective. The hundreds of miles of travel, even on official roads, were still incredibly exhausting for the regular soldiers. Once they arrived in Dali for rest,
they felt like they had lost their bones, lying on their beds groaning in agony. On the other hand, the troops in the supply camp, though dusty and tired, remained upright and in good spirits. They finished tidying up their makeshift camp, had a good hot meal.
After arranging patrol shifts in areas, they returned to camp and slept soundly. Such a stark contrast. Even if the regular soldiers were unwilling to accept it, they finally calmed down under Lin Sha's repeated admonitions.
They admitted that the quartermaster battalion was not a burden. On the contrary, if they didn't step up, they would likely be suppressed by the quartermaster battalion's auxiliary troops, taking advantage of this opportunity.
Lin Sha took drastic measures to rectify some bad habits in the regular soldiers' camp. He also required the regular soldiers and the supply battalion to practice for half an hour every morning, just like they did in the supply battalion.
Thanks to the Yunnan Army's consistent drill training, Lin Sha saved himself a lot of trouble. He could directly train the regular soldiers' physical fitness and combat skills. In just 3 days, they had achieved some success.
To deal with the rebellious chieftain, Lin Sha dared not be careless. In order to understand the Miao people's living habits and combat effectiveness, during the 3 days of rest, in addition to sorting out military affairs,
he also conducted on-site inspections of several Miao areas in Dali city. The result weighed heavily on his heart. The Miao people possessed the unique ruggedness of a mountain people. They were warm and friendly, yet also brave and aggressive.
Their customs were both simple and passionate. In just 3 days, he had witnessed 5 life or death fights, and that didn't even include brawls. Dali is primarily inhabited by the Bai ethnic group. The Miao ethnic group occupies only a tiny sliver of land.
This is a Miao area that has been heavily influenced by Han Chinese culture. If it were the Miao people living in the mountains, I can't imagine how difficult it would be to deal with them. Moreover,
the young and strong Miao people move like the wind in the mountains and forests. They are natural forest warriors. How difficult would it be to defeat them in the mountains and forests, with a heavy heart?
He and his 2 battalions of nearly 500 soldiers set out on a journey to quell the Tuzi rebellion in western Yunnan. He had no intention of demoralizing his soldiers. He did not disclose what he had seen and heard in the Maya village.
He simply summoned a few trusted captains, commissioned captains, and the captains of 2 battalions. He hinted that suppressing the rebellion might not be as smooth as expected, urging them to be cautious and mentally prepared. As a precaution,
Lin Sha did not lead nearly 500 Yunnan troops directly to the area where the Tusi were causing the most trouble. Instead, he first took a detour to the periphery to gain a better understanding of the situation and practice his tactics. Sure enough,
his caution was not without reason. When encircling and annihilating a rebel group of nearly 100 chieftains on the periphery, despite preemptive arrangements, traps were set, and the enemy was harassed.
They ultimately crushed the enemy with nearly 5 times their number. With fierce generals like Lin Sha leading the charge, the Yunnan army's victory was extremely hard fought. The rebels moved swiftly through the forests. Each one was as ferocious as a wolf,
offering fierce resistance. Armed with a short-bladed Miao Dao, adapted for forest warfare, they fought like mad tigers, desperately fighting for their lives. The Miao Dao's moves were brutal and vicious.
Fighting 1 against 2 on their home turf was practically a one-on-one battle. Had Lin Sha not been prepared, he might have been utterly defeated. Kill! Lin Sha shouted wildly. His spear swung like a dragon,
thrusting left and right with unwavering force. Despite the fierce and fearless resistance of the rebels blocking his path, he still faced no match. Hiss! The spear, like a venomous snake, instantly pierced the rebel's chest.
Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, but before Lin Sha could shake the spear and flinch, the rebel's eyes widened. The short Miao Dao in his hand slashed across from an incredible angle, intent on ripping Lin Sha apart. Brush!
Lin Sha remained calm despite his shock. He held his gun in one hand, his other bare hand lashing out like a whip. With a snap, he struck the wrist of the desperate rebel soldier holding the knife. A crisp crack echoed as a joint broke. The knife
suddenly lost its momentum. It slashed limply against Lin Sha's breastplate, unable to advance even a fraction. Damn it! What a lunatic who's totally desperate for his life! The wrist holding the gun twitched violently.
The elastic wax gun barrel instantly bent into an arc. Then it suddenly straightened and sent the rebel soldier's body flying off the gun's tip. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as he had dispatched 1 rebel soldier, 3 more bursts of air-piercing sounded.
3 rebels, their hair tangled and their faces fierce, leaped out one after another. With fierce expressions and sharp whistles they charged towards Lin Sha, the Yunnan army military attaché. He was no fool.
And knew the principle of capturing the leader first. Chapter 72, shouting for a fight and getting injured. Thinking of relying on the advantage of numbers. Dream on. Lin Sha snorted inwardly. He swung, tapped and twitched the ash-shafted spear in his hand.
In the blink of an eye, he deflected 3 Miao Dao attacks coming at him from different directions and angles. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sharp spearhead transformed into 3 beautiful pear blossoms.
A flick of cold light streaked across the throats of the 3 rebel warriors. Then, without even turning back, he shot away, leaving behind only 3 rebel soldiers with faces full of astonishment as they collapsed to the ground.
The battle lasted for half a day before the rebels were completely annihilated. Cleaning up the battlefield and counting the losses, the number of over 50 casualties made Lin Sha's heart bleed. Damn. These losses are too heavy, and that's just the outnumbered.
Intentional and unintentional. A head-on confrontation would have been even more devastating, not to mention the casualties. I'm afraid these guys won't be able to withstand the immense pressure and will collapse. Just now, if he hadn't bravely led the charge,
his spear would have been nearly invincible. His incredible bravery boosted the morale of his men, preventing them from doing something they would later regret after suffering heavy casualties. He saw many of the regular soldiers shrinking back, hesitant.
If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't appropriate to settle scores after a victory, and if it weren't for the fact that there were so many casualties, he really wanted to pick out all of these guys one by one. He wanted to kill those who deserved it.
He wanted to teach them the rules of the army. 3 days later, another ambush took place, with the majority facing the minority. Kill. Lin Sha, covered in blood, led the charge.
He couldn't possibly be the best among the 2 battalions of Yunnan troops. If he didn't set an example, it would be hard for his men to put aside all distractions and fight to the death. What was slightly better than last time was that this time,
the brothers didn't assume victory was guaranteed simply by having more men. Instead, they diligently followed their daily training and formed small formations, using the power of the team to compensate for any individual weaknesses.
The effect was quite noticeable. At least when they fought the frenzied rebels, they didn't feel the panic and helplessness they felt the first time. With their comrades by their side, casualties were significantly reduced.
And the results of the battle were even greater. Lin Sha's personal guards faced the most arduous battle. They had to keep up with Lin Sha, who was leading the charge. From the outset, they were surrounded by the rebels, despite their fierce fighting.
Over half of them were killed or wounded in a short period of time, stained with blood. Of course, their achievements were also impressive, with many more rebels falling beside them.
Lin Sha was in a tough fight this time and encountered a Miao Dao master among the rebels. The spear in his hand remained sharp and agile, but it wasn't very convenient in the dense forest. He had to concentrate every time he drew his spear.
The sharp tip of the spear could easily sink deep into the surrounding trees. In such a critical situation, it would be a fatal mistake. The spear in his hand grew ever more nimble and agile, like dancing pear blossoms, its cold light filling the air.
Or like a darting dragon or snail elusive, pointing east and striking west, he achieved his desired goal. The spear shaft twisted and spun like a nimble snake. The sharp tip, tinged with a hint of cold light, drew eerie arcs,
leaving one feeling almost defenseless. This time, facing the rebel warriors of Lin Sha, he wielded a Miao Dao, a sinister and ruthless force that was impossible to defend against. His physique was as nimble and agile as an ape.
And he moved with remarkable agility across the rugged hillsides and dense forests, swift as the wind. A single unwary move could lead to his uncanny close range attacks on vital points. The short-bladed Miao Dao flashed with cold light and varied in form.
Each move hit his vital points, forcing Lin Sha into a state of panic. The enemy was close to him, and the ash rod spear in his hand was no longer so useful. Fortunately, he was prepared this time.
He held his gun in one hand and unleashed the iron rod from his back with the other. He unleashed a volley of 17 rifle and rod attacks. The swift and fierce attack was unbelievable.
The lush branches and leaves of the surrounding trees were in dire straits. The blow from Lin Sha's iron rod sent them flying through the air. The clash of swords and rods sent the rebel warriors reeling back a meter or two. Blow! Lin Sha seized the opportunity.
With a flick of his wrist he swung his spear like a serpent. The shaft curved into a crescent. In the blink of an eye the sharp tip was directly in front of the rebel warrior. Bite! The rebel warrior had no time to react.
The whistling blast from the sharp spear tip already scratched his cheek painfully. He instinctively thrust his sword to block. A crisp ding echoed in his ears. A surge of force emanated from the blade. Before he could react, the spear tip instantly swerved.
Gently biting the wrist holding the sword, The sharp pain in his wrist, coupled with the immense force from the blade, caused the rebel warrior to lose control and his grip loosened. The short-bladed Miao Dao soared into the air. He too,
stumbling backward. Brush! Lin Sha didn't give him a chance to recover. With a flick of his spear, the sharp tip lunged forward once more. With a thud, it pierced the rebel warrior's right shoulder. Blood splattered.
Flesh tumbling in a terrifying display. Snort! Suffering such a heavy blow, the rebel warrior only groaned. His face turned pale as paper. His eyes were filled with ferocity and recklessness. His other hand pulled out a curved dagger from nowhere.
With a flick of his wrist, he thrust it into Lin Sha's chest without hesitation. Bang! There was no time to draw his gun to block. Lin Sha didn't care. With a fierce look in his eyes, he transformed his short stick into a spear and thrust it out.
He struck the rebel warrior's head first, piercing it directly. At the same time, he felt a chill and a sharp pain in his chest. The curved blade of the dagger had also cut a long, bloody wound in his chest.
Damn, what a lunatic!
Lin Sha's face was filled with lingering fear. With a flick of his wrist, he retracted his gun, releasing a large piece of flesh and blood. Another blow with the iron club directly exploded the already dead rebel warrior's head. Are you okay, sir? Sir?
How are you? Bandage the wound quickly and stop it from bleeding.
So let us escort you out.
Seeing Lin Sha wounded, the surrounding guards rushed forward. Desperately pushing back the surrounding rebels, they rushed forward to protect Lin Sha.
It's okay. Just a minor injury. Lin Sha smiled and waved his hand. His chest muscles contracted, and the blood gushing from his body slowed down noticeably. He raised his spear and shouted,
leading a group of personal soldiers to charge forward and attack. After a bitter battle, Lin Sha's Yunnan troops eliminated nearly 100 rebels, while their own casualties were reduced to less than 30. This was a significant improvement. What?
Commander Lin Sha was injured. Although he treated his wound promptly, he still lost a lot of blood in the subsequent battles. By the time he returned to the nearby temporary camp, his face was...
He was ordered to rest for a while and wait until he was fully recovered before fighting again. The officers and soldiers of the two battalions cheered. They were indeed exhausted and needed a good rest. Fighting 2 battles in just 2 weeks.
And traveling nearly 100 miles across mountainous terrain. The toll can be imagined. Especially during combat, one must be completely focused, not allowing even the slightest carelessness.
The mental exhaustion from 2 consecutive battles was even greater. Chapter 73. Taking on the responsibility in times of crisis. It's hard to pull the adults. It's hard to pull the adults. One day,
Lin Sha was browsing in the main tent of the makeshift camp when one of his personal guards suddenly burst in, shouting and yelling. Their faces were filled with panic, as if something terrible had happened. I'm not dead yet. Why are you so flustered?
Is the sky falling? Lin Sha was displeased. He slammed the book in his hands onto the table. A dull thud, like thunder, rang through the ears of the panicked guards. Their faces paled in panic, and they kept apologizing. Humph, be more careful next time.
It's not nice to be so jumpy all the time. Lin Sha picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. He left the guard alone for a while. Then he asked slowly, what happened? Grown-ups! The panic on the guard's face had vanished.
He replied respectfully. News just arrived from the general's office. Several battalions of Yunnan troops were completely defeated in suppressing the Tuzi rebellion. All defeated. The Jingdazhen porcelain cup froze in mid-air. Lin Sha turned around.
A look of surprise on his face. His mind hadn't yet recovered from the sudden and devastating news. Did they all lose? How did they lose, sir? According to the report from the government office, the personal guard was filled with admiration. He thought,
Your Excellency is truly composed. He gathered his energy and recounted the words of the visitor from the general's office in vivid detail, like a story. It turned out that the other battalions of the Yunnan army had slowly arrived in western Yunnan.
Seeing Lin Sha's troops win 2 battles in just 2 weeks, they were filled with envy and hatred. They also felt contempt for the Tuzi rebels. Even a rookie like Lin Sha could fight so well. It showed that the rebel Tuzi were not very strong.
With this understanding, they rushed to the battlefields of the rebellion in western Yunnan. From the outset, they headed straight for the areas where the Tuzi rebellion was most severe. Furthermore, they fought independently. Naturally,
they didn't win on the enemy's home turf. The high mountains and dense forests made it impossible to show off the well-trained Yunnan army's advantage. Fighting fiercely with the Tuzi rebels in the dense mountains and forests would have no good ending.
As a result, all the troops returned in disastrous fashion. The worst hit group was nearly wiped out. The number of soldiers who returned was less than 1/5 of the number who set out. The news reached Huguju immediately. Naturally,
it ignited a fury from General Hu. He ordered the dismissal of the commanders of all the battalions. Only then did he begin to think about how to remedy the situation.
The victory report Lin Sha had rushed over a few days ago suddenly flashed back to General Hu. He immediately flipped it over and read it carefully. After finishing it, he suddenly clapped his hands in applause, startling his trusted staff.
I hadn't thought the Tuzi rebellion was so difficult to deal with before. Now, the contrast was palpable. Lin Sha had fought for a fortnight, covering hundreds of miles. In 2 consecutive battles, he had killed over 200 rebels.
Lin Sha wasn't used to the exaggerated reporting style of the military, yet his own losses were less than 100. When the victory report first arrived, I didn't think much of it. I thought Lin Sha was a rookie after all.
He was inevitably inexperienced in commanding operations. It took 2 battles to wipe out a mere 200 Tuzi rebels. But now it seems that Lin Sha's performance is really outstanding. The other battalions suffered heavy losses.
Only Lin Sha's troops achieved brilliant victories in 2 battles. This stark contrast only highlighted Lin Sha's extraordinary achievements. The fat young man, Hu Deshao, was also there to fan the flames. He spoke a lot of good things about Lin Sha,
which made General Hu determined to put some pressure on Lin Sha. This is why the report came from the general's office. Oh, what did the person from the general's office say? Lin Sha's brows twitched. He put down the teacup he was playing with, straightened up,
and asked in a deep voice. The people in the general's office didn't say it explicitly. They just conveyed the general's intention. The guard replied respectfully. Sir, are you confident you can quell the chieftain rebellion in Western Yunnan? If so,
how long will it take? And how much support will the general's office require? At this point, his voice trembled slightly. He glanced at Lin Yuji, who remained expressionless. From the corner of his eye, his expression grew even more respectful.
Then the general's office will officially issue a retreat order. After saying this, he stood aside quietly. The main tent suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It seems that General Hu thinks highly of me.
Lin Sha pondered for a moment, then touched his nose and chuckled softly, breaking the slightly dull atmosphere in the main tent. That, sir, you mean? The guard's eyes lit up and he looked over eagerly. Of course, keep fighting. Lin Sha smiled softly.
He picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. With a look of pride and determination, he spoke. Sir, our power is too great. The guard opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't utter the word weak.
Isn't there support from the general's office? Lin Sha chuckled and waved his hand nonchalantly. Has the person from the general's office clarified this? He asked. How much support can General Hu give this general?
Someone from the government office said that the defeated remnants of the army are under your command, sir. The guard lowered his head and answered, his eyes flickering with unconcealable joy. Okay, this general will take on this mission.
Lin Sha's face was filled with excitement as he slammed the table and leaped to his feet. He paced back and forth across the empty meeting area of the main tent. He twisted his neck slightly, making a crackling sound. He spoke in a high voice, brothers.
It's almost time to rest up. Time to go out and stretch your muscles. Just like that, Lin Sha easily took over the entire Western Yunnan rebellion suppression mission. His status and power expanded dramatically. Rumble, flags fluttered, drums blared.
In a densely forested valley at the foot of a vast mountain range in Western Yunnan, the cries of battle shook the heavens. 2 armies were engaged in a desperate battle. As the saying goes, you pick the softest persimmon to squeeze.
Lin Sha had just taken over thousands of demoralized and defeated troops, who had lost their will to fight. Although he tried hard to use the troops from his 2 battalions as a core,
dispersing them among the thousands of remnants he had hastily taken over to serve as the basic backbone. It was a pity that the time was too short to see any significant results. The Tuzi rebels in Western Yunnan had recently defeated the government troops.
They were riding high and full of energy, plundering everywhere. They had thrown the entire Western Yunnan region into chaos and devastation. As the chief commander of the rebellion in Western Yunnan, General Hu Gozhu was under immense pressure.
Naturally, Lin Sha, the frontline commander, was frequently harassed. With no other options, he had no choice but to hastily assemble his troops, who had been trained for less than a month. He then circled the area around the Tuzi rebels,
luring them out of their lair and ambushing them from all sides. Finally, he cornered a group of around 200 Tuzi rebels in the valley. He knew this was a bit shameless, but to boost the remaining courage of his defeated troops,
he could only rely on a series of victories to boost his troops' morale. After winning a few battles, it wouldn't be too late to attack the main force of the Tuzi rebels. Chapter 74. The final battle was a sudden danger. Kill!
Lin Sha rode astride his warhorse, the spear in his hand, elusive like a sea dragon, pointed east and struck west. Like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, it enveloped his entire body. The whirring sound of explosive gas filled the air, and a
hidden power emanated from him. Surrounded by enemies, he remained unfazed. His robe stained with blood, he fought with ever-increasing courage. Every swing of his spear brought flying blood and shrill howls. Counterinsurgency, counterinsurgency.
Counterinsurgency. Fight. fight. This was Lin Sha's life in Western Yunnan. He spent his days either on the march or resting, or engaged in fierce battles with the Tuzi rebels. Initially, they engaged only a small group of Tuzi rebels.
Successive victories eventually boosted the morale of their officers and men. Then came a prolonged battle with the main Tuzi rebel force. Dense forests, gentle valleys, remote towns.
And so on, everywhere bears the tragic traces of the battles between Lin Sha's Yunnan army and the Tuzi rebels. There were victories and defeats. Victories were resounding, defeats were minor losses, and a complete retreat, through cautious,
yet courageous and diligent suppression. They gradually closed the gap in numbers with the Tuzi rebels. By relying on such tactics, he gradually won over his men and brought honor to General Hu. In just 6 months, his rank was raised by half a grade.
Officially joining the ranks of senior military officers in the Yunnan army. The countryside was different from the capital. Getting promoted wasn't easy. Every step forward came at a great cost, especially since he was a member of the Yunnan army.
He was inevitably ostracized and suppressed by the imperial court. He always charged in the front lines, often besieged by rebels several times his size, often consisting of the bravest of the rebels.
Even though Lin Sha's spearmanship had become increasingly proficient, and both his boxing and spearmanship had reached the peak of Ming Jin clear energy prowess, breaking through Jin only required a single epiphany or a small opportunity.
He still suffered repeated injuries. There was no other way. As the top commander of the Yunnan army who suppressed the rebellion, he had to set an example, especially when his men had just suffered a crushing defeat and morale was at a low point.
Having gone through the trials of blood and fire, he could clearly sense that he was about to break through to the dark energy level, especially after he became famous. Every time he fought the rebels, he would fight with their most elite warriors. At most,
he was outnumbered 5 at once. He was stabbed 5 times, but of course, he killed all 5 of them. Honestly, the Miao Dao technique was indeed ruthless and venomous. A skilled practitioner wielded it with unrestrained ease.
Varying the weight and intensity of the strikes with impulsive whims, it even gave him the illusion of being able to freely shift the power of light and dark energy. Fighting with such a swordsman, the rewards are truly unimaginable.
The suppression campaign lasted from late summer of last year until late spring of the following year. Now, we are officially facing the final battle against the main force of the Tuzi rebels. Both the Lin Sha Yunnan army and the Tuzi rebels are exhausted.
We only hope that this year-long war will end as soon as possible. Over the course of a year, and after fighting dozens of battles, both large and small, Lin Sha had become a seasoned veteran. His pistol skills had been honed to perfection.
His body was filled with vitality and endurance, and his boxing skills had reached a peak. He truly needed some quiet time to calm down and achieve a breakthrough to a higher level in his internal martial arts.
Although his short Yunnan horse lacked his elegance, he still led the charge as the spearhead of the Yunnan army. His spear danced like a flower, cutting through the waves as he charged through the rebels. But soon his body was covered in blood.
It was all the blood of the rebels, with a brave general like him leading the charge. The Yunnan army soldiers were all brave and high-spirited, relying on their skilled military formations and the killing skills honed through repeated battles.
They harvested the lives of the rebels one after another. A true battlefield fight, relying solely on personal courage is useless. Wasn't the overlord powerful enough to commit suicide by the Wu River? Therefore, once the Yunnan army showed its true strength,
that is, the results of its daily training, it would not be comparable to the Tuzi rebels who were just a bunch of bees fighting in a group. Because of this, the melee lasted less than half an hour before the Tuzi rebels were already showing signs of weakness.
They were forced to retreat step by step by the Yunnan army, which was of similar numbers, and were in a difficult situation. The war drums are beating and the flags are flying. The rebel chieftain's eyes were bloodshot. He danced and shouted,
speaking in a mountain dialect that Lin Sha couldn't understand. It seemed his attempt to boost morale and inspire the troops was unsatisfactory. Unfortunately, the effect was far from ideal. Lin Sha's spear swung with unstoppable force.
Pear blossom like light enveloped him in a 180-degree angle. Any rebel soldier who entered his range, no matter how fearless and undaunted, would be slain by a single blow, after nearly a year of continuous combat.
Lin Sha had mastered the Miao Dao sword techniques by heart. He could still fool quite a few people by showing off a few of his moves in front of others. Because of familiarity, he understood nowadays.
A typical Miao Dao expert would hardly last more than 10 rounds against him. Anyone who wasn't a renowned warrior under a chieftain wasn't even qualified to fight him. Seeing the Yunnan army's victory was certain, Lin Sha stopped charging with his spear.
He slowly slowed his attack and reunited with his personal guards. He then circled back and forth within a 300-meter radius, waiting for the main force to catch up before launching a final, fatal blow against the already defeated Tuzi rebels.
His mind was completely distracted from the battlefield. His entire attention was focused on his own condition. Lately, a strong feeling had arisen within him. If he could return home and practice diligently for a while,
he would encounter no obstacles in his path to breaking through to the hidden power realm of his internal martial arts.
A year of intense combat training was enough for Lin Sha to develop his boxing and spearmanship skills to the peak of his current physical capabilities. To achieve further improvement, he needed to develop a method for controlling his internal strength.
Mastering deeper hidden energy techniques. Then, using this hidden energy to nourish himself, his physical fitness would reach new heights. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, with victory in the battle against the Tuzi rebels now certain.
His mind had already wandered to other places. He simply waited for the Tuzi army to finally collapse, or even be annihilated. Roar! But just as he was distracted, a sudden roar, like the roar of a wounded beast, reached his ears.
It shook him so hard he almost dropped his spear. By the time he realized the situation was dire, a small figure from the Tuzi army had already soared into the sky. His lightweight skills were truly exceptional. With just 2 taps on his comrade's shoulder,
he covered the distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye, the strange-shaped weapon in his hand, with a sharp, cold gleam, aimed directly at Lin Sha's throat. Master! Lin Sha's pupils suddenly shrank.
He hadn't expected such a skilled warrior to be hiding among the Tuzi rebels. He jerked back on his horse, the spear in his hand thrust out at the last second. Ding ding ding. A series of crisp and melodious clashes of weapons echoed.
Lin Sha was knocked off his horse by the recoil of his spear. The swift advance of the martial arts expert from the Tuzi army, who was mid-air, suddenly came to a halt. Chapter 75. A breakthrough at a critical moment.
Get out of the way! I'm going alone!
Lin Sha fell off his horse. From the corner of his eye, he saw his guardsmen, all of them looking drunk, their faces flushed and staggering. A barely perceptible pink mist hung in the air. Suddenly, he panicked and ordered his guardsmen to retreat quickly.
In a panic, he accidentally inhaled a puff of pink mist. He felt a wave of panic, dizziness, and weakness in his hands and feet. He immediately held his breath, transforming his left fist into a palm.
He struck repeatedly at the source of the pink mist in the air. What made him mad was that the guards around him, after hearing the call, became dizzy and in a very bad state.
They slipped away very quickly and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Damn, these guys are really...
Call out!
But before he could even pause to curse his personal guards for their lack of loyalty, the master of the Tuzi army,
who had secretly unleashed the pink mist, gave him no time to breathe. He leaped forward and slashed down with the strangely shaped weapon in his hand. Bang! Lin Sha's limbs went limp, still recovering from the impact.
He could only barely reach out with his spear to block the attack. His thrusts were weak, lacking any sharpness. As a result, a single blow from the rebel master sent his blood surging, further aggravating the pain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
The battle was frustrating. The rebel's sudden arrival was only of average strength. He was no match for Prince Mus Palace's top fighter, Iron-backed Azure Dragon Lu Dahong. Crucially, his tactics were despicable. Had drugged Lin Sha,
reducing his combat power by 50% to 60%. The remaining strength was still rapidly draining. He gasped for breath. His steps were weak as he took repeated steps backward. His hands were limp, unable to hold the spear.
The constant force of the spear's recoil had numbed his arms, nearly numb. Brush, brush, brush. The Tuzi rebels' masters were relentless. Their strangely shaped weapons danced relentlessly, like a dark green venomous snake darting through the air.
Each move aimed at Lin Sha's vital points, each with a strange arc. The worst part was, I didn't know where this guy came from. Every time he wielded his strange dark green weapon, it would bring with it a strange, eerie fragrance.
It didn't seem like anything at first, but after a while, I started to feel a headache and my vision was shaking. Everything I saw was double. Damn, this is poison! He was terrified. He wanted to quickly break away from this person. However, his mind was racing.
His hands and feet were like those of an old man. Even moving was extremely difficult. Laugh. Just as he was halfway through his trance, he suddenly heard the sound of a sharp blade slicing through leather armor. Lynch felt a chill in his chest,
followed by a sharp pain that shot straight into his brain. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp. His drowsy head was suddenly cleared by this shock. He exerted his strength with both hands, summoning the last remaining courage within him.
The spear swept out with a sharp burst of energy, knocking the poison master back with one blow. Lin Sha felt completely exhausted. He stumbled and nearly fell. He held his ash-shafted spear and panted heavily. Sweat covered his forehead and face,
and his lips were pale. He staggered, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, the guards rushed over. They gathered Lin Sha and carried him away from the pink mist. Several more fought fiercely, swords and spears in hand.
They barely managed to restrain the returning poison master. Use arrows. No, don't get close to him. Lin Sha weakly raised his head. He weakly warned. Just then, several shrill screams rang out. His heart ached.
And he closed his eyes. Hit the bow. Quick, hit the bow. The 3 guards who stepped forward to block the attack risked their lives, but they only held off the poison master for 3 breaths. The bloody truth was before their eyes. The remaining guards,
horrified, scattered, slashing with their swords in the air while shouting for the archers to come. Bang! The poison master was truly cunning. Upon hearing the Yunnan army was planning to use bows and arrows, his expression changed slightly.
He raised his hand and released a cloud of gray powder, instantly enveloping the 2 personal guards who had no time to dodge. Instantly, the 2 guards simultaneously fell to the ground, clutching their heads. A short, shrill scream,
more agonizing than any other, emanated from their mouths. Within a few breaths, blood gushed from all 7 orifices, and they were dead. Throw the guy, Lin Sha roared upon seeing it. He picked up a sword from the ground and threw it out.
It instantly covered nearly 10 meters and shot away with a sharp, shrill cry. By this time, he had recovered some of his strength and had briefly treated his chest injury. The physical fitness of a peak-level master of internal martial arts is no joke.
Claiming to be immune to all poisons is a joke. However, they can withstand less potent poisons with their bodies. It's not a big deal. At this moment he concentrated all his energy on mobilizing his blood. He could almost hear the roar of a rushing river.
His heart pounded like a war drum. His blood flow had reached the limit of his body's capacity. Blood began to flow again from the chest wound he had just treated. His mind was clearer and calmer than ever before.
His recently lost energy and fighting prowess quickly returned. He was in better shape than ever before. His hands and feet were also slowly regaining strength, but strangely, he developed a strange illusion.
As if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch and shake the earth with a single kick. Most importantly, he felt like he had entered an inexplicable state. It was as if he had suddenly realized something.
Could he even slightly control the movement of his muscles? This is hidden power? That's right, it's hidden energy. Had already achieved that in the Wong Fai Hung world, had dreamt of it countless times in the middle of the night.
That was the feeling of dark energy, no doubt about it. Aha! Lin Sha was immersed in the joy of suddenly entering a state of dark energy. The shrill screams of his personal guards suddenly rang out, jarring him out of this strange state. Hiss!
He glanced around, his face drastically changing color as he gasped. In less than half an incense stick of time, the majority of the 20 or so brave personal soldiers around him had fallen. Their deaths were horrific.
Few people were directly defeated by a skilled poisoner. Lin Sha's personal guards were all hardy warriors who had weathered battles and climbed out of piles of dead bodies. Following Lin Sha, they often charged into the thick of the enemy lines.
Without some skill they wouldn't be alive today. They had encountered martial arts masters before. Prince Ma's palace had been attacked by a group of masters before, and several of his personal guards had witnessed it. Even if they couldn't defeat them together,
they could at least delay them for a while. But that guy used poison in a very unruly way. Disperse, let me come. His heart was bleeding. These personal soldiers were his absolute confidence, loyal comrades who had been through the test of blood and fire.
So many of them died in a flash, and most of them died of poisoning. How could Lin Sha endure such an abject death? Brush, he didn't say much after his roar. He leaped forward in a few quick strides. The spear in his hand was like a shadowy venomous snake.
Without making a sound, he suddenly exploded less than a foot in front of the poison master. Whoosh! 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 3 cold pure blossoms instantly bloomed, completely covering the poisoner's head, shoulders, and chest. Chapter 76.
Tiger and leopard thunder sound training internal organs. Bang! The poison master wanted to repeat the same trick. He blocked the attack with the blade in his right hand, and suddenly threw out a cloud of grey powder with his left hand. Unfortunately,
he misjudged the power of Lin Sha's spear. The strange, shaped weapon in his hand trembled, and then a huge force suddenly transmitted from the weapon to his hand. Within a few breaths, his entire arm was paralyzed and lost consciousness. Not only that,
a sharp pain, deep in his bones suddenly struck him. He could even hold his weapon, and he screamed in agony. His face was filled with horror, but his feet didn't slow down at all. In a few quick steps he was about to escape Lin Sha's attack range. Drink!
Lin Sha's eyes flashed. The spear in his hand curved into an arc. Silently and suddenly, he launched it forward. Under the incredulous gaze of the poison master, he sent him flying. Simultaneously, his left hand transformed from a fist into a palm.
Like a crane spreading its wings, with a few swipes he blew away the grey powder that filled the air. We won, we won, we won. Kill, kill, kill all these rebels, brothers. Kill them. Don't let these thieves get away.
Lin Sha was just about to strike while the iron was hot and take down the poison master. But a sudden, thunderous roar of joy interrupted his thoughts. Looking back, he saw the Yunnan army soldiers, each one jubilant,
their faces beaming with joy as they wielded swords and guns. chasing down the defeated Tuzi rebels.
That's right, just now.
The Tuzi rebels finally gave up and collapsed. The mountains and plains were filled with the rebellious troops, fleeing like wolves.
The poisoner was quite cunning, blending in with the chaotic, fleeing crowd. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Damn, you're lucky! Lin Sha cursed bitterly. He sheathed his weapons, mounted his horses,
and hurriedly ordered his Yunnan troops to pursue the defeated Tuzi rebels. They pursued them for about 10 miles, stopping only when they reached the mountain where the Tuzi slayer lay. Next, of course, was to clean up the battlefield and count the losses.
They would collect the spoils and capture the prisoners. They would set up camp in an open area at the foot of the mountain. A swift message would be relayed to Kunming,
and they would wait for the Prince of Pingxi's palace to dispatch high-ranking officials to handle the aftermath. That's right, the Tuzi rebels had been completely defeated, although the Tuzi escaped in time, escorted by his personal guard.
He was left without any troops. Like a toothless tiger, he wouldn't be able to stir up any more trouble anytime soon. Neither pursuing them into the mountains nor completely annihilating them was a good option.
It might provoke a strong backlash from the surrounding Mayo villages. It would be better for the Pingxi palace to negotiate directly with the defeated chieftain. Thus, after a year of fighting,
the chieftain rebellion in western Yunnan was finally put down by Lin Sha, who led thousands of Yunnan troops and local militia. His mission was complete. He only had to wait to receive his reward upon his return. General Hu Gozhu was very respectful.
After the victory news from western Yunnan reached Kunming, he immediately commended Lin Sha to Old Wu, the king of Pingxi. He also took the trouble to personally bring Old Wu's rewards and awards to the main camp on the western Yunnan front.
His intention to win over Lin Sha was obvious. Lin Sha, however, had no time for these thoughts. He had set up camp at the foot of the Tuzi's old nest. He hurriedly instructed his captains to take turns on duty. He also assigned patrols, security,
and their respective defense zones. He then hunkered down in the main tent, carefully savoring and comprehending the newly achieved inner martial arts realm of hidden power. The main tent of the Qing army's temporary camp in western Yunnan.
The huge tent was empty, except for Lin Sha, who stood in the open space in the center of the tent. There was no one else. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He stood with his feet spread apart. Half a step apart, his knees were slightly raised forward.
His breaths came in heavy, one after another. It sounded like a large cat was hiding in his throat. The sound, though not loud, was remarkably clear and powerful.
Using the vibrations of breathing to strengthen the fascia and ligaments of various parts of the body is a unique internal training method in internal martial arts. Begin with the most basic breathing exercises, regulating the body and mind, then
incorporate the power generation and movement of the horse stance. Once this kung fu is mastered to the highest level, every muscle, bone and membrane in the body will undergo a qualitative transformation. At this point,
kung fu has already manifested externally and manifested internally. To put it simply, the energy must penetrate the 5 internal organs. The skill to achieve this, in internal martial arts, is the thunder sound body training.
This is also known as the legendary tiger and leopard thunder sound. Cats, especially tigers and leopards, often make a constant meme sound within their bodies. This is the sound produced by the synergy between their muscles and bones. Therefore,
the bones of feline predators are particularly strong in the animal kingdom. In traditional Chinese medicine, tiger and leopard bones are considered the most nourishing. The so-called thunder sound is not the loud bang of thunder.
It is the faint sound of thunder above the clouds before the rain gathers. It seems to be there and not there. The sound is small and deep. Those who practice internal martial arts learn from nature, imitating the sounds of tigers and leopards.
Their goal is to use sound to vibrate the internal organs, training the most challenging part of the body, the bone marrow. This is the foundation of physical transformation. Once the skills are mastered, as the novels say,
it's a complete cleansing of the marrow, a complete transformation. In reality, such a person's blood-forming capacity alone would surpass that of an average person by dozens of times.
This allowed them to maintain unimaginably high levels of physical strength for extended periods. When engaging in combat, not only would their strength suddenly increase several times, but their endurance and reflexes would also be elevated to peak levels.
Unbelievably human. However, it is very difficult to reach the point of emitting the thundering sound of tigers and leopards. When an internal martial arts master reaches this level, it usually marks that he has become a master of dark energy, right?
Tiger, leopard, and thunder sound are the symbols of dark energy. Before his critical breakthrough on the battlefield, Lin Sha had only reached the dark energy realm, able to unleash a fraction of its power. To fully reach the dark energy realm,
he must first master the unique skill of tiger leopard thunder sound and become a true dark energy master. Cool. Lin Sha let out a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes. Joy filled them. Finally, I reached the dark power level, and in just 2 weeks,
I solidified my state. From now on, I only need to slowly train my internal organs to reach a higher level of physical fitness by training my muscles and strength until they are perfectly integrated.
I can glimpse the realm of perfection attained by masters of internal martial arts. When he was still in the Huang Feihong world, his chief master had explained to him in detail the characteristics of the dark energy levels. To clarify,
there is no difference between the hidden power and the hidden power. It doesn't mean that once he reaches the dark power realm or the bright power realm, he can give up practicing. That's impossible, even if you reach the state of enlightenment,
which can only be mastered by the first level of the internal martial arts master. You cannot give up on the cultivation of the Ming realm. You still need to continue to practice. Visible force strengthens the bones and muscles,
and force strengthens the internal organs. Transformed force strengthens the skin and membranes. These three different forces train different parts of the body. They complement each other and are inseparable.
This is the greatest secret of internal martial arts to strengthening the body and bones. At the level of hidden energy, the changes in his physical fitness weren't yet noticeable. However, having mastered the art of muscle power,
Lin Sha gained another powerful tool. Many of his skills had undergone new and encouraging changes. Chapter 77. Returning victoriously, the beautiful woman is in my thoughts. Drums and gongs roared, flags fluttered, and firecrackers exploded.
This was when Lin Sha led his troops back to Kunming and was welcomed by the Pingxi Palace and the military and political leaders of Yunnan province. There was no other way.
Lin Sha and his men had performed so brilliantly during this rebellion suppression process. One could even say they were the only ones to stand out. Aside from Lin Sha's successive victories in western Yunnan, which quelled the rebellion in just 1 year,
forcing the rebel chieftain to his knees and beg for mercy, the other rebel suppression forces fared less well.
The initial defeat suffered by General Hu Gozhu during the suppression of the rebellion in western Yunnan was also repeated by several other rebel forces. Due to carelessness, they suffered heavy losses. The other armies, however,
lacked a formidable general like Lin Sha. One group even retreated back to Kunming in defeat. The commander who suppressed the rebellion was stripped of his crown by the enraged King Pingxi. After that, the Yunnan army took the fight seriously.
The situation began to reverse rapidly. The rebel chieftain army went from having a significant advantage at the beginning to being evenly matched with the Yunnan army, and then finally being at a disadvantage and passively being beaten.
Unable to hold on any longer, the Tusi rebels retreated from the plains and towns, taking refuge in the dense forests. The Yunnan army, tasked with suppressing the rebellion, was stunned. They were caught in a dilemma.
Because they hadn't dealt a heavy blow to the rebel chieftains in the open plains. There was no such thing as Lin Sha's near complete annihilation of the chieftain rebels. Those rebel chieftains still had considerable resources at their disposal.
If a jungle battle unfolded, the outcome would be disastrous. This was the information Lin Sha had received through the fat young master Hu and the military. He had no idea what the situation was, but it wasn't looking good. Without further ado,
Lin Sha led his troops back to Kunming. His men arranged a reception for him. Lin Sha attended the celebration banquet hosted by the Prince of Pingxi's palace. Old Wu was quite generous to his own people. Lin Sha's achievements were particularly remarkable.
His Liaodong descent added to their affinity. Before the banquet began, he directly announced Lin Sha's reward. He was given the rank of 3rd rank lieutenant general and the effective rank of 4th rank commander.
He was given command of 2 battalions of regular soldiers and 1 battalion of supply troops. This reward is really not light. Lin Sha thus went from being a rising star in the military to a powerful mid-level leader.
The uncles and aunts present naturally offered their congratulations. Then a round of drinking ensued, until Lin Sha was drunk unconscious. Walk slowly. Has there been any news from the third brother? On the way back, Lin Sha suddenly sat up from the carriage.
He looked normal, not even slightly drunk, sir. You are not drunk. The personal guards beside the carriage were startled by Lin Sha's sudden question. I'm drunk as hell. I've been prepared. How could I be defeated so easily? Lin Sha rolled his eyes.
He curled his lips in annoyance and warned, everyone, cheer up. I've been the target of numerous assassination attempts over the past 2 years. I won't be able to rest until I get back to camp. Trash! The guards were filled with awe upon hearing this.
Thinking back, they realized it was the same thing. They quickly braced themselves and dared not relax any further. Lin Sha chuckled. As a master of hidden power in internal martial arts, moving qi in blood was a piece of cake.
Quickly digesting the alcohol in the blood was even easier. How could he get drunk after drinking a few kilograms of liquor? The carriage swayed slowly through Kunming. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow across the city.
Casting a dreamlike hue over the bustling city. The streets are bustling with shops, and the clamor of street vendors is distinctive. Pedestrians stroll leisurely, their faces radiating the energy and spirit of a city dweller.
Lin Sha quietly watched the bustling city life from behind the curtained window. He felt a sense of peace, leisure and bustle. The resentment accumulated in his heart from years of battle slowly dissipated. He felt an indescribable sense of ease and comfort.
There's news from the third brother. The carriage swung around 2 streets. As it neared the city gate, the guard at the window leaned over and whispered a report. Oh, have you found out? Are they the 2?
Lin Sha perked up and asked softly with his eyes narrowed. I've found out everything. Just as you guessed. There was a strange tone in the guard's voice. They lived in a small village outside the city. They were surrounded by more than a dozen skilled fighters,
either openly or covertly, protecting them. All right, tell the third brother to retreat. Don't alert them or the skilled fighters in the small village. Lin Sha smiled and gave a soft order. The guard outside the car window responded,
turned his horse's head and quietly left the escort team. On a small farm outside Kunming, 2 stylishly dressed women strolled side by side through the tiny fields of the farm. The little princess saw this.
That corrupt official was becoming increasingly arrogant and complacent. His rank rose by a notch every year. Who knows how many innocent souls' blood has stained his red hat? Silence prevailed. Fang Yi's pretty face was filled with unwavering composure.
She gritted her teeth and tried to persuade the innocent girl beside her. Didn't they say that it was that bad guy who suppressed the rebellion in Western Yunnan? Mu Xiaoping opened her innocent, pure, and intelligent eyes.
Pouting in confusion and aggrieved expression, Fang Yi was speechless. A flash of shame and anger flashed across her face. She snorted in dissatisfaction. That guy isn't a good person anyway. We need to stay away from him.
There was one thing she didn't say. It would be best if she could leave Yunnan province and reunite with Prince Mu Jiansheng and his men in the capital. They could do something great. Bring catastrophic disaster to that old villain Wu Sangui.
The 2 women were whispering about unpleasant topics, completely unaware of the pretty boy following them not far behind, staring at them with an infatuated look on his face. That's right. Because of Lin Sha, Mu Jianping, the young princess of the Mu Palace,
and Fang Yi, a descendant of the Fang family, one of the 4 great generals, did not rush to the capital to assassinate Kang Damazi and frame old Wu, as in the original novel of The Deer and the Cauldron.
The fact that the 2 women had been quietly captured by Lin Sha had left everyone in Prince Mu's residence feeling extremely anxious. Fortunately, they were relieved that nothing had happened to the 2 women. Yunnan province was already so dangerous.
Not to mention being in an unfamiliar place. How could the capital, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers were even more dangerous? If something went wrong, they wouldn't even have time to regret it.
They wouldn't be able to easily find information about the 2 women like they did in Yunnan province. So, after a brief discussion, the Mu Palace's high-ranking officials decided to let the 2 women stay. They also allowed Liu Yizhou,
who was engaged to Fang Yi, to stay. This saved him from being frightened by Lord Wei and causing him to behave disgracefully. He has since maintained his appearance as a pretty boy.
The only thing that troubled the people staying at Prince Mu's mansion was that the young princess, for some unknown reason, had stayed in a secret residence in northern Yunnan for several months before insisting on settling outside Kunming. Despite their pleas,
they had no choice but to follow her. Only Fang Yi knew. The young princess had a very good impression of that corrupt official, Lin Sha. She was obsessed with all the funny stories about him. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth secretly.
Chapter 78. March passed quickly. Summer turns to autumn. The leaves turn golden. 3 months pass in the blink of an eye. Drink, drink, drink. Inside the military camp outside Kunming, war drums boomed, flags fluttered,
and the shouts of thousands of soldiers shook the heavens. Lin Sha, atop a tall, sturdy horse, clad in helmet and armor, passed majestically before the ranks of soldiers in training. Nearly 2 years of military service had left a deep mark on him.
His skin was bronzed, his face hardened by the wind and rain and the battles of the battlefield. His eyes were as sharp as a sword unsheathed. He exuded a murderous aura, a true warrior on the battlefield. 3 months was enough time for many things to change.
For example, Lin Sha was now a 4th rank commander in the Yunnan army, holding the rank of lieutenant general. He was also considered a high-ranking general in the Wu army. He commanded 3 battalions with over 1,000 soldiers.
He was a powerful figure in the army. He was also a rising star in the Wu army, thanks to his connections with the fat young master Hu. He had joined Hu Gozhi's faction early on, with the connections left by his deceased father.
He took over the new 1st Battalion smoothly. He encountered no drama, such as being suppressed or marginalized by the veterans. He spent over a year fighting in Western Yunnan, exploring nearly every remote region.
He always led his troops with unparalleled bravery. He completely won the hearts of his men through battle after battle. His achievements earned him the favor of old Wu. He was promoted to the rank of 4th rank commander,
becoming a powerful mid-level figure in Wu's army. What made him happiest was naturally the rapid improvement of his internal martial arts skills. His strength had reached the level of dark power in one fell swoop.
And his internal martial arts training had reached the highest level. At this moment, even if Lin Sha were placed in the Republic of China era when Chinese martial arts were at their peak, he would still be a master, of course.
He had put in so much hardship and effort to reach this point, not to mention training hard, rain or shine. Even in the coldest days of winter and hottest days of summer, he challenged martial arts masters in Cummings martial arts gyms,
often leaving himself battered and bruised. He also experienced the blood and fire of battle to achieve such success. He still underestimated the heroes of the world. The martial arts masters in Cumming, whom he had previously looked down upon,
had taught him a lesson. They had shown him that the strength grading method of internal martial arts did not apply to everyone. After a year of continuous battles, his inner martial arts skills, originally at the peak of Ming Jin,
were stimulated by the continuous battles and life and death experiences. He suddenly broke through to the level of An Jin. Then he reached the Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound realm, completely consolidating his dark energy strength. After returning to Cumming,
apart from the first 2 weeks of being frequently invited to banquets, he was too busy getting familiar with and adapting the new battalion soldiers. Once everything was on track, he devoted most of his energy to practicing internal martial arts.
Internal martial arts is the foundation of his survival in the army and in this martial arts world. It cannot be neglected. When one's internal martial arts skills have reached the dark energy level, it will not be easy to improve their strength further.
Every day, he would constantly strengthen his muscles and bones, constantly familiarize himself with the various methods of using dark energy, and stabilize his boxing and spear skills at the initial stage of dark energy.
With a technique like Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound that could directly strengthen his internal organs, he had also put considerable effort and energy into this area, coupled with the method of adapting to the vibration of muscles to release hidden energy.
One can imagine the enormous amount of energy consumed daily. In order to improve physical fitness as quickly as possible, medicated diet and medicinal baths are also essential. The expenditure on money is even greater.
The money spent on the medicinal herbs alone flowed like water. Not only did he squander his parents' inheritance, but he also threw away his salary and his daily extra income. He ate and slept entirely in the barracks,
which was why he avoided the ridiculous situation of sleeping on the streets. Of course, it wasn't like he was broke. On the contrary, he had plenty of gold, silver, and jewelry.
Had already seized a considerable amount of money from the rebels on the battlefields of western Yunnan. Local gentry and landlords had also offered him gifts. No one would believe him if he said he was broke. But some things couldn't be casually brought out,
especially since his rapid promotion had already aroused the jealousy of some in the military. They were constantly watching him for any flaws. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to rush into them head-on. After a thorough inspection of the camp,
he found nothing missing or out of place. He summoned the captains of each battalion and gave them a thorough lecture, asking them to keep an eye on their men and maintain discipline. Only then did he ride off,
with the military officer of the 3rd Battalion respectfully bidding him farewell. After leaving the camp, he was surrounded by 20 or so personal guards and rode slowly towards the city. He had become a dignified 4th-rank military commander.
He also held the title of 3rd-rank lieutenant general. He couldn't afford to live in a small town outside the city. Not only was the infrastructure incomplete, but it was also unsafe. Here, we must mention that General Hu Guozhu is indeed a man of character.
He learned through his nephew that Lin Sha had nowhere to stay in the city. He immediately sent his steward to deliver the deed to a 3-story house in a military gathering place, saying it was a gift to celebrate Lin Sha's promotion.
He said that not accepting it would mean looking down on Hu. Okay, they've already said this. If he continues to be pretentious, it would be a disrespect. Lin Sha only hesitated for a moment before calmly accepting General Hu's kindness.
He felt bad if he didn't accept it. During the suppression of the rebellion in western Yunnan, he had made numerous tributes to General Huda. He had carefully selected the finest items looted by the choosy rebels.
Their value alone was more than enough to buy dozens of mansions. So, he settled down in the area where military generals gathered in Cumming City. As the group returned to their house in the city, the sun had just risen,
illuminating Cumming in a fiery crimson. He dismounted and handed the reins to the doorman, who had come forward to offer his courtesy. He strode briskly through the main entrance. Passing the flower hall and screen wall, he found a large, flat,
and compacted area of land for martial arts training. He took off his armor with the help of his maid. He gently wiped his face with a hot towel. He took a breath and asked if there were any visitors. Then, dressed in a simple shorts,
he went to his own small training ground in the backyard. The layout of the small martial arts training ground follows the pattern of the small training ground in the backyard of Baozhilin Temple in the past.
It is very suitable for internal martial arts practitioners to strengthen their muscles and bones. After arriving at the edge of the field, he first stood in the horse stance in the center of the small training ground for half an hour.
Once his body was fully mobilized, he then practiced the Hongmen 5 forms fist, the Tiger Crane double form fist, and the Tiger subduing eye-shaped fist with full concentration. His blood flowed faster and his condition was nearing peak.
Unhurried pace to a wooden rack in a corner. Hanging from it were a dozen or so sandbags of varying sizes. Bang! Standing in front of the largest sandbag, he suddenly launched his right leg upwards, lashing it like a whip.
The heavy sandbag, weighing nearly 200 kilograms, was unsurprisingly sent flying backwards. After reaching its highest point, pulled by the rope, it suddenly fell back forward. Chapter 79.
Studying boxing hard and hearing shocking news. Bang bang bang! The small martial arts training ground was filled with the roar of firecrackers during the new year. The guards at the gate turned a blind eye to this, not even blinking an eyelid.
As if they were used to it. Even the maids and servants who frequently moved in and out of the backyard didn't show the slightest sign of surprise. Their glances towards the small training ground were filled with awe.
Awe of immense strength and power!
They were already accustomed to such scenes and sounds. It happened every day, rain or shine. Sometimes, when Grand Commander Lin got mad, he'd come several times a day. Not to mention the personal guards and servants at the Lin Sha mansion.
Even the several military officers' residences nearby had grown accustomed to the daily, incessant explosions at the Lin Sha mansion. If they didn't hear them one day, they'd always feel uneasy.
It was like the popular online joke about finally waiting for the second shoe to drop, and they'd become accustomed to it. Especially when they knew that this was the noise Lin Sha made during his daily exercise.
Their attitude became even more friendly and harmonious. Some of the more thoughtful ones were ready to act as matchmakers for Lin Sha, a wealthy bachelor, and to find a partner for their own children of the right age, in the small martial arts training ground.
A massive sandbag weighing nearly 200 kilograms was tossed under Lin Sha's fierce kick like a small boat on a raging sea. It swung back and forth, rattling the supporting wooden branches. It looked like it could capsize and fall apart at any moment.
A terrifying sight that made one break into a cold sweat. Whip, kick, straight kick. One kick followed another in a continuous stream. Each kick was accompanied by a sharp explosion of energy.
If a knowledgeable internal martial arts master were present, they would immediately recognize that this was the sound of a Ming Jin attack, as Lin Sha continued to practice the Dark Force Tiger and Leopard Thunder sound.
His internal organs were shaken and trained. With sufficient food and medicinal herbs to nourish his body, his physical fitness gradually improved with daily training. His bright force attacks became increasingly powerful. If he were to face Lu Dehong,
the iron-backed Azure Dragon, the top master in the Mu Palace, relying on his powerful Ming Jin attacks and replenishing his ki in blood, he could easily wear that old man down to death. The sound of his legs rumbled in succession.
Each blow sent the heavy sandbag flying high. This continued for an incense tick of time before finally stopping. By this time he was sweating profusely. Heat from his entire body swirled around his head, forming a visible column of white mist. Cold.
He breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to a nearby stone table and emptied the cold water in the teacup. He then grabbed a nearby wet towel and wiped his face vigorously. He felt a little refreshed. After resting for half a minute,
he stood up again and walked over to the nearly 200-pound sandbag, which had long since stopped swaying. He took a deep breath and suddenly kicked out with his right leg, landing a heavy blow near the lower middle of the sandbag.
There was no explosive explosion, no bang, no sandbags were lifted high. But then, a large sandbag weighing nearly 200 kilograms suddenly emitted a muffled thud from within. The cylindrical sandbag suddenly expanded outward,
filling the exceptionally tough linen cloth to its limit. Lin Sha didn't continue his efforts. Instead, he waited for the sandbag to return to its normal shape. Then he launched his other leg forward and slammed it hard. Again, there was no explosion.
Nor was there the characteristic booming, blasting sound of Ming Jin. A moment later, a muffled thud was heard from within the sandbag. The burlap outer layer of the sandbag was stretched to its limit, and it took a while for it to return to normal. So,
two legs launched in a flurry of kicks. Without the thunderous roar of the previous kicks, the noise they made was equally terrifying. The sandbags filled with sand would explode with a bang, stretching the huge sandbag to the point of bursting.
This was completely different from the fierce Ming Jin attack displayed earlier. Hidden power. This is the true manifestation of hidden power. When hitting a watermelon, the Ming Jin technique smashes the watermelon into pieces. However,
the Anjin technique leaves the skin intact, leaving the inside rotten into a mess. Call, another stick of incense passed. Lin Sha let out a long breath, drew his legs together and stood still. His shorts were already soaked with sweat.
Revealing his well-developed muscular body. My lord, breakfast is ready. At this time, a maid came forward and asked carefully. Her cheeks were blushing and her eyes were full of hearts as she looked at Lin Sha. All right. It'll be right there.
Lin Sha nodded slightly, his hamstrings trembled imperceptibly, his thighs felt heavy, as if filled with lead. He walked step by step toward the front garden hall. This is the price of mastering the use of hidden energy.
My leg muscles are numb from prolonged tremors. They feel uncomfortably tense. The flow of qi and blood to my calves feels sluggish. As he slowly walked to the front courtyard's flower hall, a thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead.
He took the wet towel and wash basin from the maid beside him. After a quick wash, he sat down at the dining table. He took a sip of the strangely tasting hot goat's milk and slowly savored this hearty breakfast. After finishing a nutritious breakfast,
he didn't rush to continue his exercise. Instead, he called over an acupuncturist who was employed by the family. He took out a secret medicinal wine and rubbed it on his tense calves.
He then asked the acupuncturist to help him prick the acupuncture points to speed up blood flow and gradually relieve the fatigue in his legs. After all, he had learned quite a bit of medical skills in Wang Fei Heng's world.
He even memorized the recipes and preparation procedures for some of Bao Zhoulin's secret elixirs beneficial for internal martial arts practice. His inexpensive master, Wang Fei Heng,
had also given him advanced instruction on the intricacies and key points of dark power cultivation. This greatly aided him in quickly mastering the techniques and deepening his understanding of dark power. After a full half-hour of rest,
Lin Sha finally stood up and dressed with the help of his maid. He then rode with a team of personal soldiers to the general's office to sign in and discuss some urgent matters and military affairs. It was supposed to be just a formality. Unexpectedly,
just as the sign-in meeting began, General Hu Gozhi revealed shocking news. Crown Prince Wu Yingxiong, who had been stranded in the capital, would soon return to Yunnan province and prepare for his marriage to Princess Jianing, not to mention the lieutenants.
The lieutenant generals and the commanders all looked strange upon hearing this. They whispered to each other and exchanged information. Lin Sha was stunned at first, then truly shocked. It was almost time for Wu Yingxiong to marry Princess Jianing.
This meant that the deer and the cauldron had already been going on for quite some time. This made him both excited and overwhelmed with pressure.
He was excited because he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could meet the protagonist of this dimension, Wei Xiaobao. If he planned well, he might be able to get a lot of benefits from this kid.
What made him feel even more stressed was that he remembered watching the TV series The Deer and the Cauldron. Wei Xiaobao, as the marriage envoy sent by Kang Damazi, was accompanied by many experts, like the elite members of the Tiandiwi,
the fat monk of the Shenlong cult, and the ultimate, the one-armed nun, Nunjuan. This is the ultimate master in the world of the deer and the cauldron.
A former royal princess with masterful iron sword internal skills and a murky relationship with the protagonist of the Sword of Stained Blood world. Absolutely a formidable character. Chapter 80. Lu Ding has fulfilled his wish.
In the lobby of the general's office, General Hu was speaking enthusiastically. However, Lin Sha's mind had already wandered. By this time, he had already reached the dark power level of his internal martial arts.
He had also been training his hand and foot muscles for some time. With considerable success, he could be considered a peak dark power practitioner. Once his hand and foot muscle training was complete,
he would be able to break through directly to the middle dark power level. He really hoped to meet Master Junan, the supreme master of the world of the deer and the cauldron. Soon, if possible, it will be impossible to test it out.
He wasn't sure about the level of hidden power in internal martial arts. How would it compare to this world of martial arts? He desperately wanted to spar with a renowned martial artist.
That would give him a better idea of how to adjust his future training plan. The fighting spirit in my heart was already burning at this moment. It is said that last year,
Kang Damazi teamed up with a group of small eunuchs and attendants to overthrow the powerful minister Obai. Not long after that, Wei Xiaobao's reputation as deputy chief steward Wei spread throughout the officialdom. There was no other way. Chinese.
Entering officialdom as a second-rank deputy chief of the imperial guards was a unique feat in the entire Qing dynasty. Even the 8-banner nobles could not match his imperial favor. Old Wu wasn't ready to rebel against the Qing yet, naturally.
He was keeping a close eye on the developments in the capital. A figure like Deputy Chief Wei Xiaobao wouldn't turn a blind eye. Furthermore, it was rumored that Crown Prince Wu Yingxiong had a good relationship with this Lord Wei. However,
the specific details were unknown. When Lin Sha first heard Deputy Manager Wei's name, he didn't react much. He was just a clever, articulate, low-level thug. If you took him too seriously, perhaps Kang Damazi found Wei Xiaobao's words amusing.
He had no limits when it came to flattery. He wasn't as staid and boring as the other court officials, and since he was capable of doing things, it was quite amusing to have him around as a jester. Moreover, this fellow, mingling in the marketplace,
was quite perceptive. He was a master at making money, and he was also quite bold in spending it. He truly thrived in the Qing officialdom. Lin Sha had seen plenty of people like him in modern times. When he first started fighting underworld boxing,
had often been mingling with the lower classes. Wei Xiaobao's character was decent, at least he was loyal to his friends, but he didn't want to become close friends with such a smooth, talking character. Any carelessness could lead to mishaps. Besides,
he was a subordinate of old Wu, the king of Pingxi. He and Wei Xiaobao were completely different. They might even meet on the battlefield in the future. There was really no need to go to such lengths to curry favor with him, unless he wanted to change his job.
Lin Sha naturally didn't want to work for Kang Mazi. The thought of kneeling all day long was disgusting. Currently, he gave a respectful military salute to his superiors under old Wu.
He also held considerable power and was considered a powerful figure in Kunming. Why would he go somewhere else and be a slave? It was already late in the morning when he left the general's office, declining his colleagues' invitations to a banquet.
Lin Sha mounted his horse and led a group of elite guardsmen back home. He also instructed his guards to notify the captain stationed outside the city, asking him to try to calm the shrewd soldiers in the camp.
Kunming was about to experience a major disturbance. If the higher-ups were angered, no one would be spared. When he returned to the mansion, he immediately learned that the fat boy Hu Dashao had been waiting for him for a long time. Haha, Lin Sha.
Seeing Lin Sha come in, the fat boy Hu Dashao didn't stand up. He laughed and said something that made Lin Sha feel puzzled. What's going on? What good news does Mr. Hu have for me? Lin Sha wasn't angry.
He chuckled and sat down across from young Master Hu. He took a bite of the delicate snack from the plate on the table and said casually, "Could it be related to the soon-to-be returned Grandmaster Wu? It has nothing to do with him." The fat young man.
Young master waved his right paw. With a grin, he leaned forward and whispered, "Haven't you always wanted to fight a master from the Dian Cang Sect? Now's your chance!" "What, is this true?" Lin Sha was overjoyed.
He quickly put down the half-eaten snack and asked anxiously. It's no wonder he behaved this way. Wasn't he thinking that with a higher rank and more power, he'd have more opportunities to interact with Hugo Zhu?
He'd be able to connect with the Dian Cang Sect's expert guards around General Hu. Then, he'd take the opportunity to propose a sparring match, or even go a step further and ask him for some basic knowledge about internal energy.
But now I realize that he was thinking too simply. That's right. With the rank of third-rank lieutenant general, he was effectively granted the rank of fourth-rank commander. He was in charge of 3 battalions,
making him a powerful mid-level figure in the Yunnan army. It's true that I had many opportunities to interact with General Hu Gozhu. Basically, unless something unexpected happened, I'd report to the general's office almost every day, from time to time.
I'd even be invited over for a quick meal to deepen our relationship. Naturally, there were plenty of opportunities to meet. Unfortunately, even having multiple opportunities to meet with General Hu was useless.
That Dian Cang Sect expert guard personally dispatched by the Pingxi Prince's palace. If he doesn't want to pay attention to you, I can't force him, right? He had hinted to General Hu a few times before, hoping to spar with the expert guards around him.
Preferably one dispatch from the Pingxi Palace. General Hu Da had no objection to this. Lin Sha's reputation as a martial arts fanatic had spread recently, so such behavior was normal. However,
he also stated that since he was transferred from the Pingxi Palace and his life and property were under his personal protection, he couldn't force it, so Lin Sha had to contact and discuss it himself. With the help of the fat young Master Hu,
he also became familiar with the guards of the Dian Cang Sect around General Hu. It was no problem for them to greet each other and chat a little when they met. He challenged the guy to a fight several times, but he ignored him in the end.
He got so annoyed that he simply disappeared. Lin Sha was helpless. Later, through the help of the fat young man Hu Dashao, Lin Sha finally understood the reason for his displeasure. At that time,
he had just entered the dark energy realm and hadn't yet delved deeply into it. He still looked like a skilled external martial artist at the peak of his Ming Jin skills. The problem was his outward appearance, which could easily deceive an expert.
The Dian Cang Sect guard was unwilling to spar with a skilled external martial artist like him. It would improve his internal cultivation much at all. A sparring match would only harm their relationship. What else could Lin Sha say?
He could only practice hard in seclusion, feeling depressed. I had never expected that the chubby young Master Hu would suddenly visit me today. He had announced that the Dian Cang Sect guards around General Hu were willing to spar with him.
His mixed emotions were understandable. Given his relationship with the fat young man, young Master Hu, there was no need to hide it. He directly expressed his doubts, saying he didn't understand what the guy was thinking. The fat young man, Master Hu,
burst into laughter upon hearing this. He patted his round belly and grinned mischievously. It wasn't until Lin Sha's face showed displeasure that he revealed the truth. He said your external skills have reached a certain level.
It's already starting to show from the outside, and you've made significant progress recently. Chapter 81. No one is optimistic about the exchange. Haha, even the so-called masters of internal strength will judge the opponent by their skills. Lin Sha chuckled.
He thanked the fat young man, young Master Wu, for his hard work and treated him to a sumptuous meal at his home. Over the meal, he set a time for a sparring match with the Dian Cang Sect expert.
What does it mean when someone gives you a pillow just when you feel sleepy? This is it. I was just considering the possibility of facing off against Master Xuanhuan, the world's top master. Having reached the level of dark energy,
I couldn't predict how long I could hold out against Xuanhuan. He would not be blindly arrogant and think that he was great just because he had reached the level of hidden power of internal martial arts.
Although internal martial arts have completely declined in the world of the deer and the cauldron, and internal martial arts have yet to rise, it can be considered a period of discontinuity for traditional martial arts.
Whether it is the world of the previous Sword of Blood and Jade or the world of internal martial arts later, the deer and the cauldron plane seems to be inferior, but it's still a historical era.
There are always some exceptional individuals who break free from the constraints of this era and become special beings at the top of the pyramid in certain areas. Jun is one of them, so is Hong Antong, the leader of the Shenlong cult. Xuanhuan,
the invincible master of divine fists, is definitely one of them. I just wonder if Chen Jinan, the leader of the Tiandui, and Feng Sifan, the master of the Kunlun sect who could kill with one sword, are among these special individuals.
It's easy to see that 3 of them are undisputedly ranked among the top masters. 2 of them are related to Yuan Chengji, the protagonist of the Sword of Blood and Jade, if we use the Xianxia theory.
Both Nan Junan and Gai Xinshu are blessed with great fortune and opportunity. Becoming the top masters of the Luding plane is no accident. This was the intel Lin Sha had gathered in his spare time through connections.
It was something he'd come up with on his own, even if one's internal energy was declining, as long as they could practice it. The best among them were definitely not ordinary people. Lin Sha was only at the initial stage of dark energy.
What right did he have to think he was among the best? To be honest, it had been over 2 years since he traveled here, and he had yet to encounter a true master of internal energy. The iron-backed Azure Dragon,
the foremost fighter in Princemas Palace, could barely be considered one. Unfortunately, he was old, and perhaps his internal skills weren't top-notch. When fighting him,
he relied solely on his vast combat experience and a knives and swordsmanship that balanced out the powerful and sinister nature of his swordsmanship. He could be considered a true master of internal skills.
There might be some among the martial arts schools and gangs he had challenged before, but he had never encountered them. Perhaps they simply didn't want to reveal their true colors. Lin Sha was merely coming to challenge someone, not to challenge them.
Furthermore, his status as a military commander made those martial arts schools and gangs wary. Even if he lost, it wouldn't matter after all. Lin Sha wasn't a member of the underworld.
He might be a poison master encountered in the final battle during the suppression of bandits in Western Yunnan. He possesses a certain foundation of internal skills. In reality, it's easy to tell whether someone possesses internal energy.
It's their level of Qinggong. With Lin Sha's current strength, even without any preparation, leaping 2 or 3 meters would be difficult. However, those with a solid foundation of internal energy can easily achieve Qinggong.
The Poison Master's performance that day was clearly impressive, but his stance was ordinary. Even if he had internal energy, it was only a basic one. He could be considered a master. After returning, he had given it some thought.
He also learned about the general situation of the Yunnan underworld through some acquaintances from all walks of life. He basically guessed that the guy was a member of the 5 Poison Sect, although he was filled with hatred.
He was helpless against the 5 Poison Sect for a while. He couldn't even tell anyone about it, lest he arouse the 5 Poison Sect's suspicion and cause harm to himself. He wasn't afraid of anyone in a head-on confrontation. However,
the 5 Poison Sect possessed powerful poisoning abilities. He wasn't willing to try those strange and bizarre poisons lightly, considering how harmful they might be to him.
His personal experience showed just how far the inner strength of the Luding world had declined. Right now, before meeting the Supreme Master, Nan Junan, there was a Cang Sect internal martial arts expert willing to spar with him.
He was more than happy to do so. Lin Sha's life was peaceful and routine. He essentially went between the military camp outside the city, the general's office, and home. His life was both dull and fulfilling. There were no tedious military duties to contend with.
No social interactions to worry about, nor would he have to sleep with red and willow trees every day. His previous frantic attempts to challenge the city's martial arts schools and gangs had earned him the title of martial arts fanatic.
While this didn't help him achieve his goals, it did save him a lot of trouble. The world is truly strange. Old Wu had been stationed in Yunnan province for nearly 10 years, under the meticulous governance of him and his trusted subordinates.
Yunnan province remained relatively stable. Aside from some dishonest chieftains causing headaches for the government, there were generally no major incidents. As the elite Yunnan army guard incoming, Lin Sha's troops had been largely idle,
with no important missions assigned to them. With plenty of free time and a very good environment for martial arts training, Lin Sha wouldn't have achieved what he has today if he hadn't worked hard. Thus,
the promising newcomer of the Yunnan army seemed to vanish from everyone's sight. Apart from necessary social engagements and military duties, he spent the rest of his time at home, diligently cultivating, pierce the spear, practice boxing, punch the sand,
master the hidden power and energy techniques. In short, he had a ton of training to do every day. Filling his free time to the brim, he barely had a moment to breathe. The chubby young man visited him several times. Seeing him working so hard,
he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He said that even watching Lin Sha's intense training made him dizzy. Time flew by. Lin Sha devoted himself to his training at home. Before he knew it, the leaves outside had turned golden.
The weather had grown damp and chilly. Autumn was almost over, and winter was approaching. Today it was the day for the battle with the Dian Cang Sect guards. The chubby young master, Hu De Shao, arrived at the Lin residence early in the morning.
He waited for Lin Sha to finish his morning exercises, then he eagerly approached and asked anxiously, "Lin Sha, you ready? Don't worry.
I'm doing fine right now."
Lin Sha smiled faintly, his face showing an indescribable confidence and composure.
Master Hu looked much more relaxed. He said lightly, "Don't let anything go wrong, otherwise you'll be laughed at by those rough guys." What? Did the news of the competition get out? Lin Sha's brows twitched slightly,
and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. "Don't be offended, kid." The fat boy rubbed his hands in embarrassment. He ruffled his scalp and said sheepishly, "Money's been a bit tight lately.
I just happened to open a gambling game with a bunch of rich young men. What are my odds?" Lin Sha didn't bother talking nonsense and got straight to the point. 1 to 5. The little fat man looked even more embarrassed. "What about your uncle's guards?"
he continued to ask nonchalantly.
1 to 1.5.
The fat guy finally lost his temper. He said indignantly, his face full of embarrassment, "Those guys are really bad. They're just so down on you." Chapter 82.
The spearman is as skilled as a dragon and sighs that the enemy is weak. I will never let you lose everything. Mr. Hu. Lin Sha's face was expressionless. He took the reins from Kaibing, mounted his horse and rode off,
leaving the little fat man standing there in shock. The group rode to the general's office and headed straight for the small training ground behind it. Sure enough, many of their colleagues were already there. Even General Hu Gozhu was there,
chatting and laughing with great interest. Lin Sha's arrival caused a small commotion. General Hu even beckoned him over, smiling. He asked if he really wanted to spar with his guards. Lin Sha naturally agreed. General Hu smiled and said nothing more.
"Just be careful not to get hurt." Lin Sha respectfully left, but his expression was grim. Damn, his colleagues looked like they were watching a monkey show. Who was this for? What happened next is self-explanatory, clearly.
The guards from the Dian Cang Sect weren't entirely happy with the situation. From the moment they appeared to the start of the sparring match, their faces were sullen. They didn't treat Lin Sha well at all. "Lord Ducey, please. Mao guard, please."
The two of them didn't exchange many pleasantries. They exchanged greetings and began to prepare. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Mao, a skilled guard from the Dian Cang Sect, wielded a fine steel sword. With a tap of his foot,
he leaped forward with the swiftness of the wind. The tip of his sword, swift as a meteor, gleamed with a cold light, aiming directly at Lin Sha's chest. Brush, foot, long ash, stem pistol trembled slightly.
The red tassel beneath the spearhead fluttered like fire. Like lightning, it struck the wrist of the hairy guard holding the sword. The Dian Cang school's swordsmanship, however, possessed a unique quality. Faced with Lin Sha's sudden spear thrust,
Guard Mao remained startled and unperturbed. He swung his sword slightly, switching from a stab to a sweep. Swift as the wind, he slashed towards Lin Sha's spear carrying arm. Blow! Lin Sha's wrist twitched imperceptibly.
His pistol thrust straight at Guard Mao's sword-wielding wrist. The spear shaft suddenly bent, its sharp tip swerving in an instant. The tip of the spear struck the incoming steel sword with a sliver of air. Bite! A resounding sound of metal clashing echoed.
Lin Sha's pistol, driven by the recoil, suddenly arched upward. Then, with a whistling explosion of energy, it shot up and struck Guard Mao in the face. Guard Mao felt a surge of force from the sword. His hand went numb, and he could barely hold the sword.
He was just astonished at Lin Sha's immense strength when suddenly a painful scratch hit his face. A whistling force of energy made his eardrums buzz. He was horrified and suddenly exerted force on his feet. Brush! When the spear tip was about to hit him,
Guard Mao disappeared from the spot. Qinggong again. Lin Sha stood expressionless, his gun holstered. Inwardly, he was already cursing. If there was one thing he hated most about coming to the Luding world, it was the baffling Qinggong technique.
To be honest, he felt a little disappointed. He had to admit that the Dian Cang Sect swordsmanship and Qinggong were indeed impressive. Unfortunately, Guard Mao's strength was lacking. He was only at the mid-stage of Mingjin at best.
His victory would be a foregone conclusion. He had come to this sparring match with the intention of experiencing the fighting style of the internal martial arts masters. Unfortunately, he had overestimated the strength of the Mao guard. Swish! Swish!
Guard Mao, however, didn't dare to let his guard down. With a solemn expression, he unleashed his light body skills. He darted in front, then whizzed behind. His form shifted erratically, elusive and invisible.
The longsword in his hand transformed into tiny dots of cold light. With one graceful and agile move, he unleashed the Dian Cang sword technique, enveloping Lin Sha from all sides. He secretly groaned inwardly. He hadn't expected Lin Sha, a mere commander,
to be so formidable. If it was simply a matter of strength, he wouldn't be his match. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have accepted this ridiculous exchange. I might be in trouble this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Facing the guerrilla warfare of Guard Mao and the cold rays attacking from all directions, Lin Sha remained calm, his pistol wielding like a windmill. A dragon emerging from the sea, a venomous snake spitting its tongue, pointing east and striking west.
A dense shadow of gunfire surrounded him. Not only did he easily withstand all of Guard Mao's attacks, but he also launched fierce counterattacks from time to time. He stepped into the Kulin step, swaying back and forth within a 3-meter circle. Suddenly,
he thrust out with his pistol, forcing Guard Mao, who was about to launch a sneak attack, to dodge hastily. The pistol's shaft trembled slightly, then suddenly curved into a crescent shape. The tip of the spear shot out, chasing Guard Mao's elusive figure.
By the time Guard Mao dodged again, Lin Sha was already waiting nearby. He swung his pistol silently across. Guard Mao paused, then dodged again. Lin Sha, still like a ground dragon, coiled around him. Ding ding ding. Guard Mao was forced to dodge repeatedly.
Utterly defeated by Lin Sha's masterful spearmanship, he danced with his sword with impenetrable force. The resounding clink of weapons clashed incessantly, but within moments, he was panting and his steps were unsteady.
It was clear he was running out of steam and couldn't sustain it. The situation was so obvious. Not only did the two sides involved in the sparring know it all, but even the military officers, accustomed to watching the excitement of battlefield battles,
saw what was going on. They looked at each other in amazement. No way! Is this kid Lin Sha really that strong? Even the Dian Cang master is no match for him. The facts are before us. Is it interesting to say this?
I really can't believe this kid Lin Sha is so capable. The officials under him whispered among themselves. The sound drifted into Hu Gozha's ears. His mouth twitched.
And he couldn't help but wonder, was the expert in puncturing the body sent by his father-in-law just a name for himself? Was he not as skilled as he was boasted, even if he didn't want to believe it?
The almost one-sided competition on the small training ground reminded him from time to time that this was the truth. Guard Mao, take this move and you'll be in tatters! At that moment, the situation in the small training ground suddenly changed.
His pistol, like a dragon emerging from the sea, lashed out with a fierce, piercing blast of energy. Guard Mao, who reacted quickly, narrowly avoided the attack, but then the pistol, sweeping, trembled slightly.
Suddenly bending into a semicircle in mid-air, using the rebound force, it was pulled back again, only to be dodged by the leaping Mao guard. Lin Sha remained undeterred. His movements showed no sign of stopping. He swung his pistol back and forth.
Deafening explosions followed one after another, each one striking at the vital points of Mao's body. This left him in a state of panic, with only the ability to defend himself and no chance of retaliation. Call out.
Like a tumbling dragon, the pistol suddenly retracted. Lin Sha also stopped and stood still. With a smile on his face, he bowed lightly to the sweaty and frightened Guard Mao. He said politely, "Guard Mao,
thank you for your kindness."
Whoosh whoosh whoo.
Guard Mao's head and face were covered in sweat. A plume of steam even formed above his head. He was breathing heavily. In a matter of moments, his feet were already wet. You're welcome. Your ex-fu is truly remarkable. I admire you.
Guard Mao breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried and bowed to Lin Sha. His affection for Lin Sha increased. He was giving him such a favor. He would definitely repay him when he had the chance. Chapter 83. Attracting attention and anger.
What was originally thought to be a fierce battle ended abruptly. Lin Sha was slightly furious again. Even Pingxi King Old Wu, upon hearing the news, summoned him to offer some encouragement. He also introduced him to Xuanhuan.
The Dian Cang Sect elder who was guarding him. Master, this was the first thought that came to Lin Sha's mind when he saw Xuanhuan, a skinny old man with an ordinary appearance. Not for anything else, but because this old man gave him a very dangerous feeling.
Whether fighting underworld boxing in modern society or suppressing rebellions on the battlefields of Western Yunnan, he had experienced this feeling before. And each time he encountered life or death dangers, he couldn't help but pay attention to this feeling.
The old man had long heard of Lin Duce's great name. Seeing him now was truly better than hearing. Before Lin Sha could speak, Xuanhuan, the ordinary-looking, skinny old man, complimented him first. You're welcome. You're still very immature.
You can't compare to a renowned martial arts master like Elder Chun. Lin Sha smiled faintly. As the saying goes, courtesy is reciprocity. Who doesn't know how to say nice things? Lin Duce is so polite. If there's a chance in the future,
this old man would like to learn a few tricks from Duce. Xuanhuan finally lost patience with the official rhetoric. He put away his fake smile and spoke meaningfully. I should be the one asking for advice. Why would I bother Elder Qian with such a visit?
Lin Sha sensed the hostility in Xuanhuan's tone. He smiled slightly and dismissed it. He remained polite and courteous. Old Wu was still nearby. Even if he felt unhappy, he wouldn't show it easily. Let's not talk about Lin Sha showing up again.
Let's just talk about Guard Mao, who was defeated in the sparring match. He specifically asked for leave while Hu Gozhu was resting. Then he ran straight to the Pingxi Palace to find his uncle, Elder Xuan.
There was no need for formalities between the two uncles and nephews. They got straight to the point. Their topic was naturally the sparring match between Guard Mao and Lin Sha. Guard Mao awkwardly recounted the entire incident in detail,
not even sparing his own utterly awful state. With so many people witnessing it, it was impossible to conceal it. Is Lin Sha really that strong? Xuanhuan's old face was filled with solemnity. After listening to his nephew's story, he asked in a deep voice.
Uncle Master, Lin Sha's external skills are extremely high. They were very obvious a few days ago, but has been showing signs of restraint these past few days. That's why my nephew agreed to spar with him. Guard Mao answered honestly.
He then reiterated how Lin Sha had long wanted to spar with him, but how he hadn't agreed until recently. So Lin Sha isn't an elite disciple from another sect. This exchange isn't meant to embarrass our Dian Cang Sect. Xuanhuan's expression relaxed,
and his tone softened. How is that possible? Guard Mao quickly shook his head in denial. Before the sparring match, I also learned about Lin Sha's origins. As a legitimate descendant of Liaodong, 2 years ago, after his father's death,
he joined the Yunnan army under his legacy. After suffering a great loss, he worked hard to become stronger. He's definitely practicing outer martial arts. He's not an outer disciple of any particular sect, he added. If he was really looking for trouble,
he wouldn't have given up and saved his nephew's face. I'm afraid he's too embarrassed to stay with Master Hu anymore. Xuanhuan was moved by these words. His face was filled with disbelief. Was he really that powerful?
He could actually gain such an absolute advantage in a sparring match, forcing you to cope with it helplessly, with only the ability to defend yourself and no power to resist, although it was a bit embarrassing to say it.
Guard Mao still nodded awkwardly as if to agree. Hiss, I made a mistake. After repeated confirmation, Xuanhuan's expression finally changed. Junior brother, you're considered an elite disciple in our sect.
I didn't expect you to be so much behind Lin Sha. It seems his strength isn't far behind even this old man's. At first, I thought it was just the excuse of his nephew, Guard Mao. Only when the opponent was strong could he, a loser, have an excuse to save face.
Right? But Guard Mao repeatedly emphasized Lin Sha's prowess, expressing his admiration and respect. Elder Qian had no choice but to start paying attention. So Guard Mao remained silent. Inwardly he was deeply disapproving.
He had personally fought Lin Sha before, so he naturally knew just how powerful he was. If a real fight broke out, Elder Qian might not be his match. Of course, he would never say this even if he was beaten to death. This Lin Sha deserves our close attention.
Okay, I'll report this to Don't worry, nephew. Just protect General Hu's safety. Xuanhuan pondered for a moment before giving these instructions. As for Lin Sha, the rising star of the Yunnan army, if you have the chance,
get in touch with him and build a good relationship with him. If necessary, I, your uncle, will personally take action. As he spoke, his eyes flashed as he recalled his previous meeting with Lin Sha. It felt like this kid had more to say.
He was indeed not a simple character. Lin Sha didn't know at this moment that his strong performance had already attracted the attention of the Dian Cang Sect masters in Coming City. He was now in a rage. With a powerful blow,
he slammed the 8 immortal table in the main hall, shattering it into pieces and scattering it to the floor. The maids and servants were terrified and silent. The guards all cowered, not daring to utter a word.
The atmosphere in the entire front yard was momentarily tense. Say it again. Are there people from the 5 Poison sect targeting the 2 women in the farm outside the city? Lin Sha's eyes were cold and his tone was chilling.
He stared at the messenger in front of him and angrily asked every word. Yes, mass, just today, this morning. The messenger's face was covered in sweat, under Lin Sha's icy gaze, like a fierce tiger staring down from the woods. He trembled with fear.
Terrified that a poor answer would anger Lin Sha and bring him disaster. Very good. Lin Sha's eyes were cold and his teeth were gnashing. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the messenger from stuttering. With a chill shrouding his body,
he strode out of the hall, shouting,
Come on, prepare the horses, I need to leave the city.
After saying this, he turned to the weapons rack in the small training ground in the backyard. He took out a long and short musket made of white wax rods.
After the servants brought his warhorse, he mounted it without a word. He summoned his 50 elite personal guards and followed them. Then, dozens of riders galloped out of the side door, drawing a wave of astonished glances from the neighbors and passers-by.
Who are you? Why are you stopping us? Go away!
Fang Yi's pretty face was frost-covered. Her phoenix eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared intently at the two young men in Miao attire who were blocking the road.
Yo, this girl is hot. I like her.
One of the two young men in Miao attire blocking the road had a frivolous expression. His narrow eyes darted obscenely over Fang Yi's curvaceous figure. His eyes were filled with a sinister gleam.
And he let out a grotesque laugh that sent shivers down your spine. Sister Yi, Mu Jianping hid behind Fang Yi. Her pretty face was pale with fear. One of her delicate hands quietly grasped the edge of Fang Yi's clothes.
The other hand tightly grasped a stack of books. Chapter 84. The situation suddenly changed and he was captured again. Seeing Mu Jianping, such a beautiful and pure woman, another young man dressed in Miao style was immediately impressed.
He waved his hand and said impatiently,
Stop talking nonsense, just arrest her!
The two Miao people chuckled coldly, drew their Miao douse and rushed towards the two women. Ah! Mu Jianping's face turned pale.
She closed her eyes tightly and let out a panicked scream. Fang Yi was extremely anxious. Without caring about comforting the frightened little princess, she thrust her sword forward. Ding ding ding, swords clashed, in the blink of an eye.
Fang Yi had exchanged more than 10 moves with the two Miao youths. Her swords were sharp and swift, her advances and retreats were free and disciplined. A continuous and dense rain of defensive swords lay before her,
temporarily forcing the two Miao youths to move forward. Although the two Miao youths were armed with Miao Dao, they weren't using authentic Miao Dao techniques. Instead, they were employing a rather bizarre technique, erratic, strange, and vicious.
It was clear that the two Miao youths hadn't mastered the technique thoroughly. The power they unleashed was mediocre, which was why Fang Yi's longsword blocked it. Are you from the Five Poison Sect? As a descendant of the Fang family,
one of the 4 great generals of the Mu Palace, Fang Yi was quite knowledgeable. She immediately recognized the strange swordsmanship displayed by the two Miao youths. It was the unique swordsmanship of the Five Poison Sect. Humph.
Since the young lady has recognized you, why don't you surrender quickly? Don't resort to violence and hurt feelings. One of the two Miao youths was full of arrogance. He waved his knife and made threats. Humph. So what if it's the Five Poison Sect?
My Mu Palace is not to be bullied. Fang Yi's pretty face frosted. Her movements became even more swift and fierce. A flurry of swift sword attacks, like rain on banana leaves, forced the two Miao youths into a state of panic. What a bullshit Mu Palace.
Being forced into this state by a delicate beauty, the two Miao youths felt ashamed. Their hands kept moving, their swords slashing wildly, and they kept sarcastic and mocking each other.
You are looking for death?
This was Fang Yi's greatest pain. Hearing the nonsense of the two Poison Sect disciples, her eyebrows raised in anger, her eyes widening. Her graceful figure suddenly accelerated, her movements becoming more ferocious and fierce. For a moment,
a cascade of sword shadows gleamed in front of her, suffocating the two rude youths. They could only defend themselves,
unable to fight back, damn it.
This girl is incredibly skilled in martial arts. Leaper, go catch that girl.
He'll take care of this one.
2 grown men could even take down a woman. They were even more utterly overwhelmed by her. This infuriated the two Miao youths. Unfortunately, they were unskilled. No matter how ruthless they were, it was useless. Seeing that the situation was getting worse,
they exchanged glances and changed their strategy.
Okay, junior brother.
Be careful. The Miao youth known as Leprosy responded immediately. His movements suddenly accelerated and he engaged Fang Yi twice. Using the recoil, he quickly escaped the circle.
Then, with a ferocious expression, he pounced on Mu Jianping, who stood there like a delicate lamb. Mu Jianping, despite her martial arts prowess, was nothing but a show-off. She was often too well protected, like a precious flower in a greenhouse.
She had never personally participated in a martial arts fight. Furthermore, she was inherently naive and somewhat timid. Seeing the ferocious-looking Miao youth charging at her, she was so frightened that her limbs went limp and she screamed. But
shameless! Hearing the little princess scream, Fang Yi's pretty face flushed crimson. The sword in her hand shone more fiercely and she kept cursing. Unfortunately,
The Miao youth fighting against him was not very skilled in martial arts and was firmly suppressed. However, it was not difficult for him to entangle her. He wore a cold smile, brandishing a knife in his right hand while clutching a pink object in his left.
He remained silent, his face sinister and occasionally making throwing gestures. Fang Yi was so frightened that she kept changing her form to prevent her opponent from poisoning her. "Brother Lu, why don't you show up soon?"
She was furious at the shameless behavior of the Miao youth, yet she could do nothing about it. She was even more resentful of Lu Yizhou, who had been following behind to protect her. The situation was urgent.
So she could think of anything else and shouted loudly, "Brush!" As Fang Yi finished her words, a nimble figure suddenly appeared from the withered, yellowing grove of trees nearby. Before the figure even reached her, a sharp gust of wind blew towards her.
"Fang Yi, here I come." This guy is really flirty. He didn't forget to shout at the critical moment. "Lippers, come to help! They still have help!" The Miao youth was already at a disadvantage in his fight with Fang Yi. Now, a stronger opponent suddenly appeared.
He was so frightened that his soul was trembling. He suddenly raised his left hand. A cloud of pink mist rose up. He leaned back and did a very destructive lazy donkey roll, narrowly avoiding Lu Yizhi's sword that fell from the sky. On the other side,
the young princess Mu Ping was so frightened that her face turned pale. She used her Qing Gong to dodge left and right, dragging the Miao youth named Leprosy around in circles. "Junior brother, be careful!" Ma Feng was chasing Mu Jianping, furious.
Suddenly, he heard his junior brother calling for help. His heart skipped a beat. Seeing his junior brother in danger, his eyes glared with shock. He could even think about chasing the young man. He roared, gritted his teeth, and hurled two pale green balls.
The ground around Fang Yi exploded as they landed, sending plumes of green smoke billowing into the air. "Be careful, the aerosol is toxic." Seeing this, Fang Yi quickly closed her mouth and nose, and at the same time reminded Lu Yizhou, who was showing off.
"I'm addicted." Unfortunately, her warning was too late. Lu Yizhou was still in midair. Just a little bit of the pink mist on him. He suddenly felt dizzy and weak. With a scream, he fell directly from the air. "Senior brother Lu!" Fang Yi screamed in shock.
Her eyes wide open. Before she could make any further movement, a faint green mist drifted towards her. She didn't even inhale it. She felt dizzy and weak, and collapsed to the ground. She had underestimated the 5 Poison Sect's secret medicine.
It would still make one's hands and feet go limp. "Sister Yi, Senior brother Lu!" The young princess, not far away, saw this scene. Her face paled with fear, and she cried out in shock. Without a care in the world, she rushed over.
Unfortunately, before she could reach them, she was enveloped by a faint green mist. Her body went limp, following Fang Yi's footsteps and falling to the ground. "You two young ladies, you know how powerful we are now.
How dare you make my brothers and sisters so embarrassed? I'll show you how my brothers and sisters will deal with you when we get back." The Miao youth, known as Leprosy, glared fiercely at Fang Yi and Mu Jianping, who had collapsed to the ground.
The sinister look in his eyes made the two women's hearts tremble. Then, with anxious look on his face, he helped his junior apprentice to his feet. "Brother, we've been wasting too long. Let's deal with that brat first and take the two girls away."
The younger brother clearly held a higher position among his fellow disciples. He climbed up from the ground and casually brushed off the grass debris. He glanced at the two girls with a sinister look. Then, with a murderous look on his face.
Pretty boy Lu Yizhou. Chapter 85. Lu Yizhou behaves in an ugly manner. What do you want to do? Lu Yizhou's face was filled with panic, and his voice trembled like a weak young wife about to be bullied. What do you think?
Pretty boy. The two brothers from the 5 Poison Sect hadn't expected Lu Yizhou to be so easily bullied. They couldn't help but chuckle as they surrounded him from both sides. The younger brother even stepped on Lu Yizhou's pretty face and sneered repeatedly.
Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from Prince Musmanjin? Lu Yizhou, this pretty boy, was quite tough. His handsome face was distorted by the 5 Poison's disciples. He threatened without even a murmur, his words unclear.
"Just a bunch of stray dogs." The 5 Poison's disciple sneered. With a slight push of his foot, Lu Yizhou groaned and was speechless. "Junior brother, stop messing around. Let's pack up and leave quickly."
Seeing his junior brother's enthusiastic face, Leprosy, a fellow 5 Poison's teacher standing nearby, hurriedly warned him, fearing that something unexpected might happen.
"Humph, you're lucky, kid."
The 5 Poison's disciple didn't argue any further.
He looked at the pretty boy at his feet with a sinister expression. At the same time, he unfastened his foot and pulled out a humble, thumb-sized porcelain vase from his bosom. His face revealed an undisguised gloating. "I won't kill you this time, kid."
Seeing Lu Yizhou's delighted face, he curled his lips in disdain. Then he changed the subject and said with a wicked smile, "Do you know what this is?"
"Blood melting sand."
As he spoke,
he pulled the cork out of the bottle and pretended to fall in front of Lu Yizhi's horrified gaze. He smiled softly and said, "Just a little bit of it will ruin your pretty face. You'll become a real ugly freak, ah!"
These were the soft cries of surprise from the two collapsed women. Women, especially beautiful women, were very concerned about their appearance. To hear something so disfiguring and remain unmoved and unfazed would be truly bizarre. Hey, don't be.
Ladies, I have some fun stuff specially prepared for you too. The Five Poisons disciple turned around and glanced at the two girls. The undisguised evil in his eyes made the two girls tremble in their hearts and their faces turned pale. Just enjoy it, kid.
The Five Poisons disciple chuckled. With a flick of his wrist he was ready to disfigure Liu Yizhou. He was annoyed by the sight of this pretty boy. He decided to disfigure him himself. Please, please, let me go. But a shocking scene occurred.
Who had been somewhat stubborn, suddenly burst into tears and begged for mercy. Not only did the Five Poisons teachers and brothers not expect this, but even the two women, still in shock from their disfigurement, were not prepared.
The four pairs of eyes that looked at him were filled with disdain and contempt. Fang Yi was so angry that she was shaking all over and tears welled up in her eyes. This was her fiancé.
Just a pretty boy who looked so handsome but was actually so timid and cowardly. He now begged for mercy. Too late. The Five Poisons disciple came back to his senses, sneered, and flipped his wrist without hesitation. Ah!
Liu Yizhou closed his eyes and let out a shrill howl. His face turned pale, sweat splattered like a pulp, and he collapsed to the ground. If you hadn't seen it, you would have thought that the Five Poisons master had done something to him. But
what a coward! The two brothers of the Five Poisons sect were startled by Liu Yizhou's sudden series of screams. The younger brother even kicked Liu Yizhou in the stomach, causing the hair-raising screams to abruptly stop. Senior brother Liu.
Fang Yi couldn't bear to watch this any longer. She screamed with all her might. Don't embarrass yourself. The worst that can happen is death. Why die? I don't want to die. If you want to die, go ahead and die. Liu Yizhou was on the verge of a mental breakdown.
He didn't notice that the contents of the porcelain bottle in the hands of the Five Poisons disciple had not fallen out. He yelled and screamed like a shrew. Fang Yi was as if under a spell. Her face was vacant, her eyes hollow and lifeless.
She looked at Liu Yizhou with a cold, distant gaze, as if he were a familiar stranger. Princess Mu Jianping couldn't help but gape in shock. She looked at Liu Yizhou, who was yelling like a shrew. Her delicate face was filled with disbelief.
She could understand why senior brother Liu had suddenly become like this. Haha, interesting, truly, extremely interesting. This must be Liu Yizhou, the renowned young talent of Prince Mu's palace.
Who would have thought he was such a cowardly and selfish individual? Hearing about him is truly better than meeting him in person. The two brothers from the Five Poison sect stared at each other for a moment, then burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs.
In particular, laughed wildly and disdainfully. Junior brother, this has taken far too long. Why are you still nagging at such a villain? Once we've dealt with Jinnah, let's leave quickly. He laughed for a moment.
Senior brother Leprosy was more measured after all. He urged without even glancing at Liu Yizhou, who was in such an awkward position on the ground. Good! A fierce expression flashed across the junior brother's face.
He nodded and walked towards the still mentally unstable and yelling Liu Yizhou. Don't come over here! Don't come over here! Seeing the Five Poisons master's disciples approaching with murderous intent, Liu Yizhou's face turned pale.
He trembled and huddled up in a ball, like a weak young woman about to be bullied. The sight of them was disgusting. Go to hell.
Kid, I don't have time to waste with you!
The Five Poisons disciple didn't buy it.
He raised the Miao Dao in his hand and stabbed it down fiercely. Ah! Fang Yi and the young princess, lying limp on the ground not far away, couldn't help but close their eyes and exclaim in surprise.
Although Liu Yizhou's behavior had chilled them to the bone, they were still acquaintances who had spent over a decade together. Watching him die in such a tragic way was truly unbearable. The person involved, Liu Yizhou, was even more shocked. His
high-pitched voice was really unmanly. Spare his life. Just as the Five Poisons disciple was about to stab Liu Yizhou with his Miao Dao, a tragedy was about to unfold when something unexpected happened.
A thunderous roar rolled in from the distance of the official road. Immediately following, a short spear descended from the sky with a piercing blast of energy. As luck would have it, it pierced the Five Poisons disciple's chest before he could react. Da da da.
The rapid clatter of horses' hooves, growing louder and louder, reached the crowd. Before anyone could react, a horseman circumnavigated the fork in the road at the end of their sight, sweeping towards them in a cloud of yellow dust, like a tornado.
It swept past them. A flash of cold light appeared, and Brother Leper of the Five Poison sect collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat in disbelief. Little princess, are you okay? After Lin Sha returned from his horse, having ridden past many of them,
he saw the three men with dazed expressions. He sniffed the smoke and glanced at Liu Yizhou, who was spitting feces and urine. He dismounted quickly and approached the young princess. Ah, why is it you? Hearing the familiar,
gentle voice she had longed for, Princess Mumping suddenly woke up from the sudden change she had just experienced. Seeing Lin Sha's gentle smile close to her, she could help but blush shyly and ask softly, Chapter 86.
a surprise gift package falls from the sky. I heard that you, my little princess, were in danger. Didn't I rush here from the city? Lin Sha chuckled, seeing the little princess slump to the ground, unable to move, and the other two in the same position.
He couldn't help but frown and ask softly, What's wrong with you? We've been poisoned. The poison of the 5 poison sect disciples. We're completely limp and powerless. The little princess face flushed bright red, her long eyelashes fluttered gently. A faint,
contented smile played on her lips. Her delicate hands instinctively clasped the book in their arms. She replied softly, Hey, what are you still standing there for? Help us up. For some reason, seeing the gentle and warm atmosphere between Lin Sha,
the official, and the young princess, Fang Yi suddenly felt a surge of jealousy. She couldn't help but scream out loud, Men and women should not touch each other. Lin Sha glanced at Fang Yi and said casually.
Fang Yi was so angry that she gritted her teeth and her pretty face turned red. Be careful, little princess, I'll get you on the saddle first. Turning around, Lin Sha's expression remained gentle.
He thrust his index and middle fingers into his mouth and whistled loudly. His steed galloped towards him. He thrust his ash-shafted spear forward. Amid Fang Yi's exclamation, it pierced the muddy ground where the young princess lay, with a flick of his wrist,
sending up a cloud of dirt and grass. The young princess, too, screamed and flew to her feet. Quickly, Lin Sha extended his spear and lifted it, balancing the young princess on the shaft. Then, with a flick of his wrist,
he eased her onto the saddle. Can you play with a spear like this? Not to mention Fang Yi, the onlooker, whose eyes widened in a daze. Even the young Princess Mu Jianping, who had personally experienced it, was incredulous. Her innocent.
She glanced at where she had been lying, then tugged at the warm saddle beneath her. Her cherry lips opened into an adorable O shape. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a deafening rumble of horse hooves, gradually growing louder,
reached the 4 men's ears. Then, the ground shook slightly, causing their hearts to tighten. Soon, a group of about 50 cavalrymen passed by the fork in the road at the end of their sight and appeared before their eyes.
It is the Yunnan army!
Fang Yi's face turned pale instantly, but she quickly reacted, remembering the identity of the official next to her. Her tense heart suddenly relaxed. Then, her heart was filled with shame and anger. The little princess lay prone on the saddle.
She lay on her back in an indecent manner, thinking of being laughed at by a bunch of rude soldiers. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, but no matter how embarrassed she felt, the cavalry of about 50 men quickly arrived.
As she had expected, they were brought by that corrupt official. Lin Sha, clean up the traces of the fight first. Block both intersections. Don't let any outsiders in. After receiving the salutes from the 50 personal guards,
Lin Sha immediately assigned tasks. Half of the 50 riders remained as a mobile security force. The rest of the personal guards all dismounted and began to work. No one paid attention to the pretty boy Liu Yizhou and the beautiful Fang Yi,
lying limp on their backs. The guards swiftly cleaned up the traces of the previous fight and the bloodstains. At Lin Sha's signal, they disposed of the bodies of the 2 5 Poisons brothers. Surprisingly,
they found something incredibly valuable on their bodies.
Sir, this was found on that kid.
The captain of the personal guards respectfully presented the items he had found. Without waiting for Lin Sha to speak, he politely excused himself and left.
He had a ready excuse. He needed to urge his men to work. Lin Sha took the Kide package. He didn't rush to open it. He first held it to his nose and sniffed. He didn't detect any unusual odor. Then he walked to a deserted corner nearby.
He placed the Kide package on the ground. He then took out a silk scarf and cut it in half. He carefully opened the package with the package in his hands. The contents were simple. There was no way a dangerous hidden weapon could be hidden in a palm-sized,
flat package. His only concern was whether it was coated with a potent poison. There were small packages wrapped in colorful paper. They contained antidotes for various poisons unique to the 5 Poison Sect. There was also a thin book next to them.
Carefully avoiding any contact with the contents, he gently pulled out the thin book. 4 large characters stood upright on the blue, thread-bound cover: the secret book of the 5 poisons. Is this true or false? Lin Sha's eyes widened.
Nearly popping out of his head, he felt ecstatic, then surprised. Finally, he felt a wave of confusion and disbelief. As far as he knew in the world of Jin Yong's martial arts,
the 5 Poisons secret manual was the 5 Poisons sect's ultimate martial art. It was the same technique that Le Mokao in the Return of the Condor Heroes practiced. Even at the time, it was considered a top-notch martial arts manual.
If the thin book before him was truly something handed down from the world of the Legend of Condor Heroes, then he'd definitely made a killing this time. It was definitely a divine skill, but when I think about it carefully, something feels wrong.
If the Five Poison Sect truly had a complete set of 5 poison secret manuals, then Comrade Xiaoyuan's victory over He Taisho in the world of Sword of Royal Blood would have been a dream. The Hunyuan Gong passed down from the era of the Smiling.
Proud Wanderer is truly insignificant compared to the 5 poison secret manual from the era of the Return of the Condor Heroes. Maybe. Perhaps. This is not the complete 5 poison secret book. Lin Sha swallowed quietly.
His heart surging with emotion, his scarf-wrapped right hand gently flipped the blue cover of the secret book, turning each page until he reached the last. As he had expected, it was just as he had expected.
This is a simplified and further simplified version of the 5 poison secret manual. It contains instructions for refining elementary poisons and their antidotes, as well as seemingly rudimentary methods for cultivating internal energy.
It also includes methods for using poisons to manipulate the 5 elements, encouraging practitioners to enhance their internal energy. It can be considered a comprehensive guide to poisons and basic internal energy cultivation methods.
I let out a long sigh of relief. I couldn't tell whether I was excited or disappointed. My emotions were so turbulent it was hard to calm down. I hadn't expected to obtain the inner strength technique I'd longed for in such a simple and casual way.
It felt like a surreal illusion. At the same time, he felt a tinge of worry. The 5 Poison Secret Manual's internal cultivation methods took a different approach. It required poisons, including the 5 poisons, and supporting medicinal herbs.
While the initial progress was rapid and the power was astonishing, he knew that the later stages would present significant risks. If he truly practiced according to the instructions, the risks would undoubtedly be significant. More importantly,
he didn't have any trustworthy 5 Poison Sect experts around to guide him. If he wasn't careful, there was a chance something might go wrong. Whether this risk was worth taking was unclear. The commotion of the surrounding guards startled him awake.
He knew now was not the time to delve into the details. He closed the book again and wrapped it in a piece of brown paper. He placed it safely with the colorful packet of poison antidotes. Only then, with mixed feelings, did he return to the young princess.
Mu Jianping Chapter 87, inviting a beauty into the house with arrogance.
No, I won't.
Nearly 20 elite personal guards worked together. In just half an incense stick of time they had cleared away the traces of battle, the bloodstains,
and the bodies of the 2 5 poisons teachers. At this point, the guards retreated. Lin Sha immediately expressed his thoughts. The young princess' original courtyard was no longer habitable. It would be best for her to follow him to the city.
That would ensure safety. However, Fang Yi strongly opposed this. What do you think? Little princess, Lin Shali didn't bother to pay attention to Fang Yi and only asked for the opinion of the young princess Mu Jianping. This, that.
Mu Jianping secretly glanced at Fang Yi, whose face was filled with frost. He then stole a glance at Lin Sha, who was smiling gently. His expression shifted and hesitant. Lin Sha, I said I would agree to it. Fang Yi became even more angry upon seeing this.
Without waiting for the little princess' reply, she started to grumble again. I mean, why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Shazhen was a bit amused and unsure. He gave the beautiful woman a cold look and warned her lightly.
You've already made enemies with the 5 Poison Sect. There's no guarantee they won't attack you. Humph, you clearly killed those 2 people. Fang Yi's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Then, her eyes rolled and she immediately thought of an excuse.
She said stubbornly, haha, let's not talk about whether the 5 Poison Sect knows that I killed him. Lin Sha chuckled and glanced up and down the official road.
His personal guards were diligently blocking the intersection and evacuating passing merchants and travelers to other roads. Fortunately, the 5 Poisons brothers had previously engaged in a fierce fight with the 3 men from Prince Mu's residence,
frightening passers-by and deterring them from approaching. This had created the conditions for his personal guards to block both sides of the intersection. Otherwise, the road blockade would have gone so smoothly.
Kunming's suburbs already have a lot of people and business travelers. Who knows if any of them are business caravans or relatives of powerful people in the city? Fang Yi's face froze when she heard this. She obviously didn't expect Lin Sha to say that. Besides,
even if the 5 Poison Sect knew, so what? Do you think they would dare to cause trouble for me? Lin Sha cracked a smile, revealing 2 rows of neat, dazzling white teeth, but the words that came out of his mouth were extremely arrogant.
Fang Yi was speechless. She had forgotten Lin Sha's current status. A powerful mid-level commander in the Yunnan army. A powerful figure who even had a close relationship with old Wu. If the 5 Poison Sect wants to achieve significant growth,
it must cling to old Wu's influence. Otherwise it will be difficult to move forward, or at least struggle to survive. Lin Sha's martial arts training experience shows how enormous the cost and effort required to cultivate an elite inner sect disciple is.
Ever since the last leader He Taisho abruptly retired overseas, The 5 poison sect's masters suffered heavy losses during the turbulent period of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. The sect's strength has been shattered,
and it has been forced to retreat to Yunnan province to slowly recuperate. This was the 5 poison sect's weakest period. Its masters were dwindling. If it weren't for the threat of poison, the 5 poison sect would have been dethroned by a group of underlings,
becoming a stepping stone for others to ascend to the throne. This wasn't the world of the legend of Condor heroes. Jianghu masters completely disregarded the government, as long as they didn't incur a massive arrest warrant from the imperial court.
Offending a provincial official was fine. At worst, they could just walk away and make their living elsewhere. Furthermore, the offended official might not even dare to retaliate. This wasn't the time to be the master of the martial arts world.
The Jianghu was incredibly powerful. Each sect had its own sphere of influence. Within their own sphere of influence, they were like local tyrants. With such power and vast assets, even the local government had to give them face. Take, for example,
when Liu Zhengfeng retired from the underworld, he donated the title of lieutenant general. The underworld types were scornful, saying it was a trivial position. This shows the depth of the underworld's disdain for the government. But times have changed.
The government is the boss. All the forces in the underworld must obey, otherwise there will be no good consequences. Even a mere 4th-rank commander like Lin Sha won't dare to provoke any underworld force.
Unless they were determined to make him a mortal enemy, they would have to be obedient when necessary, and they wouldn't be stubborn when they needed to be. On the contrary, it's you. Most of the people in Prince Mu's mansion are out right now.
Just a few of you little guys are simply sitting ducks. Lin Sha continued to persuade Sankan Bulanjish. Why don't you stay with me at home for a while? It won't be too late to come back after the 5 poison sect. Let's go. What do you think, little princess?
Mu Jianping was quite tempted. With his innocent nature, he wasn't cut out for the underworld. Instead, he longed for a quiet and peaceful life. As for her relationship with Lin Sha, it can really be described as a pen pal,
which was once popular in modern society because of their respective status. Ever since the Mu Palace's elite troops raided the Lin Sha residence and rescued the captive Mu Jianping and Fang Yi, they had met only a handful of times in over a year.
And their conversations never lasted more than an incense stick's worth of time. Lin Sha and the young princess relationship didn't grow distant after not seeing each other for so long, but instead grew closer.
This was all thanks to Lin Sha's meticulous management of their relationship. Apart from anything else, ever since returning victorious from suppressing the rebellion in western Yunnan, Fang Yi and Mu Jianping were spotted among the crowd at the city gate.
They immediately secretly sent people to follow them and find out where they were staying. Then, in the small town where they lived, they deliberately opened a bookstore. It didn't sell classics, history books, or materials for the imperial examinations.
Instead, it specialized in historical materials and miscellaneous notes. They also had travelogues, myths, and ghost stories. Of course, there were also some short jokes and anecdotes that Lin Sha wrote in her spare time.
When the young princess stumbled upon this bookstore, she saw that the books sold there were all her favorites. Especially when she saw the little jokes compiled by Lin Sha, everything clicked for her.
One can imagine how moved and excited she felt at that moment. Thus, that small bookstore in town became a must-visit place for Mu Jianping whenever he went out. He would either search for miscellaneous books he had never read before,
or he would exchange letters with Lin Sha through the bookstore, becoming pen pals. It was hard not to find a close relationship after so many visits. During this period, Fang Yi, the big light bulb, also contributed greatly.
When Fang Yi discovered that the young princess had been exchanging letters with that scoundrel official Lin Sha, and that it seemed to have been going on for quite some time,
she was immediately furious and insisted that the young princess stop this wrong behavior. The little princess was enjoying her pen pal relationship with Lin Sha. She was also in her rebellious phase, although gentle and innocent.
She had been raised in luxury and surrounded by the stars. As expected of a little princess, she had a temper. Naturally, she refused to obey. The more Fang Yi objected, the closer the little princess became to Lin Sha, as the saying goes.
One hater is worth 10 fans. That's the truth. At this point, Lin Sha simply viewed the young princess as a kindred spirit. Seeing that the innocent little sister might be in danger, he instinctively wanted to help. He had no other inappropriate thoughts.
Chapter 88. Be careful and guard against hidden attacks. Fang Yi didn't know Lin Sha's pure thoughts. She thought that this corrupt official, Lin Sha, was interested in the young princess and wanted to take advantage of her innocent nature. So,
she was always like a hen protecting her chicks, constantly on the lookout for Lin Sha's every move. Heaven and earth are in the right place. With Lin Sha's current position and strength within the Yunnan army, he could find any beautiful woman he wanted.
However, many wives of military officers were eager to help promote a certain virtuous young lady. Even the young princess, Mu Jianping misunderstood. She was still in her youth, naive and budding in love in ancient times.
Women married early and matured quickly. Lin Sha was another good candidate. He was, after all, rather handsome. He had a masculine aura and was quite skilled in martial arts. He was exactly the type Mu Jianping knew and liked. It couldn't be helped.
She had been surrounded by warriors her entire life. She had no love for weak scholars. It's a pity that Lin Sha is a subordinate of Wu Sangui, the enemy who killed his father. At this time, Lin Sha suddenly invited her to stay at his home for a while.
This made the little princess think a lot. Was Lin Sha planning to formally confirm their relationship? Fang Yi thought the same thing. She felt very uncomfortable and her objection was particularly justified and loud. How can you be so confused, woman?
What if the five poison sect comes looking for you? Lin Shizhan was a little annoyed. He was not interested in nagging Fang Yi anymore. Humph, what are you afraid of? At worst, I can just fight them.
Fang Yi looked disdainful and spoke with a heroic and confident attitude. I'm afraid that by then you won't even have a chance to fight. Just like this time, Lin Sha laughed out loud without hesitation. Fang Yi hadn't fully recovered from the poisoning yet.
She leaned limply against a small tree trunk. After only a few words, she was sweating and panting profusely. It's not like I can always arrive in time when you are in danger. He looked solemn when he said this, but his tone was firm and unquestionable.
Fang Yi's heart suddenly trembled. A strange feeling of emotion rose in her. She changed her mind, but remained stubborn. If it doesn't work out, we'll leave and reunite with the main force from Prince Mu's palace. Laugh. Lin Sha sneered disdainfully at this.
He said unhappily, "You're just a bunch of little guys. You can't even stay safe in your own territory, let alone leave the province." Seeing Fang Yi's pretty face flushed red and her delicate red lips parted to speak, he waved his hand and said bluntly,
"Stop talking nonsense. You should know how difficult it is for a woman to navigate the world. If you rely on guys like this," he pointed at the pale, silent, pretty boy Liu Yizhou, lying like a puddle of mud. He curled his lips and sarcastically said,
"Then you two did even know when you were caught and made concubines. You." Fang Yi's pretty face flushed with anger. She didn't even bother to look at the disheartened Liu Yizhou. Her towering breasts rose and fell like waves, all in anger. "Sister Yi."
At this moment, the weak voice of the young princess came. Fang Yi hurriedly looked over. She saw the young princess' pitiful and frightened appearance. Her heart softened and she turned away, no longer insisting. For some reason,
she felt a faint sense of anticipation and excitement in her heart. "All right, I'll escort you back to the village now. Pack your things and follow me back to the city." Lin Sha swore to heaven that he had no distractions.
It was understandable that he had momentarily neglected the boundaries between men and women in this era. When the two beauties Fang Yi and Mu Jianping appeared at the Lin residence in the city, they caused quite a commotion among the maids,
servants and guards who stayed behind. Damn it, they had thought Lord Lin didn't like women. Turns out he already had a lover. They'd been worried for nothing. Fang Yi and Mu Jianping couldn't stand the embarrassment and shyness of being watched.
They rushed into the small courtyard Lin Sha had prepared for them and closed the gate to avoid being bothered. Seeing the surprised looks in the house, Lin Sha finally realized how reckless he had been. But now that things had come to this,
there was nothing more to say. He couldn't just send the two women away again. That would only make things worse. From then on, Fang Yi and Mu Jianping lived a peaceful life as daughters of the Lin family, surrounded by maids.
They were escorted by personal guards. Their interactions were with the daughters of nearby military officers. It seemed as if they had suddenly escaped the hustle and bustle of the martial arts world, enjoying a stable, secure, and leisurely life.
Lin Sha's worries were not unfounded. Within a few days of the two women moving in, they began to see suspicious individuals peeking outside the mansion. After much investigation, they discovered they were members of the Five Poison Sect. Not long after,
spies outside the city reported that the small village where Fang Yi and Mu Jianping had previously lived had also been attacked by experts from the Five Poison Sect. Suffering heavy losses, Liu Yizhou, the pretty boy, had disappeared.
The rest of the group had either evacuated coming or died in shame. When Lin Sha quietly told Fang Yi the news, the tough-talking beauty was stunned, speechless. She couldn't help but secretly thankful she had moved into Lin Sha's house in time. Otherwise,
the situation would have been much worse. As for Liu Yizhou's disappearance, Fang Yi no longer felt anything about this. With Liu Yizhou's previous poor behavior, even a fool could guess that if he wasn't dead, he would have escaped long ago. At Lin Sha's,
she readily agreed not to tell the young princess about this. She also secretly wrote a letter and sent it to the Mu Palace's secret contact point in Kunming, requesting that those remaining behind not act rashly.
Those whose identities had been exposed immediately retreated to their base in southern Yunnan. She would wait for her news on when the alert would be lifted. Lin Sha became more cautious in his daily actions. Aside from the daily military duties,
reporting to the general's office, and the inevitable banquets, he stayed home all day, either diligently practicing internal martial arts or practicing spear drills. In his free time, he chatted and joked with the young princess,
leading him to a fulfilling and joyful life. In addition to living a more regular life and preventing others from finding opportunities to attack, he also paid special attention to the safety of drinking water and food at home.
Don't forget that the 5 poison sect's poison techniques are extremely powerful. If you are not careful, you may end up in trouble. That's right. The 5 poison sect couldn't possibly attack Lin Sha openly, but they possessed a sophisticated poison technique.
They could move silently, unnoticed. Fortunately, Lin Shaban had good medical skills and also obtained a simplified version of the 5 poison secrets. Based on the characteristics and effects of the secret poisons in it, he took targeted preventive measures.
It's true. After personally overseeing the food procurement and water hygiene in the mansion, as well as the kitchen security, he actually discovered something unusual. One can imagine how furious he was, of course.
This wasn't the time to completely break off relations with the 5 poison sect. He kept this in mind. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely repay the 5 poison sect's kindness. Chapter 89.
A sudden invitation. Boozy.
This is a true reflection of Lin Sha's recent life. He is so busy that he barely has a chance to breathe. In early winter, rumors spread like wildfire that Wu Yingxiang had finally returned. Old Wu had specially organized a grand welcoming party.
Lin Sha not only had to help maintain public order at the government office, but also personally patrolled the surrounding area to deter criminals. He simply wanted to keep the nearby forces away from causing trouble for a while. Lin Sha didn't think much of it.
He just thought of it as a training exercise for his men. Wherever he went, he was warmly welcomed by the local gentry. He was given plenty of food, wine and other goodies at the welcoming banquet held at the Pingxi Palace.
Lin Sha came into close contact with the Crown Prince Wu Yingxiang for the first time. It should be said that Wu Yingxiang was not bad looking. Judging by the standards of his time, he was a noble young man.
His measured actions and gentle manner of speech made him very likable. As a rising star in the Yunnan army, Lin Sha naturally received special treatment from the Crown Prince Wu Yingxiang. There was no other way when he took over the Pingxi Palace.
He would especially need the support of new military talents like Lin Sha. The veterans who had fought alongside old Wu might appear respectful on the surface, but they were actually quite disapproving. From this perspective,
Old Wu and Crown Prince Wu Yingxiang really had no intention of rebelling against the Qing dynasty. Otherwise, as Wu Sanggui's most valued son, he would not have lived in the capital as a hostage for many years. Once the war breaks out,
the first person to suffer will naturally be Wu Yingxiang, the hostage. Lin Sha wasn't very familiar with the early years of Kangxi's reign. What little he knew came from the TV series Kangxi Dynasty. In it, Wu Yingxiang was an absolute tragedy.
Lin Sha was no longer a newbie in the officialdom. Ever since he ascended to the powerful rank of 4th rank commander, he commanded 3 battalions of over 1,000 soldiers. His official rhetoric was spot on.
He played it off by jokingly dismissing Wu Yingxiang. Winning over Grand Commander
Wu wasn't easy.
When the banquet was over, the commotion had come to an end. Lin Sha returned to the mansion with a drunken smell and a light heart. At the banquet,
he had already found out that Princess Jianing would travel to Yunnan province to marry Wu Yingxiang next spring. That meant that by then, he would be able to witness the many skilled martial artists surrounding Wai Xiaobao, Nunjunan,
fat monk of the dragon cult, and all the experts from the Tiandihui. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I really want to give them a good fight.
Using fighting as a substitute to train myself will help me improve my internal martial arts skills to a higher level. Hate it, Brother Lin. Have you been drinking again? Just as she sat down in the main seat in the middle hall,
a petite and delicate figure hurried in. Mu Jianping's face was filled with concern, and her bright red cherry lips pouted. There's nothing I can do. Wu Yingxiang is back. I have to show my appreciation. Lin Sha smiled soft, although he reeked of alcohol.
His complexion was naturally rosy. He gestured to the chair next to him, motioning for Mu Jianping to sit down. He asked curiously, I've been too busy lately and haven't had much time to talk to the little princess. How is the little princess doing?
Are you feeling okay at home? Humph. It's good that Brother Lin understands. How do you plan to compensate me? Mu Jianping's face lit up. After getting to know Lin Sha, she became less reserved and restrained. Her active little girl nature was revealed.
But she had always been very restrained. What compensation does the young princess want? Lin Sha looked at the innocent Mu Jianping with amusement. Then, Mu Jianping held her chin with her right hand. Her eyes rolled around,
and she clapped her hands and laughed. Brother Lin, you're not allowed to do anything. Can you play with me for 3 days? Looking closely at Mu Jianping's innocent and beautiful face, and listening to her soft, coquettish voice,
Lin Sha felt a sudden surge of emotion. Did the little princess actually have a touch of femininity? Subconsciously nodding in response, Yes, yes. The little princess immediately cheered and jumped for joy.
She danced with joy like a child who had just gotten a favorite toy. I must have seen it wrong. I must have seen it wrong. Lin Sha touched his forehead with his hand and shook his head gently to get rid of the sudden thoughts in his mind. Sir
Mao is visiting. At this moment, the captain of the personal guards who served as the housekeeper walked in. He reported respectfully without looking away. Oh, the Mao guard beside General Hu.
Lin Sha's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. He asked with interest, "Is that the Dian Cang Sect expert who sparred with me last time?" The butler answered respectfully, "Exactly." Lin Sha pondered for a moment. He waved his hand and ordered, "Bring him here."
After the housekeeper left, Princess Mu Jianping stood up and prepared to leave. Since brother Lin has a guest, I'll take my leave now. Fang Yi, who had been inseparable from him, also stood up, although she was filled with great curiosity, need not.
Lin Sha smiled calmly and waved his hand to stop him. "I don't have much of a relationship with that Mao guard. His coming to my house at this hour. I guess it's some kind of underworld affair. It would hurt for you to stay and listen, then I won't be polite."
The young princess had no real intention of leaving. Upon hearing this, she immediately sat back down. Her large, pure, black eyes widened, and she glanced around curiously, her face full of interest. This little girl, Lin Sha couldn't help but chuckle.
He was helpless against the little princess' childish behavior. Fang Yi stood silently behind the young princess. She tried to remain oblivious, not wanting to bother with Lin Sha, the corrupt official.
Especially now that he and the young princess were suspected of flirting. After a while, footsteps sounded. The butler, accompanied by guard Mao, entered the main hall. After a round of greeting, the butler tactfully departed.
Leaving guard Mao to speak with Lin Sha, two beautiful women were also present. "Master Lin, my uncle would like to invite you to gather at Fuxian Tower in 3 days." Although he was surprised to see two beautiful women nearby, guard Mao didn't seem to mind.
The two women's appearances betrayed their martial arts identities. After a few pleasantries, he felt the atmosphere was right. He then took out an exquisite invitation and presented it with both hands. "Oh, I didn't know Elder Qian was looking for me."
"What can I do for you?" Lin Sha's heart moved. He calmly took the invitation and asked curiously, "My uncle has long admired your reputation as a martial arts fanatic. He wishes to make your acquaintance and exchange martial arts skills."
Guard Mao smiled calmly and gently threw out a lead. "Okay, I agree." Lin Sha hesitated for a moment before readily agreeing. However, he had already given a heads up that he would be bringing dozens of personal soldiers with him.
He also hoped Elder Chun wouldn't blame him. "Brother Lin, why did you accept the invitation from Elder Chun of the Dian Cang Sect so easily?" After Lin Sha sent guard Mao away and returned to the main hall, the young princess, who had been sitting still,
finally jumped up and approached Lin Sha asking curiously. Chapter 90, Shock and Surprise. What? The little princess knows that Elder Qian. Lin Sha narrowed his eyes slightly, chuckled, and asked instead of answering. "This, I heard from Sister Yi."
Mu Jianping's face was filled with hesitation. She turned around and glanced at Fang Yi, who was serving as a backdrop. Qun Neng, an elder of the Dian Cang Sect, nicknamed Dian Cang Fast Sword. He was a renowned, top-notch fighter in Yunnan province.
Fang Yi's eyes flashed. She pursed her red lips and spoke coldly. "How does it compare to Senior Iron, back Kang Long Liu?" Lin Sha smiled slightly and didn't take it seriously. Then he asked a question that embarrassed the two women. "Humph."
"No one knows unless they've been compared. It shouldn't be much different." Anger flashed across Fang Yi's pretty face. She spoke calmly and woodenly. "That's it. Even if you can't beat Elder Qian,
You can't do anything to me.
Lin Sha chuckled and spoke confidently.
"Fighting and killing all day long. Don't you feel bored?" Brother Lin, Mu Jianping wrinkled her cute little nose and pouted in dissatisfaction. "There's no other way. If you want to live a good and fulfilling life, you have to pay a price."
"I don't dream of pie in the sky good things. Everything depends on your own hard work and efforts." Lin Sha laughed bitterly. Not wanting to continue this heavy topic, he changed the subject and asked, "Since moving here,
"I don't think I've seen the little princess practice martial arts." This, Mu Jianping's delicate face flushed upon hearing this. She hesitated for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Finally, she stamped her feet and said coquettishly,
practicing martial arts is so hard." Lin Sha was speechless for a moment. He turned his gaze to Fang Yi and asked curiously, "Fang Yi, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? Internal gong techniques? Why are you asking this?" Fang Yi suddenly became alert.
She looked at Lin Sha with suspicion. Her eyes were full of vigilance. "We're all so familiar with each other. What's wrong with asking?" Lin Sha touched his nose and laughed bitterly. This was what he really thought.
He had kept the 5 Poisons secret manual he'd obtained from a disciple of the 5 Poisons sect for many days. Had taken it out and studied it carefully whenever he had a free moment. He recognized the traditional Chinese characters.
But the classical Chinese text was a headache. It wasn't that he couldn't understand it. After all, the original owner of this body had a certain level of literacy. Official documents were all written in this language. If he really couldn't understand it,
it would be a joke. The problem was, he didn't understand some of the terms, he wasn't very familiar with some of the allusions and common sense. He didn't dare to practice recklessly. If something went wrong, he'd have nowhere to cry.
The two beauties before him were definitely the best people to question. The little princess almost unconditional trust, and Fang Yi's seemingly aloof, but actually warm personality, having lived under the same roof for so many days.
He believed the three of them had a harmonious relationship and a basic level of trust. Shouldn't it be okay to ask about some more pressing matters? I just didn't expect Fang Yi's reaction to be so big. As expected.
The importance the ancients placed on inheritance, and the importance they placed on their own sects, far exceeded his expectations. The previous topic had been somewhat reckless. Well,
I found a martial arts manual from those two Five Poison Sect disciples a while ago. There are some things in it that I don't quite understand, so I wanted to ask you two experts to dispel Fang Yi's excessive vigilance.
Lin Sha had no choice but to take out the Five Poison secret book. He touched his nose and smiled bitterly, expressing his ignorance. He acted as if he was humbly seeking advice. Oh, Sister Yi, look, it's the Five Poison secret manual.
The Five Poison Sect's most precious treasure. The little princess couldn't wait any longer. If it weren't for Sister Yi's constant winks, she would have spoken. As soon as Lin Sha pulled out the thin martial arts manual,
she immediately jumped over and grabbed it in her hands. Her little face was filled with unconcealed surprise. What? The secret book of the Five Poisons? Fang Yi was also shocked. Without caring about anything else, she rushed over in 2 steps.
She leaned over to the little princess and together they looked through the thin, yet famous, 5 poison secrets in the Yunnan martial arts world. Really, it's actually true. Fang Yi's heart was filled with turmoil.
She had never imagined that the 2 disciples of the Five Poison Sect would possess such a precious treasure. Then her heart tightened. 2 Five Poison Sect disciples possess such a crucial secret manual. Their identities must be extraordinary.
They were truly in big trouble this time. Neither Lin Sha nor the young princess had much understanding of the affairs of the martial arts world. They had no idea what the Five Poisons secret manual meant to the Five Poisons sect.
That was the foundation of the Five Poisons sect's heritage. If the fundamental secret manual of Prince Mu's mansion was lost, the entire palace would spare no effort to recover it.
They would also kill anyone who had seen the manual to ensure that its contents would not be leaked. Thinking of the Five Poison Sect's potential frenzied pursuit, even Fang Yi, known for her strong character, felt a chill run down her spine.
She was filled with pessimism and worry about the days ahead. Seeing Lin Sha still cheerfully chatting and joking with the young princess, and occasionally letting out cheerful laughter, she couldn't help but feel a pang of anger.
She angrily recounted the entire situation. Finally, she threw up her hands helplessly and said, "We're in big trouble. Let's figure out how to solve it." The main hall suddenly fell silent. Lin Sha was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events.
He hadn't expected things to get this far. A solution wouldn't be that simple. The little princess was so frightened that her face turned pale. Let's not talk about how Lin Sha and the other 2 reacted upon returning to Kunming.
Crown Prince Wu Yingxiong immediately summoned his trusted confidants. He asked about the changes in Yunnan province and the veterans and rising stars he needed to keep an eye on. The others were fine.
Most of the elders had clearly expressed their support for the Crown Prince. Among the rising stars, the one most in need of enlistment was Lieutenant General Lin Sha. The confidant who stayed behind spoke frankly, having already prepared himself.
How to say it, Wu Yingxiong was slightly surprised. Although he had deliberately tried to win over Lin Sha at the banquet, it was just a subconscious move. Those who were qualified to attend the banquet were no ordinary characters.
A new face like Lin Sha was naturally a key target for wooing. The confidant who stayed behind wore a solemn expression. He gathered his words and slowly explained. It's not surprising that Lin Sha is a descendant of Liudong.
He has extensive military connections. He's a core member of the lineage of Hugoju, the Crown Prince's brother-in-law. He's also favored by the Prince of Pingxi. His promotion rate is one of the fastest in all of Yunnan province. Wu Yingxiong nodded slightly,
signaling his confidant to continue. Inwardly, he was deeply skeptical. He had spent years in the capital, interacting with only first and second rank officials. Even those of higher rank, Lin Sha's rapid advancement was nothing in the capital.
Only in remote places like Yunnan province could he attract attention. The confidant who stayed behind clearly noticed Wu Yingxiong's attitude. He didn't say much, only speaking seriously. The key is this guy's extraordinary abilities.
His martial arts skills are among the best in the entire Yunnan army, and his command and combat abilities are extremely strong. He's a rare general who possesses both wisdom and courage. His future is definitely limitless.
Wu Yingxiong's eyes flashed with a gleam of light and he looked horrified. Chapter 91. First Acquaintance with Internal Energy. In the Lin Mansion in Kunming, the atmosphere in the main meeting hall was oppressive and gloomy.
This secret manual is the 5 Poison Sect's treasured manual. Lin Sha looked incredulous. He wondered if he was mistaken. How could such a simple secret manual of the sect be possible? What? You doubt what I said? Fang Yi's eyes were cold and displeased.
Like an expert being questioned in person by an illiterate old farmer. No, I just felt that. Lin Sha spread his hands, his face filled with helplessness. He pointed at the 5 poison secrets in Fang Yi's hand and said from a different angle.
According to the book, practitioners can only open up the 12 meridians and form a small circulation. Isn't that a bit too simple? Damn, he had only just completed the small circulation of heaven, compared to the divine skills he knew.
It was still far behind. He has now opened up his belt meridian. Does that mean he can become the world's top athlete simply by practicing internal skills? Is this still simple? Fang Yi's face was filled with disbelief.
As if he were an idiot. With a look of disdain and sarcasm, she said, "If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. If this gets out, it'll be a huge joke. I would like to hear more details." Lin Sha disagreed and humbly asked for advice.
Did you know that if you can open up the 12 meridians you will become a top master in the martial arts world? Fang Yi, with a proud expression and a sense of superiority, lectured, looking across the entire martial arts world.
The only top masters with records of mastering the 12 meridians over the past few decades are the Golden Snake King Yuan Chengji and his master, the Divine Sword Immortal Ape Mu Ranking. Don't say anything more.
This is an era where martial arts have completely declined. Lin Sha could only express his disdain. You are not allowed to go out without permission from now on. Always bring adequate protection with you when you go out, if you feel the situation is not good.
Run away immediately. Your own safety is the most important thing. If the situation is truly urgent, you can seek help from the surrounding Qing troops and government officials. I'll make sure to contact them in advance.
Now that he knew the importance of the 5 Poisons secret manual to the 5 Poisons sect, Lin Sha no longer dared to underestimate it. After a moment's hesitation, he issued a series of prohibitions to the 2 women.
The little princess naturally responded obediently. Even Fang Yi didn't jump out to provoke this time. After this incident, the relationship between the 3 seemed to grow even closer. When Lin Sha asked the 2 women about their internal energy training,
he quickly got the answer: Eternal Spring Kung Fu. Lin Sha touched his nose to express his ignorance, but for some reason, he always felt that he had heard this name somewhere before.
The young princess only had a vague understanding of the internal energy she was cultivating. She knew it was the core inheritance of Prince Miss Palace, but she had no idea of its specific origins. She looked a little confused. Fortunately,
Fang Yi was well informed about this. She explained that during the pre-Ming dynasty, there existed a hidden sect in Yunnan province called the Changchun Valley. The Changchun Gong was the unique secret manual of the Changchun Valley.
This manual was offered to them by Prince Mu's palace in the late Ming dynasty, a gesture of great kindness. As for the specific details of the Changchun Valley, she remained silent, and Lin Sha didn't even bother asking if the sect still existed.
Since you all have experience in practicing internal energy, then you can fully understand the 5 Poison secrets. Lin Sha changed the subject to the 5 Poison secret manual. He possessed a secret manual of internal energy, said to be the best in the world.
If he could still keep his composure, he wouldn't be called a martial arts fanatic. Do you want to practice the internal skills mentioned above? Fang Yi's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Lin Sha with a questioning look in her eyes. Good.
Lin Sha had nothing to hide, so he simply nodded in agreement. Forget it, you'd better continue practicing that external skill. Fang Yi showed a hint of disdain and dismissed Lin Sha's idea casually. Why? Lin Sha was confused.
He didn't think Fang Yi would worry that his growing strength would harm Prince Miss Manjin. You're so old. You've already passed the optimal age for internal cultivation. Cultivating Q with your current external strength isn't difficult.
But breaking through blocked meridians is incredibly difficult. Fang Yi rarely refrained from sarcasm and simply calmly stated a harsh truth. I want to try it. Lin Sha smiled faintly, not flinching at this harsh reality.
Do you want to use those secret medicines in the secret book to stimulate your internal energy cultivation? Fang Yi's eyes turned cold, and she looked at Lin Sha with a look full of hostility. Brother Lin, don't do that.
Using poison to practice martial arts is terrifying. The little princess was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hurried over and tried to persuade him softly. Don't worry. I have my own way of dealing with it.
I won't be so stupid as to do something so foolish. Lin Sha chuckled and leaned over to comfort him. Would he tell Fang Yi that his belt meridian had already been opened? The next 2 days were uneventful. Lin Sha continued his regular and fulfilling life.
Every day he would travel back and forth between the military camp, the general's office, and home he would practice internal martial arts, wield the spear study, and entertain the little girl. He also added new internal skills to his practice.
His life was filled with so much. That's right. At Lin Sha's insistence, Fang Yi, quite displeased but helpless, took the initiative to guide her in cultivating her aura. Did you see the little princess' excitement?
Her eyes sparkling with excitement. Through Fang Yi's explanation, he finally understood that cultivating a sense of Qi was the foundation of internal Gong practice. Only with a sense of Qi could one direct it through the body's meridians.
Breaking through the Chang meridian and gradually condensing it into a tangible, intangible internal force. This point is similar across all major sects. While the methods for cultivating a sense of Qi may vary, the principles are the same. Therefore, Fang Yi,
a non-professional, still offer some advice, as mentioned earlier, for a practitioner like Lin Sha, who possesses such exquisite external skills. Cultivating a sense of Qi isn't difficult. Indeed, within just 2 days he had already sensed it.
He wasn't practicing simple external martial arts, but rather an internal martial art similar to the Xuanhuan Gong. He already had a sense of Qi within him, but simply didn't know how to harness it.
If he hadn't been worried about exposing his greatest secret, why would he have wasted 2 days pretending to practice? The next evening, Fang Yi taught Lin Sha a unique method of transferring internal energy based on the 5 Poisons Secret Manual.
She repeatedly warned him to stop practicing immediately if he felt any discomfort, as the consequences would be unpredictable. That night, Lin Sha completed all the necessary preparations. He brought his mind and body to optimal levels.
Known for its calming properties, he relaxed and sat cross-legged on his bed, his 5 hearts facing the sky. He exhaled deeply, his eyes half closed, his mind clear and his spirit intensely focused.
He sensed the surging energy in his lower abdomen. Then, following the instructions in the 5 Poison Secrets, he extended his spirit to continuously communicate with the lower abdominal energy mass. Then, he slowly guided it out of his danshan,
gently flowing upstream along a particular meridian. The first time the danshan Qi rippled slightly and then lost its sensitivity. Failure the second time, a little better than the first time, still failed, the third time, the fourth time.
And so on until the 9th time. Chapter 92 Enjoyable. Lin Sha sensed it keenly. A faint heat flowed from his lower abdomen into several acupoints along the belt meridian. A warm current flowed freely through the Shaoyang gallbladder meridian.
The location of the Dai Mai, it encountered no obstruction at all. The entire area of internal organs and skin felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring, feeling incredibly comfortable.
The faint heat gradually solidified and became more real as it moved back and forth between the acupuncture points of the gallbladder meridian of Fut Shaoyang. The gallbladder meridian of Fut Shaoyang, one of the 12 meridians, was cultivated so easily.
Cool. Lin Sha slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Despite the late hour, he felt incredibly energetic. He didn't feel tired or sleepy at all.
Magical internal power!
He paced back and forth a few times in the room. He clenched his fists.
And a crackling sound echoed from his joints. Then he launched his fist into the air, creating a resounding explosion. It was even more deafening than usual, and the energy it released was even more powerful. Brother Lin, have you finished your training?
Before he could continue to experience the novelty brought by internal training, the young princess' lazy and confused voice suddenly came from outside the door. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Sha flung open the tightly closed door. Outside,
the lights were brightly lit. The young princess and Fang Yi were seated there. The housekeeper and the unattended personal guard leader were also present. Touched, he silently took note, yawning repeatedly as he approached the young princess,
who appeared unable to open her eyes, and asked softly, "Brother Lin, this is your first time practicing internal energy. How can I sleep without knowing the outcome?" The little princess covered her lips with her small hand and yawned loudly.
She closed her eyes and talked to herself in a sleepwalking state. Judging from your appearance, you've truly succeeded in your cultivation. Which meridian is the internal energy flowing through? Without waiting for Lin Sha to express his gratitude,
Fang Yi impatiently stepped in between the two of them. She carefully looked Lin Sha up and down, seeing the glint in his eyes, his spirits high and his face filled with joy. She asked in surprise, "You guys go back and rest first. I'm fine."
Lin Sha chuckled and didn't rush to answer. He first waved away the housekeeper and the head of the personal guards. He also dismissed the serving maid. The three of them sat in the candlelit main hall and talked openly. That's right.
I've successfully guided the internal energy through the Fut Shoyang gallbladder meridian. It flows smoothly without any lag. After the two women had a cup of tea and some snacks and fully regained consciousness, he spoke slowly and softly. What?
This shock was truly extraordinary. Not only did Fang Yi, who was very familiar with the operation of internal energy, disbelieve it, But even the usually bewildered young princess Mu Jiangping expressed shock and disbelief.
Lin Sha chuckled and said light-heartedly, "The external skills I practice are no joke. At my level, opening up 1 or 2 meridians on my own is no big deal." These words left the two women speechless for a while.
Thinking back to when they had opened up the 12 meridians in their bodies, each one had cost them a great price. How could it be as easy and simple as Lin Sha's? Knowing that Lin Sha had succeeded in his first practice, they were relieved.
Under Lin Sha's repeated urging, coupled with the threat that women age faster if they don't sleep enough, they returned to their respective courtyards like rabbits to rest. Lin Sha, on the other hand,
continued to study the changes brought about by his internal cultivation with great energy. It was not until the 4th watch that he forced himself to go back to his room and sleep. The next day, Lin Sha was in a cheerful mood. Everything he saw pleased him,
and everything he did seemed to interest him deeply. This surprised his colleagues and the servants at home. They wondered what had happened to Lin Sha. That night, he brought 30 elite personal guards to Wuxia Tower to keep his appointment.
He wanted to see what Elder Qian of the Dian Cang Sect was up to. Elder Qian was quite considerate. He didn't act like old Wu's personal bodyguard. He simply waited at the door to greet him. This gesture alone made Lin Sha feel relieved. Ha.
Lin Dushi has honored me with his presence. I'm truly honored. You're welcome. Elder Chun is a senior in the martial arts world. I have to give him this little bit of face. The two naturally exchanged pleasantries, then led by guard Mao,
who served as the middleman, they arrived at a secluded courtyard in the backyard of Wuxia building. 30 elite personal guards were scattered around the courtyard. Nearly 10 of them were the most formidable in martial arts.
They followed Lin Sha into the courtyard. Excuse me, Elder Chun. Recently there have been some misunderstandings between Lin and the 5 Poison Sect. I have to proceed with caution, even though he had greeted her before.
Lin Sha still said with an apologetic look on his face when he entered the yard. It should be. Qianneng smiled and waved his hand. As he led Lin Sha into the main hall, he echoed in a serious tone. The 5 Poison Sect has always been secretive.
Master Lin should be cautious.
The large main hall held a small, exquisite round table. The 3 of them sat down and drank a few glasses of wine. The conversation gradually turned to martial arts and the affairs of the Jiang.
Xuanhuan tentatively asked Lin Sha if he had joined a certain sect. When he received a negative answer, his expression relaxed noticeably. From then on, his tone became much more affectionate.
Although Lin Sha was very surprised by Elder Chuan's change in attitude, he didn't really care. He took the opportunity to ask this old Dian Cang Sect martial artist about the affairs of the Yunnan martial arts world, and gained quite a bit of useful information.
Because internal martial arts also emphasize the cultivation of both the inner and outer realms. And having spent the past 2 days with Fang Yi studying and discussing the 5 poison secrets and other internal martial arts techniques,
I have a certain understanding of both internal and external martial arts. I can follow Elder Chuan's thinking, which makes the conversation more relaxed and harmonious. The 2 masters, one old and one young, were in high spirits. Without a word,
they walked hand in hand to the open space in the small courtyard, one with a short spear and the other with a long steel sword. They set up their stances and began to spar. Qianneng lived up to his nickname, Dian Cang Fast Sword.
With his nimble and graceful Dian Cang swordsmanship, he unleashed a strike as swift as a gust of wind and as sharp as a sharp arrow. Combined with his agility and exceptional lightness skills, his first strike was a fierce, torrential attack,
poised to overwhelm Lin Sha. Lin Sha, however, showed no fear. The short spear in his hand, wielding a white wax shaft, resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, or a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. The spear shaft bent and flexed with unwavering will, often making the impossible possible. The roar of intense, bright energy explosions continued uninterrupted. As soon as his spear technique was unleashed and unparalleled, fierce force surged forth. One is a seasoned veteran, one is a rising star. One is a renowned practitioner of the Dian Cang technique. One is a master of internal martial arts, having reached the level of hidden power. One is a seasoned fighter with a sophisticated swordsmanship and sharp, light-weight martial arts. One possesses a powerful spear, capable of swift and dexterous movements within a small area. The saying "a general meets a good man, a chess player meets a worthy opponent" best describes the current competition between the 2. Spears and swords flew back and forth, shadowy figures clashing indistinctly. The roar of explosives and the sound of sharp weapons piercing the air were incessant. Figures moved swiftly and swiftly, each one moving with impunity. Not to mention the elite personal guards. Even Guard Mao, a master of internal martial arts, was mesmerized and captivated by the scene. Chapter 93. Transfer to another place to avoid disaster. That night,
Lin Sha returned home with great pleasure.
He gained a deeper understanding of his own strength and his position in this martial arts world. From Elder Chuan, He learned the basic situation of the entire Yunnan province martial arts world. At the same time,
he also gained a general understanding of the entire martial arts world. The martial arts world at this time was very similar to the Yuan dynasty era in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Various martial arts forces were closely connected to the rebel groups,
or even willingly became accomplices of the imperial court. Of course, compared to the martial arts of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber era, the martial arts of this era are rubbish. For this reason,
all the major sects and underworld organizations were powerless to confront the government. They either relied on anti-Qing armed forces to grow and develop, or relied on the imperial court to show off their power,
or remained neutral and survived in the cracks. In short, they all relied on power to win. I have never heard of a master who was not afraid of the army. Just like Elder Chun's Dian Cang Sect, they were like local tyrants in Dali.
Considered the largest local landlords and powerful individuals, they still had to rely on the Pingxi Palace. Otherwise, they would face a fate no good could await them. Even the Five Poison Sect, which held immense influence among the Maya people,
had to bow down before the true leader of Yunnan province, the king of Pingxi. Although they were making subtle moves in secret, they dared not go too far. Knowing this, he felt relieved for the time being, given his current position in the Yunnan army.
The Five Poison Sect wouldn't dare act recklessly, unless he were alone or with few guards around him, giving the Five Poison Sect's secret agents an opportunity to spy on him. The Five Poison Sect wouldn't dare to do anything to him openly.
A hearty duel with Elder Qian made him realize his current strength and his position in the entire martial arts world. Elder Qian was indeed very powerful. He was not much behind Lu Dahong, the iron-backed Azure Dragon, the foremost fighter in the Mu Palace.
His Dian Cang Swift Sword and Qing Gong skills were both formidable. But Lin Sha is stronger! Apart from anything else, he didn't even use his hidden energy techniques, relying solely on his increasingly powerful bright energy spear techniques.
He remained undefeated and even subtly suppressed Elder Qian. As time went on, Elder Qian's physical strength was exhausted, making him no match for Lin Sha, who possessed immense endurance. In other words,
after this period of dark energy training and the added internal strength he had cultivated yesterday, his physical fitness was much stronger than when he fought Lu Dong. According to what Guard Mao said at the dinner table after the battle,
even if Lin Sha's martial arts skills were placed in the martial arts world, they would be considered top-notch masters, enough to roam freely in the martial arts world. Of course, this was a bit of a compliment. Lin Sha only believed it about halfway.
If he took into account his hidden strength, perhaps his current strength was truly at the top level in the martial arts world. You know, even during the Republic of China era, when Chinese martial arts flourished,
a dark force master would have been considered a master. The current level of martial arts in the Deer and Cauldron world is even lower than that of the Republic of China. It's not surprising that he could be considered a top-tier martial artist. Moreover,
Elder Chun showed him how a martial arts master with superb internal skills actually fought. Internal ki strengthens all aspects of the body. It can also be transferred to the sword, increasing its power.
It can also make one as light as a swallow and swift and agile. Internal Qi can even unleash immense power in an instant. In short, the benefits of internal energy are very wide-ranging, and the amplification effect is obvious during martial arts battles. But
that's it. In the current era, internal energy has become a completely auxiliary ability. Of course, those top masters who have completely opened up the 12 meridians are not included. As for the martial arts masters Lin Sha had encountered,
the so-called internal martial arts masters, aside from their lightness skills, which left him somewhat baffled, were not much different from internal martial arts masters in terms of explosive power, physical strength, and speed.
The key difference was individual and depended on their physical foundation. Lin Sha's spearmanship was at the Ming Jin stage. Even as Elder Chun had said, it was incredibly powerful in the entire martial arts world. At least he couldn't easily break it.
With these gains, he was very satisfied with the conference. But when he happily returned to the mansion, the housekeeper secretly told him a very bad situation. Tonight, Fang Yi and Mu Jianping went out for some fresh air.
They were spotted by Crown Prince Wu Yingzheng. The Crown Prince's behavior was unusual. His personal guards quietly followed them outside the mansion. Damn it, what does this kid Wu Yingzheng want to do? You can tell by just thinking.
He must have taken a fancy to one of the two women. Or maybe both. He was immediately filled with anger, and his opinion of Wu Yingzheng plummeted to below freezing.
I was originally hesitant about whether to remind Wu Yingzheng to keep an eye on Wai Xiaobao and avoid a tragedy for a man. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. He seriously asked the housekeeper if the two women knew about this.
He felt relieved when he heard no. Some things are better left unseen than known. It seemed that he could no longer stay in Kunming, unless he wanted to leave the Yunnan army.
His current strength and status would not allow him to compete with the Crown Prince Wu Yingxiong. Having made up his mind, he attended the regular morning meeting at the general's office the next day. After the meeting,
he approached Hu Gozhu alone and requested a transfer. General Hu was shocked and asked why Lin Sha was like this, as he was fine. Lin Sha had nothing to hide. He simply mentioned that the Grand Prince Wu might be interested in the women in his mansion.
After a long pause, he asked, "Is it worth it for those two women of awkward status? Is there any need to ask?" Since Lin Sha had taken the two women home, he naturally had an obligation to ensure their safety.
Even though their identities had long been exposed, and the entire Yunnan province military and political elite were aware of it, Lin Sha had paid a heavy price to get them to turn a blind eye. He couldn't just give up at this point. He couldn't get over it.
Hu Gozhu was reluctant to let him go, but seeing Lin Sha's resolute attitude, he reluctantly agreed to send him to Chuxing as a garrison commander. It would be good to temporarily avoid the Crown Prince.
After the Crown Prince married the princess and returned to the capital, it wouldn't be too late to transfer him back. Lin Sha agreed immediately. He thanked General Hu for his care and love. Before leaving,
he gave a final reminder it's best not to spend too much energy on the prince. Hu Gozhu asked in surprise why. "Need I say more?" Lin Sha rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "The man in the Forbidden City is in high spirits.
Now that there are no more obstacles at court, the next target is naturally the three feudatories. Recently, there have been frequent transfers of high-level officials in Guizhou and Yunnan provinces.
The court has begun planning to reduce the power of the feudal lords. The rest of the story goes without saying. Wu Sangui was already old and no longer possessed the same ambitions as before. Wu Yingxiong, however,
wanted to smoothly inherit the title of King of Pingxi. Naturally, he did not want unrest or rebellion in Yunnan province. This would not benefit him in the slightest. Moreover, Wu Yingxiong had lived in the capital for many years.
His every move was under the control of the imperial court. Naturally, he was the imperial court's puppet. However, the imperial court's reduction of the power of the feudal lords was not in the interests of Yunnan army leaders such as Hu Gozhu. Check.
The effects of internal power. The next day, when Lin Sha suddenly told the two women to pack up and prepare to leave Kunming, they looked at him in surprise for a while. This didn't stop until the transfer order from the Prince of Pingxi's palace came through.
General Hu was very kind to him. Not only did he transfer him to Chuxiong to serve as a garrison commander, but he also secured for him the favorable conditions of being able to bring 2 battalions of troops with him.
Lin Sha naturally chose the supply battalion and the original regular battalion, with whom he had fought side by side. However, the troop redeployment would not be completed in a short period of time. He also did not want to become entangled with Wu Yingxiong,
who would soon be seeking eunuchs. So, he entrusted the subsequent matters of the redeployment of the 2 battalions to Hu Guozhu. The next day after receiving the redeployment order, he left without notifying anyone.
He took 50 personal soldiers and any servants who were willing to follow him, harnessed 5 large carts, and quietly departed. When Wu Yingxiong got the news and rushed over in a rage, the Lin mansion had already become an empty house.
Lin Sha and his group traveled by day and slept by night. They covered only a few dozen miles a day. When it rained, they stayed in their inn. This journey lasted nearly 10 days, but they were only halfway there one day.
As the group was passing through a valley sandwiched between 2 mountains, hundreds of sturdy men suddenly rushed out from the dense forests on both sides, each armed with a knife or sword, and looking menacing. This group of strong men split into 2 groups,
one in front and one behind, directly blocking Lin Sha and his group's retreat. Lin Sha ordered his personal guards to prepare for battle. He then sent a loudmouth to inquire what was going on.
The answer he received was both within his expectations and beyond them. It turned out to be someone from the 5 Poisons sect. Their demands were simple. They wanted the 5 Poisons secret manual and Fang Yi and Mu Jianping. Lin Sha wouldn't agree to that.
He was already furious after being forced out of Kunming, and now, the 5 Poisons cult's men were right in the crosshairs. Without a word, he spurred his mount down and thrust his spear forward. In the blink of an eye,
2 of the powerful leaders were stabbed to death. Another had his head blown off. At the same time, with the exception of 10 riders left to guard the carriage, the remaining 40 of the 50 personal guards split into 2 groups. They engaged the strongmen,
who outnumbered them by twice their number, in a direct confrontation. Their first move was a swift, sharp crossbow fire, instantly knocking down a group of strongmen. Then, they charged forward, slashing and killing them.
They were all veterans who had survived the battlefield. Their individual qualities and coordinated combat abilities were incredibly formidable. They were definitely not something the 5 Poison sect could withstand. The defeat was like a landslide.
Hundreds of strongmen blocking the road were instantly defeated by the 40 mounted guards. Lin Sha led the charge, unstoppable. He killed at least a dozen strongmen.
If he wasn't worried that the 5 poison sect disciples among the strong men would use poison without any care, he willed let these guys who dared to cause trouble go easily. A sudden fight broke out, and Lin Sha and his 40 cavalrymen emerged victorious.
Most of the roadblockers were killed or wounded, while only 5 of Lin Sha's men were injured. After hastily clearing the battlefield, they dispatched elite cavalry as quickly as possible to the nearest county town to inform local authorities of the end.
Lin Sha and his entourage then continued on their journey towards Xuanhuan. There were no more unsightly things on the road afterwards. We arrived in Xuanhuan smoothly, settling down in Xuanhuan City, visiting the local government officials,
taking over the garrison camp left behind by his predecessor, accepting a banquet invitation from the local gentry. In short, Lin Sha hadn't been quiet for the past half-month since arriving in Xuanhuan. When everything settled down, it was already deep winter.
The winter in Yunnan province is still warm, though a bit humid. A martial artist like Lin Sha, with abundant Q in blood, only needs 2 or 3 thin shirts. Fang Yi and Mu Jianping quickly adapted to life in Xuanhuan.
They were both children of the underworld. They had often followed the Mu Palace's troops around and were already used to it. Without the powerful people incoming city, Lin Shalin, the garrison commander, would be one of the ultimate bosses in Xuanhuan.
And he was also the most important one. Besides managing military affairs, assigning his battalion commanders to take turns leading troops to suppress bandits and hone their combat skills, interacting with local officials,
and enjoying the tributes and offerings from the local gentry and wealthy, the rest of his time was basically spent practicing internal martial arts and internal skills. There's not much to say about internal martial arts.
It's simply a process of refinement over time. First, the power flows through the hands and feet, then spreads throughout the body. When the light and dark power throughout the body shifts seamlessly and smoothly, you reach the state of enlightenment. Currently,
Lin Sha is still training his hands and feet, and no obvious changes will be seen in the short term. On the contrary, his internal energy cultivation progressed rapidly.
This was due to the effect of the dark energy tiger leopard thunder sound on the internal organs. The 12 meridians closely connected to the internal organs were nourished to varying degrees.
Aside from the now completely unblocked foot shoyan gallbladder meridian, the rest of the Han Tain lung meridian, Han Juin pericardium meridian, Han shoyan heart meridian, Han Yangming large intestine meridian, Han shoyan triple burner meridian,
Foot Taiyin stin meridian, Foot Taiyin spleen meridian, Foot Juin liver meridian, Foot Shaoyan kidney meridian, Foot Yangming stomach meridian, Foot Taiyang bladder meridian, and so on, have all been trained and developed to varying degrees.
Some acupoints have become completely unblocked. Through the internal energy circulation methods shown in the 5 poison secrets, internal energy circulates through the 12 meridians in the body, continuously growing stronger and stronger, simultaneously.
It feeds back to the body, enhancing all aspects of the body's quality. He also experimented with the techniques for using internal energy in the 5 poison secret manual and gradually mastered them.
He became more and more proficient in using internal energy in combat. To put it bluntly, besides quietly improving physical fitness and enabling bodily functions to surpass those of ordinary people,
the most important function of internal energy is to temporarily stimulate acupuncture points and meridians, granting the user superhuman abilities, like the incredible skill of Qigong, because internal energy is cultivated through self-cultivation.
It has few side effects unless consumed excessively. Furthermore, by regularly training certain parts of the body with internal energy, these parts will be continuously strengthened. Ultimately, this quantitative change will culminate in a qualitative shift,
resulting in incredible and astonishing changes. For Lin Sha, although his internal energy cultivation was rapid, it didn't lead to a dramatic increase in his combat power. However, his physical fitness improved significantly faster.
His internal martial arts hidden energy cultivation also showed signs of acceleration. This is a good thing. Although he felt a little disappointed, internal cultivation wasn't as magical as had imagined, but the current results were enough to satisfy him.
He wasn't a fool. He knew that relying solely on his growing Ming Jin strength, he had barely made it into the rank of Jianga's top fighters. If he could unleash his Anjin, or even wield his Ming and Anjin with ease,
wouldn't his true strength be much different from that of the so-called top martial arts masters? He didn't know the answer, but he was confident he'd give it a try. By the time his dark energy reached the mid-stage,
he'd be strong enough to dominate the Yunnan underworld. Of course, this also depends on the results after the duel with top masters. Chapter 95. Wei Xiaobao arrives. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed.
It is late spring again and flowers are in full bloom. Lin Sha was so happy in Xuanhuan that he didn't want to leave. If old Wu hadn't personally ordered him to return to Kunming, he probably wouldn't have been happy to see Wu Yingxiang's ugly face. Fortunately,
this happened to be the time when Wu Yingxiang was marrying a princess. the protagonist of this dimension. Wei Xiaobao was already escorting Princess Jianing to Yunnan province as the envoy to arrange the marriage, just in case.
He dispatched a battalion of regular soldiers to accompany him. He also asked Fang Yi and Mu Jianping to follow, along with a dozen or so martial arts masters who had joined the group in the past 6 months. Given Lin Sha's reputation as a martial arts fanatic,
how could he not have made any moves when defending Chuxiang? In half a year, he set up several arenas, inviting martial arts masters from all over the world to compete and make friends. Lin Sha even personally helped the arena gain fame.
He defeated several nearby small and medium-sized sects in Chuxiang, beating the top fighters there into a state of panic. Then, he officially invited these sects to send their best fighters to participate in the arena competition,
which gradually attracted a large area of people from the martial arts world to come and watch or directly participate. Some of them were quite capable and had decent character, so they naturally attracted Lin Sha's attention and were recruited.
Although some were unwilling, many of them became Lin Sha's thugs, returning to coming with a large group of people. I felt as if I were in another world when I re-entered the long-abandoned house. The meeting with the superior was another lively occasion.
Hu Guozhu treated him with the same warmth and respect as always. Soon, Old Wu ordered Lin Sha to be part of the Yunnan province's wedding reception team.
He was to be the advance guard and rushed to the border area between Guizhou and Yunnan to await the princess' arrival. Without further ado, he led a battalion of regular soldiers, along with professionals dispatched by the Pingxi Palace.
And without further delay, they set off for Kujing on the Guizhou-Yunnan border to await their arrival. One day, scouts reported that the wedding procession had already left Guizhou province and was heading towards Kujing. It was only a few dozen miles away.
The first few envoys who were sent to greet the bride discussed it and decided they should go there early to welcome her. They would not be blamed if anything went wrong. So, the group quickly left Kujing and headed straight for the bride's escort.
A large group of people could be seen slowly approaching. Lin Sha and his escorts first greeted the crown prince Wu Yingxiang. Then, they met the renowned Wei Xiaobao. Lin Sha glanced over.
Although Wei Xiaobao looked imposing in his second-rank official uniform, he was only a teenager. He had a clever look on his face and was very tactful in his speech and actions. In a short time, he had become very close to the Yunnan province envoys.
Like brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years, he was impatient with such politeness. He didn't take the initiative to approach the so-called favorites of the emperor. Instead, he glanced at the group of palace maids and eunuchs.
His body trembled suddenly, and he sensed the presence of several masters. Among the palace maids was an absolute master. The mere hint of her aura made him tremble all over and his blood boil. He wanted to rush forward and fight her recklessly.
There were also several experts among the eunuchs and guards. Their auras were quite strong, though not as strong as the Mu Palace's top fighter, Iron-backed Azure Dragon. However, they were still as skilled as Elder Qian of the Dian Cang Sect.
Lin Sha's gaze immediately caught the attention of several masters, especially Master Junan. Her sharp eyes suddenly turned towards Lin Sha. Their gazes met in mid-air, and both sensed the other's extraordinary presence. Lin Sha smiled and nodded in greeting,
then disappeared into the bustling crowd of people welcoming the bride. What happened to the master? A key was beside Master Junan. Seeing that her master looked unhappy, she asked with concern, "Nothing. I met a master!"
Jun replied softly with a serious expression. He also warned, "Be careful when you get to the camp."
Don't run around. Got it.
Master Key nodded solemnly, but her mind was roiled with thoughts. She wondered which renowned expert her master had seen.
Why had his expression suddenly become so solemn? In Kujing, the wedding procession rested for 3 days and was warmly received by the local government, the wedding envoys, and Wu Ying.
As a close friend of Kang Damazi and the marriage envoy of the wedding procession, Wei Xiaobao was naturally the center of attention. Lin Sha had no interest in joining in the fun. He would always sit in a corner, carefully observing Wei Xiaobao's every move.
Especially the look in this clever boy's eyes when he looked at Wu Yingxiang. That was the focus of his attention. As expected, although this boy had been mingling in the streets for years and had spent several years in officialdom,
he was still a little too young. His subtle expression revealed his true feelings towards Wu Yingxiang. He was definitely not as kind and harmless as he appeared. Lin Sha didn't know that while he was observing others, he was also the object of their attention.
Among the wedding procession, besides Wu Yingxiang, the main person, Lin Sha was the youngest and most eye-catching, although Junan didn't specifically tell Wei Xiaobao to pay attention to Lin Sha.
Wei Xiaobao still unconsciously developed an interest in Lin Sha through his interactions with a group of Yunnan officials. Of course, these are all secretive actions. It's not like the parties involved are completely unaware of them.
The group rested in Kujing for a while before continuing their journey to Kuming. One day, as they were about to reach Kuming, they heard a horn blow from the army. An officer announced, The Prince of Pingxi has come to welcome the princess.
Wei Xiaobao and his escort rode forward. Columns of soldiers in gleaming armor, mounted on tall horses, galloped before them. They dismounted and lined up on either side. Amidst the clamor of stringed instruments, hundreds of young men in red robes,
holding banners and fences, led a general to the front of the army. A ceremonial officer shouted, "Your servant, Wu Sangui, King of Pingxi, greets Her Royal Highness Princess Jianing." Lin Sha felt the urge to cover his face and run away. He thought to himself,
"Old Wu is really going backwards. He doesn't want to be a general of the Ming dynasty, but insists on being a slave of the Qing dynasty. Even at such an old age, he still calls me a slave. How shameful." Wei Xiaobao, however, didn't feel anything.
He had long been accustomed to it in the capital. Those 8 banners people would always call him servant and servant at every turn. It wasn't like he was being asked to call himself a servant. So why would he feel anything? He looked at Wu Sangui carefully.
He saw he was a tall, imposing figure with a ruddy face and a beard that was mostly white, though not black. Despite his age, he still walked with a vigorous gait, striding forward with his head held high. Wei Xiaobao saw him walk to the princess carriage.
Kneel down and kowtow. He stood aside and waited until he finished kowtow before saying, "Prince Pingxi, please excuse me." Wu Sangui stood up and walked over to Wei Xiaobao, saying with a smile,
"Is this the famous Wei who bravely captured Oboy and gained worldwide fame?" Wei Xiaobao bowed and said, "I dare not. I am Wei Xiaobao. I pay my respects to the prince." Wu Sangui laughed heartily. He shook his hand and said,
"Lord Wei is a man of great benevolence and righteousness. I have long admired your illustrious name. Let's dispense with all these formalities. I and my son will depend entirely on Lord Wei for support from now on. If you don't abandon me,
we will treat each other like family." Hypercritical, Lin Sha stood at the edge of the wedding procession. Hearing the polite exchanges between old Wu and Wei Xiaobao, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Chapter 96, Warning.
For the sake of his son's marriage, Wu Sangui really didn't care about his reputation. Putting aside his airs as the head of a powerful vassal state, he warmly greeted Wei Xiaobao, a young man who could be his grandson.
His words were full of fawning and flattery. Lin Sha had already keenly seen the dissatisfaction and anger in the eyes of the Yunnan army generals. As expected, there were also undercurrents within the Yunnan army. Old Wu's behavior was a bit excessive.
Without saying anything else, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Sangui and Wei Xiaobao rode side by side, clearing the way and guiding the princess into the city. When the people of Kunming heard that the princess was marrying the Prince of Pingxi,
the streets were already packed with people, all rushing to see the excitement. The city was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. Everywhere were archways and wedding banners, gongs, drums, and firecrackers roared loudly along the way.
Wei Xiaobao and Wu Sangui rode into the city and were very pleased to see everyone bowing to greet them. The journey was bustling with activity. Wu Sangui personally escorted the princess to Fuyuan in Shan, Kunming. It was the former residence of the Mu family.
The Duke of Tuen during the Ming dynasty, it already boasted tall buildings and pavilions, a magnificent garden. Upon receiving news of the princess' marriage, Wu Sangui embarked on a major renovation, giving it a brand new look. After settling the princess,
Wu Sangui and his son paid their respects to her through a curtain. Then, they accompanied Wei Xiaobao and a group of high-ranking Yunnan army officers to the Prince of Pingxi's mansion. Among them was the rising star Lin Sha.
Lin Sha couldn't help but smile bitterly on the way to the Prince of Pingxi's mansion. It took a lot of effort to calm the agitated Fang Yi and Mu Jianping. After all, Princess Jianing's residence was the former site of their Princemas mansion.
The Prince of Pingxi's palace was located on Wuhua Mountain. It was originally the former palace of the Yongli Emperor of the Ming dynasty, stretching for miles. After Wu Sangui took up residence, he added pavilions and halls year after year. By then,
with its towering pavilions, carved walls, red pavilions, and emerald ponds, it was almost indistinguishable from the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. A grand banquet had already been laid in the hall.
All the civil and military officials under the Prince of Pingxi had come to enjoy the feast. Naturally, the imperial envoy Wei Xiaobao sat at the head of the table. Lin Sha sat last, while unceremoniously enjoying the palace's delicacies.
He secretly shook his head. No wonder old Wu had such a bad reputation. Damn, this is clearly digging into the foundations of the Ming dynasty. The other courtyard is the former site of the Ming dynasty's hereditary governor of Yunnan province.
The royal palace is also the former palace of the Ming dynasty's last resistance emperor. What do those patriots determined to overthrow the Qing dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty think of this? Lin Sha was truly enlightened by what followed.
Wei Xiaobao's incoherent speech left old Wu utterly embarrassed, his face turning red and dark. The civil and military officials below were all stunned. This fellow showed no shame at all for his illiteracy. Instead,
he spoke with a flurry of street jargon that required careful translation. Lin Sha truly admired that idiot Kang from the capital. Wei Xiaobao's nonsense not only irritated old Wu, but also left him speechless and feeling utterly frustrated.
As an imperial envoy, he's also a close friend of Kang Damaz's, a dignified second-rank official, and yet he's just a half-grown kid. There's no point in arguing with him, right? A grand welcoming banquet ended in a very subtle and strange atmosphere.
Lin Sha wanted to say goodbye and leave, but old Wu unexpectedly made a sudden appointment and assigned him to be in charge of the security of the imperial envoy's headquarters.
He was also responsible for serving as Wei Xiaobao's guide and providing a good reception for the imperial envoy and his entourage. He was reluctant at first, but then he thought it would be a good opportunity to learn from Jinan.
So he just agreed and said a few words to Wei Xiaobao, such as "Please take care of me." Following the protagonist of the world, Wei Xiaobao, there is indeed no shortage of excitement. First, Wu Yingsong blatantly bribed the government,
paying out 200,000 taels of silver. Damn, you really don't treat silver as money. What puzzled Lin Sha the most was how this banknote came into circulation. It seemed like there weren't any money houses in Yunnan province.
He hadn't seen silver notes much either. Could it be that they were already in circulation in the capital? It's no wonder Wei Xiaobao's current situation wasn't a stroke of luck. This guy was definitely generous.
He casually took out 5,000 taels of silver and handed it to Lin Sha with a smile, saying that everyone who saw it would get a share, even though he knew that Wei Xiaobao had bad intentions.
The favor and accepted this huge windfall without hesitation. Next, old Wu showed off his military prowess. Wei Xiaobao, startled, flattered him generously,
praising the Yunnan army to the hilt and disparaging the cavalry battalion he had brought with him as a mob, much to old Wu's amusement. Then old Wu struck while the iron was hot. He wanted to discuss the princess marriage with Wei Xiaobao. However,
Wei Xiaobao refused, arguing that the matter was too serious and too hasty. Lin Sha couldn't help but laugh at old Wu's gloomy expression. Old Wu didn't even know his son was a coward. If he knew, would he immediately rebel?
Because Lin Sha was only an outer guard and didn't always stay with Wei Xiaobao, he didn't know what happened next. The Tiandui's heroes broke into High Kansas prison, leading to the discovery of Yang Yizhi, whose hands and feet were crippled,
and the envoy of the Mongolian Galdan. When these guys left, they naturally didn't hide from Lin Sha's men. However, since they were wearing the uniforms of the cavalry battalion, Lin Sha's men, who were responsible for the outer security, couldn't stop them.
They only sent elite scouts to follow them from a distance. They only learned about this afterward. One could only say that Wei Xiaobao was incredibly daring. He had just robbed Haikanzi, and now he had kidnapped Galdan's envoy.
Lin Sha couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately asked to see him. Upon seeing Wei Xiaobao, the boy's eyes were red and his mood was grim, surrounded by a circle of skilled fighters, each with an imposing presence.
Lin Sha chuckled and dismissed the idea. He bluntly warned Wei not to act so arrogantly. This was Yunnan province, not the capital where he could do as he pleased. Wei Xiaobao's expression changed immediately.
Several of his guards rushed at the same time and pounced on Lin Sha without a word. Haha, Lord Wei's hospitality is really good. Lin Sha's face turned cold. He immediately lunged forward and punched the most aggressive of the attackers, sending them flying.
Then, with lightning-fast force, he sent another flying. The combined force of his fists and kicks created a roaring explosion. In just 2 or 3 cups of tea, he had knocked 4 or 5 of the soldiers, dressed as martial artists, to the ground,
leaving them howling in agony. At this moment, Wei Xiaobao urgently called for a halt. Lin Sha had no intention of pressing him further. He stood there, his face nonchalant. With a look of disdain, he said to the expert fighters who had met there the other day,
"You want to try your hand at fighting me? You've really got the wrong guy." Then he turned to the startled and doubtful Wei Xiaobao and smiled. "I have no control over what Lord Wei wants to do. But Lord, you'd better be more restrained in your actions."
You're not afraid of getting into trouble, but am worried about being implicated for no reason. That's all I have to say. As for whether Lord Wei listens or not, I don't care. Goodbye. He bowed and turned to leave. Before leaving,
he glanced at the partition screen intentionally or unintentionally. He had a half smile on his face. Chapter 97. Intercepting halfway.
Xiaobao!
When Lin Sha's figure completely disappeared from his sight, a call woke Wei Xiaobao from his shock. "Master!"
Wei Xiaobao hurriedly called for help to take the injured Tiandui heroes away for treatment. Only then did he respectfully invite Nun Junan to sit on a chair. This doozy named Lin Sha is very dangerous. It's best not to provoke him if you can avoid it.
Junan warned in a serious tone. "He's just a small Yun army soldier. If the master takes action, won't it be easy to capture him?" Wei Xiaobao complimented him with a playful smile. This fellow's mental quality was indeed extraordinary.
Don't flatter your master all the time. Even if you really want to fight, the master won't be sure. Nun Junan chuckled and shook her head. Then, with a look of disappointment on her face, she gritted her teeth and said,
I didn't expect that old thief Wu would have such a master by his side. Xiaobao, you must be extremely careful in your future actions. Wei Xiaobao was surprised and apprehensive. Meanwhile, Lin Sha had left the imperial envoy's temporary residence.
After inspecting the perimeter and finding nothing missing, he rode back home to speak to the two women. The next few days were peaceful. Wei Xiaobao and his fellow Tiandui members didn't cause any more trouble.
Even the incident of the Hai Kanzi prisoner rescue was easily brushed off by Wei Xiaobao. Lin Sha could only sigh that this boy was born to be in the officialdom. No wonder he had become so successful in the Qing court in such a short time. All I can say.
Wherever Wei Xiaobao is, there's bound to be a lot of activity. Just 2 days later, Lin Sha suddenly received a transfer order.
He was ordered to temporarily relinquish his duties as a guard at the imperial envoy's headquarters and to camp in the city to await further orders. A few nights after he and his 300 regular soldiers withdrew,
A fire suddenly broke out at the imperial envoy's headquarters. The commotion in the garden lasted for a long time, only subsiding at daybreak. Lin Sha didn't even need to personally inquire. His men would deliver the news promptly.
A fire broke out at the imperial envoy's headquarters. Crown Prince Wu Yingxiong attempted to assault the princess. However, Wei Xiaobao, the envoy of the marriage, and the palace guards intervened in time. Unfortunately,
He was injured and unconscious during the altercation. Hearing this, Lin Sha couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, Wu Yingxiong must have become a eunuch this time, right? However, more news soon arrived. Old Wu had been assassinated,
and martial law was declared in the city. Lin Sha and his men were ordered out of the camp to patrol and maintain security. I had just finished patrolling a street when I heard the faint roar of horse hooves, gradually growing louder,
coming from the direction of the imperial envoy's headquarters. Soon, the ground nearby began to shake slightly. Lin Sha's face changed. How dare someone ride a horse towards the Pingxi Palace?
He roared and quickly rushed forward with his 300 regular soldiers. Lord Wei, what are you doing? Lin Sha led the way. His cold gaze swept across the aggressive cavalry battalion officers and soldiers, finally landing on Wei Xiaobao,
who was as majestic as the moon surrounded by stars. His face was now filled with anxiety. Lin Ducey, please get out of the way. I want to talk to the king of Pingxi. Knowing that the little Ducey before him was not someone to be trifled with,
Wei Xiaobao said in a deep voice. Suppressing his anxiety, the Tandia heroes who followed him were even more nervous, their swords drawn. The previous fight had left a deep impression on them. Lord Wei,
you brought the elite troops of the cavalry battalion to visit the Prince of Pingxi. What are you planning to do? Lin Sha remained unmoved and only asked coldly, get out of the way. Kid, you have no place in this little doozy. That's right.
Get out of the way now, otherwise, the cavalry commander will show you how powerful he is. My rank is higher than yours. Why don't you get out of the way and seek death? Before Wei Xiaobao could say anything,
the military officers of the cavalry battalion could not help but speak out. They all said some harsh things. It was obvious that no one took a small fourth-rank commander of the Yunnan army seriously. Bang! Lin Sha said nothing.
He simply drew his spear and plunged it into the hard blue stone of the street. A dull thud instantly caught everyone's attention. No one understood what Lin Sha was up to. What does he want to do? The answer will be revealed soon.
With a slight flick of his wrist, the spear, its entire tip embedded in the bluestone ground, suddenly bent into a bow and, with a thud, lifted a basin-sized piece of bluestone. Before anyone could grasp the purpose of this,
a spear shadow whipped up fiercely at the last second. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and a piece of bluestone the size of a wash basin was torn into pieces which flew all over the sky. Hiss! The cavalry commanders,
who had previously looked disdainful, were all horrified and felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Thinking back to their earlier provocative words, they felt even more ashamed.
If Lin Sha had a bad temper and suddenly rushed out to attack them with a spear, the consequences would be unimaginable, not to mention the generals of the cavalry battalion. Even the experts of the Tiandihui all changed their expressions.
They looked at each other and clutched their weapons tightly. They couldn't help but wail in their hearts. Where did this monster come from? Wei Xiaobao's face was filled with fear. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. After finally recovering,
he asked in a trembling voice, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, I'm an imperial envoy. It is precisely because you are an imperial envoy that I did not kill anyone directly. Lin Sha smiled softly. The spear in his hand trembled slightly,
sending a dazzling pear blossom dancing in the air. The faces of the formidable Tiandui warriors and the brave generals of the cavalry battalion all changed drastically. Becoming utterly solemn, they dared not be careless,
fearing a sudden attack from an unsuspecting master. So what are you trying to do by blocking the road? Wei Xiaobao didn't feel anything. He had recovered somewhat by this time. His face was serious and he asked in a deep voice.
His reaction frightened the other skilled fighters to their core. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads, and they nearly cried out in shock. Their knuckles, gripping their weapons, turned white. They held their breath, concentrating and preparing to strike.
Lord Wei, what do you mean by this? Lin Sha asked instead, pointing to the hundreds of fully armed cavalry officers and soldiers behind Wei Xiaobao. He sneered, "You are an imperial envoy.
Do you need to bring so many soldiers with you to see the Prince of Pingxi?" Wei Xiaobao's face suddenly turned extremely awkward. He quickly thought of an excuse. Unfortunately, Lin Sha knew he was a quick talker. How could she let him start making such a fuss?
He extended his spear. He sneered, "Lord Wei, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to get involved in the matter between you and the King of Pingxi. I don't want to know what happened that made you so desperate, but I must remind you.
This is Yunnan province, the King of Pingxi's fiefdom." Wei Xiaobao was dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing what to say. Lin Sha didn't let him go and continued, "It's easy to get through. Just have your soldiers withdraw to their base."
You're bringing your personal guards with you. No one has nothing better to do than to mess with the imperial envoy. Is that right, Lord Wei?" As he was speaking, the Yunnan army nearby heard the news and slowly rushed over. Chapter 98, Accidents and Pursuit.
Wei Xiaobao was interrupted by Lin Sha, and it was very awkward for him to back down. He was probably trying to use his position to bully others. This was Wu Sangui's territory in Yunnan province.
Don't be fooled by the politeness of the Yunnan province's senior generals. If they really wanted to fight to the death, who would care about him, an imperial envoy, seeing the Yunnan army gathering more and more?
He would have a hard time escaping if he didn't think of a way. Right now, he was anxious to save his beloved wife Aki. After a quick discussion,
Wei Xiaobao decided to follow Lin Sha's advice and headed for the Prince of Pingxi's mansion with his personal guards. The cavalry battalion quickly returned to their temporary camp. Several officers from the cavalry battalion refused to agree.
Seeing the commander's anxious expression, it was clear something serious had happened. It was fine if they couldn't help immediately, but if they still back down at this critical moment,
how would they have the nerve to eat and drink with the commander after returning to the capital? Later, the Yunnan army generals who had gathered around also participated in the urgent discussion.
They decided to station the Xiaoqi battalion at the Fahui temple, 3 miles from the Pingxi prince's palace. A group of Yunnan army soldiers would monitor and suppress the rebellion.
Wei Xiaobao then hurried to the Pingxi prince's palace in a light carriage with only a few dozen guards. What happened next? Lin Sha had no idea, nor did he want to find out. Wei Xiaobao returned to Fahui temple, beaming with joy.
He returned to the imperial envoy's headquarters, escorted by hundreds of soldiers from the cavalry battalion. His mission was complete. He and several Yunnan army generals jointly submitted a report.
Then each returned to their respective bases without further comment. As the sky filled with sunset glow, Lin Sha, having finished a day's military duties, returned to the mansion with 50 of his personal soldiers. Upon seeing Mu Jianping and Fang Yi,
he immediately sensed something was amiss. What's going on? He took a sip of tea to relax. He then turned his gaze to Mu Jianping, who made no effort to conceal her feelings. The young princess, however, looked conflicted, hesitant to speak.
Even a fool could guess she was hiding something. The young master and senior Liu are back. Before the young princess Mu Jianping could speak, Fang Yi suddenly spoke first. Mu Zhensheng, Lu Dehong and the others are back. Where did you see them?
Lin Sha's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal and asked in a deep voice. They're truly fearless. Coming is currently heavily guarded. If they're not careful, they could end up with their heads and bodies severed.
I hope they won't act so rashly, or else they'll implicate you. Humph, no need for you to be so hypercritical. Fang Yi's pretty face was as cold as frost. She was obviously very dissatisfied with Lin Sha's words.
Mu Jianping was so preoccupied with this that she answered honestly when Lin Sha asked. Today, I suddenly met my brother and Master Liu at Ximen. Lin Sha pondered for a moment and asked again. What else did your brother and Lu Dehong tell you?
Mu Jianping blinked her innocent eyes. Senior brothers Zhou and Liu are here too. Only Uncle Wu is ill and can't come. Everyone came to coming and planned a plan to assassinate Princess Jianing. Wait, what did you say?
Lin Sha's eyelids twitched and he quickly reached out to call for a halt. Surprised, he asked, Lu Yizhou. Mu Jianping nodded seriously, while Fang Yi's expression became even uglier. Lin Sha chuckled and said nothing more.
He easily changed the subject and asked, you want to assassinate the princess? Why? The princess hasn't offended your Mu palace, has she? Mu Jianping didn't think much of it. He simply said seriously, my brother said we must overthrow the great traitor Wu Sangui.
We have a great opportunity right now. The Tartar emperor married his sister to Wu Sangui's son. If we kill the princess, the emperor will surely blame Wu Sangui for not protecting her well enough and issue an order to punish her.
This will most likely force Wu Sangui to rebel. Childish, Lin Sha commented. What nonsense are you talking about? Fang Yi's eyes widened in anger.
Never mind, I can't explain it to you.
Lin Sha waved his hand, his unwillingness to talk to her infuriated Fang Yi.
He added, let's find a safe place in time. I'll talk to Mu Jiansheng and Lu Dahong in person. Without waiting for Fang Yi to express her opinion, the little princess nodded in agreement. You two are both well-known figures in the Pingxi Palace.
Don't interact with those guys in the Mu Palace anymore. Otherwise, if trouble arises, I won't be able to intervene in time. After the meeting was arranged, Lin Sha did not forget to give a stern warning. And that Lu Yizhou, his bones are so soft.
Aren't you afraid he'll sell you out one day? The result turned out to be exactly what he predicted. The next day, Lin Sha led his troops on patrol. Suddenly, a family soldier came to report that Miss Fang Yi had something to ask. It was urgent.
His heart beat. He hurriedly gave a few instructions and followed the guards back to the mansion. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw the young princess, Mu Jianping, rushing towards him, tears streaming down her face.
Fang Yi's face was also filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lin Sha hugged the little princess and turned to look at Fang Yi in surprise. Just last night,
the courtyard where the young master and the rest of Prince Mu's family lived was surrounded and captured by Wu Sangui's men. Fang Yi calmed herself down and replied in a deep voice. How were they exposed? Lin Sha gently comforted the frightened Mu Jianping.
He asked, puzzled. This Fang Yi's face was filled with shame and indignation, and she looked as if she couldn't speak. Yes, needless to say, there must be a traitor. The first thing that popped into Lin Sha's mind was that spineless Lu Yizhou.
He shook his head and put it aside. He promised the two women that he would help find out the news as soon as possible. He wouldn't talk about rescuing them, but he would
definitely ensure their safety.
He felt that there was room for recovery.
The key was to see how capable the protagonist of that dimension, Wei Xiaobao, was. He could then fish in troubled waters that day.
The elite scouts who had been sent out suddenly reported that something unusual was happening at the Imperial Envoy's headquarters. Without a second thought, Lin Sha changed into casual clothes. He brought only about 10 trusted confidants with him.
Following the scouts' guidance, they sped out of the city. After leaving the West City Gate, the road became increasingly desolate. He had no idea why Wei Xiaobao came here. After walking another 3 miles, they turned north. The road was narrow,
barely wide enough for one carriage. They arrived in front of a small nunnery. From a distance, they could see the scattered members of the Tiandahui that they had seen at the Imperial Envoy's headquarters that day.
It was clear that this small nunnery was Wei Xiaobao's destination. Before Lin Sha and his group could get close, a man dressed as a Taoist priest jumped out from the side of the road and blocked their path. Get out of here if you know what's good for you.
Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson for being a Taoist who doesn't follow the rules. Lin Sha took the lead. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the Taoist priest who was blocking his way. He spoke calmly and indifferently. Is that you?
The Taoist priest who was blocking the road finally saw Lin Sha's face clearly. He was shocked and his face changed drastically. He raised his fine steel sword and prepared to fight to the death. At the same time he shouted, "Brothers, come here quickly."
Chapter 99, Great Drama. 4 or 5 Tiandahui experts rushed forward with knives and swords. Lin Sha waved his hand, signaling his personal guards to maintain perimeter security. He drew the pistol from the back of his saddle
and engaged in combat with a group of Tiandahui experts. The spear, like a dragon, effortlessly flipped a broadsword. The spear's shaft curved like a moon, whipping a longsword away like a whip.
The spear's tip shone with a cold gleam like a blooming pear blossom. The clang of weapons clashing echoed endlessly. Several other weapons, unable to withstand the relentless blows, burst from their owners' palms, sending them flying.
He swung the spear across his lower body. After a series of muffled groans, the person standing in front of him was gone. You guys better stay still. Don't force me to kill. Lin Sha swept his gaze coldly, instantly calming the writhing,
wailing members of the Tiandahui who were ready to fight to the death. Without looking back, he walked towards the small nunnery. His trusted guards would naturally keep an eye on the Tiandahui members. Apparently,
the fight outside hadn't caught the attention of the people in the small nunnery. Lin Sha didn't encounter anyone blocking his way any further. Arriving in front of the small nunnery,
I saw 3 big characters engraved on the plaque in front of the door.
Sansheng Nunnery!
Entering the nunnery, I found it spotlessly clean. In the courtyard stood a few camellias and a redbud tree. In the center of the hall stood a statue of Xuanhuan in white.
The deity's features were extremely beautiful, with a solemn and majestic appearance yet a touch of grace. Before Lin Sha could make any further moves, he heard a faint noisy sound coming from outside. He was startled. He didn't bother looking for Wei Xiaobao,
who had already gone deep into the nunnery. In a few flashes, he was out of the nunnery and ran back along the path he had come from. Kindness. From a distance, several more figures appeared where the personal guards were.
They were wearing Yunnan army uniforms. Prince, As he got closer, he saw Wu Sangui standing in the grove nearby. What are you doing here? Wu Sangui's old eyes were as cold and sharp as an eagle's. His gaze towards Lin Sha was filled with inquiry.
Imperial Envoy Wei has quite a few skilled martial artists around him. I'd like to find an opportunity to spar with them privately. Lin Sha showed no fear and remained calm. He didn't hide his intentions. Humph, forget it this time.
Don't be so reckless next time.
Lin Sha's reputation as a martial arts fanatic was too well known. He was also a man of action. Wu Sangui believed it almost immediately. His expression softened and he warned him. Lin Sha could only nod in agreement.
Old Wu then temporarily assigned him the task of guarding the outer perimeter. He watched helplessly as Old Wu and a large group of guards secretly surrounded the Sanqing temple. Given his personality, he naturally wouldn't stay quietly on the periphery.
After pretending for a while, he unconsciously wandered to the vicinity of Sanqing temple. Just in time to catch a big show. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the nunnery. You recognize a thief as your father. How unreasonable!
There was a man's voice in the nunnery. Lin Sha's mind suddenly flooded with filthy thoughts of lewd nuns and monks. Unable to contain himself any longer, he silently greeted the Yunnan army officers and soldiers outside. Then
he scaled the wall in the side yard and ran toward the source of the noise. Like a swift cheetah, he quietly arrived at the small room on the flower path not far from the eastern side hall.
He sidled up to an inconspicuous corner nearby and peered inside through the gap between the door panels. There were 3 people in the room. One was, of course, Wei Xiaobao the Lord. The other was a beautiful Taoist woman, perhaps 40 years old.
Dressed in a pale yellow robe, her features were picturesque, and her beauty was beyond description. Even he, who had seen countless beauties in modern times, was stunned by the sight of this one. The last one was a tall old monk.
He held a thick iron Zen staff and slammed it heavily on the ground. The iron ring on the staff still clanged loudly. The old monk had a square face and a long beard. His eyes were as bright as lightning and he looked extremely powerful, just standing there.
He was like a small mountain moving to the door. His back was straight and upright, like a tiger or a lion, and his aura was intimidating. Damn! This old monk exudes such a powerful aura. Lin Sha was secretly shocked.
With his 3 lifetimes of experience and insight, he could easily tell that the ferocious-looking old monk had an extraordinary background. He was definitely a powerful figure who had once wielded considerable power. At this moment,
the beautiful woman in Taoist attire and the old monk were huddled together. They looked like an infatuated couple. He was amazed at the sight and wondered if there was an affair. There must be an affair. Just then,
the sound of boots clattered outside the door. A man came in laughing and said loudly, "An old friend has arrived in Kunming."
Xiao Wang's face is really great.
It was Wu Sangui's voice. Lin Sha remained unmoved and continued to watch the show. However,
his right hand tightly gripped the pistol. He sensed that a fierce battle might be about to begin. Wei Xiaobao and Chen Yuanyuan's faces immediately changed color. The old monk, however, seemed oblivious. Suddenly, a gleam of brilliance shone in his eyes.
His aura so abruptly increased that it was difficult to even look at him. Suddenly, a white light flashed, a hissing sound was heard, 2 long swords swung, slicing away the door curtain. Wu Sangui stood smiling in the doorway. Then, a loud bam.
Dust and wood chips flew into the air. The surrounding walls and windows were simultaneously pounded down with massive hammers. From each hole, several guards emerged. Some drew their bows and arrows, others held spears.
Their arrowheads pointed towards the room. Wu Sangui only needed to give the order. The 3 men in the room were instantly covered in a hail of spears and arrows, becoming like hedgehogs. Lin Sha watched this live emotional drama with great interest.
After listening for a while, he realized that the beautiful woman was none other than Chen Yuanyuan, the famous woman from the late Ming dynasty. She was the one who made old Wu so angry that he risked his life for her. As for that mighty old monk,
no one knew him. Even though Lin Sha hadn't paid close attention to the TV series The Deer and the Cauldron, he knew that Chen Yuanyuan had a lover who was a monk. It was none other than Li Zikang, the rebel leader who destroyed the Ming dynasty.
Just when old Wu was feeling smug and confident of victory, and even had the leisure to chat with Wei Xiaobao about this and that, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a white shadow flickered.
Someone suddenly jumped down from the roof and landed on Wu Sangui's head. Wu Sangui roared in anger. The 4 guards behind him simultaneously drew their swords and lunged at the white figure. The man flicked his robe sleeves,
unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent the 4 guards retreating. Then he slapped Wu Sangui on the back. Wu Sangui lost his balance and fell into the room. The man followed him like a shadow, leaping forward. With a slash of his right hand,
he struck Wu Sangui squarely on the shoulder. Wu Sangui groaned and collapsed to the ground. The man placed his palm on Wu Sangui's forehead and shouted to the surrounding guards, "Shoot!" This sudden change occurred in an instant. The guards were stunned,
seeing that the prince had fallen into the hands of the enemy, who dared to move. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Sha leaped to his feet. With one punch, he blew away half of the hut's wall. Amidst a shower of wood chips, he slowly entered the room, pistol in hand.
His fierce eyes fixed on the one-armed nun holding old Wu. With a gentle grin, he said, I am Lin Sha. I have been promoted to the rank of 4th commander of the Yunnan army. I have long admired the name of the one-armed nun, Nun Junan.
I hope you'll be so kind as to teach me. All of a sudden, everyone in the room looked over. It's ya. Please save me. Boy, you are so arrogant. Chapter 100. Ascension. Just like the original novel,
Wei Xiaobao and his companions escaped danger and left Yunnan province safely. Lin Sha also got what he wanted and fought a fierce battle with the one-armed nun Junan. This was a true peak confrontation. Lin Sha's skills lay entirely in his fists and kick.
his power shifted seamlessly between visible and invisible energies. Junan, a top-tier expert with profound internal cultivation, delivered each strike with immense force. Where they clashed, his internal energy seeped into his skin,
wreaking havoc on his meridians. This was the first time Lin Sha had encountered someone with such profound internal energy cultivation. The battle was extremely difficult. Even after exerting his full strength, he was still at a disadvantage. Finally,
he used the Fashan Shadowless Kick, a technique that allowed him to change his light and dark energy at will, to barely reverse the situation. As I said before, masters of internal martial arts possess abundant Q and blood.
Their endurance in combat is far superior to that of masters who have only opened up the 12 meridians. The one-armed nun is, after all, quite old. She simply cannot afford to expend any energy. But just as Lin Sha was recovering from her defeat,
and just as Nun Junan was about to lose her hold, another top-tier expert, the 100 Victories Sword King Hu Yizi, emerged. His swordplay was fierce and brutal, with powerful swings and sweeps. Lin Sha, holding her pistol,
was momentarily unable to withstand the blows. Lin Sha was at a complete disadvantage in a battle with two of the world's top masters. He could only protect his own life, and it was extremely difficult for him to achieve anything.
His life was threatened by two top masters. Old Wu immediately waved his hand and let them go. He watched helplessly as the rebels fled. To Lin Sha's delight, not only were the captured Tiandui members released,
but even the core members of Prince Ma's palace were able to escape Yunnan province. As time passed, Lin Sha's position grew higher and higher. The situation in Yunnan province grew increasingly tense. Kang Damasi's tactics continually weakened Old Wu's power,
while also constantly irritating Old Wu. Finally, in the 12th year of Emperor Kangxi's reign, Old Wu rebelled against the Qing dynasty. At the outset of the uprising, the Yunnan army advanced with unstoppable force,
encountering virtually no resistance and seizing control of Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and most of Hunan later. Wu's army defeated the armies of Yuli and Dong Weiguo in Jiangxi, capturing Nanchang and Zhujiang.
This forced the Qing army to retreat to Anqing for years, refusing to move. This clearly demonstrated that the Qing Eight Banners army was no longer viable. The Green Camp troops had also largely fallen into depravity. Among them,
Wu General Zhao Di twice instantly killed Prince An Yule, a renowned general among the Qing nobility. On the western front, Wang Pingfen and Wu Zhiki orchestrated a scheme in Sichuan to cause the 50-man
Qing army under General Vaca to collapse without a fight. Zheng Jialin and Wang Fuchen's troops surrounded and annihilated over 100,000 troops by Qing Grand Councilor Moro at Pingyang Pass in Shaanxi, killing Moro. Afterwards, Wang Fuchen,
Wang Pingfen, and Wu Zhuqi led their troops in pursuit of the Qing Bailuchani army, driving him out of Shan and capturing it without a fight. Lin Sha, the most formidable general of the Yunnan army, led the central army through battles in Hunan, Jiangxi,
and other regions. He always led his troops with unstoppable courage, easily beheading generals and capturing flags. His slaughter terrified Qing officers and soldiers, and he was subsequently promoted from lieutenant general to deputy commander-in-chief.
Later, Wang Fuch underestimated the enemy and fell prey to a scheme by Tu Hai, the Qing court's newly appointed Grand Councillor. He was forced into a desperate situation and surrendered. Wu's army suffered 80,000 casualties.
But the Wu army quickly turned the tide. Wu Zhiki and Ma Shangtu split their forces into two groups, attacking Tu Hai's rear. Wang Pingfen and Tan Hong followed with cavalry and infantry. In this battle, Tu Hai's army was badly defeated and fled.
Wu's army pursued them all the way from Gaiwan to Changwu. Of the 120,000 Qing troops, less than 20,000 remained. They followed Tu Hai back to Shan after several major battles.
The main force of the Qing army had been effectively defeated by Wu Sangui's forces. The remaining troops included the 20,000 Qinghai naval forces that had retreated from Qinghai to Yan, 1,000 Tu Hai naval forces in Xin,
1,000 troops of Kaiyurong and Bailshangshan and Wuchang, the 50,000 troops of Dong Weiguo, Yuli Lubu and Shijin in Anqing, and the 30,000 Qing troops in Nanjing. The national military strength had fallen to less than 200,000 by this time.
400,000 men, 120,000 in the north, 100,000 in the center, 170,000 in the south, and 30,000 new recruits in Yunnan. The situation was extremely favorable for Wu Sanggui's side.
Advisors such as Lu Xuanchu also strongly advised Wu Sangui to march his army across the Yangtze River. If Wu Sangui had truly been able to march north at this point, the dynasty might have been overturned. However, due to Wu Sangui's indecisive character,
coupled with his age and frailty, his initial ambitions gradually faded with the desire for a more secure position. Consequently, the main force of Wu's army remained on the south bank of the Yangtze River, missing the best opportunity to fight. Finally,
Lu Xuanchu died of grief and anger. From then on, no one dared to personally suggest to Wu Sangui that they advance north. In August 1678, Wu Sangui proclaimed himself emperor and died of illness. The Wu army lost its capable commander. From then on,
no one could unify and command Wu's vast army. Lin Sha was now the general of Sichuan, commanding 60,000 Yunnan troops. He officially became one of the Yunnan army's top generals. Without Wu Sangui's suppression, he unleashed his full might.
The skilled warriors he had gathered over the past decade swarmed out, assassinating Qing officials in Sichuan. He launched frenzied guerrilla warfare outside the Qing garrisons, coordinating with the main Yunnan army in offensive operations.
He swept through Sichuan with unstoppable force. He then contacted the Tiandihui and the masters of the Mu Palace. Following their example, he marched straight into Hubei and then Hunan.
He had become the most powerful general of the Yunnan army. Then, taking advantage of the favorable opportunity when the rest of the Yunnan army was being defeated one by the Qing army,
they vigorously gathered the remnants of the Yunnan army that had retreated to their sphere of influence. Their strength increased dramatically again in a short period of time. To disrupt Kang Damazi's plans,
Lin Sha used his intelligence system to expose the secrets of the 42-chapter sutra, claiming that all the money belonging to the 8 banners had been embezzled by Kang Damazi. Furthermore, Wei Xiaobao, the Duke of Wei,
was the key figure in Kang Damazi's quest for the 42-chapter sutra and the treasure. As expected, the capital was in chaos. Another 3 years passed. Taking advantage of the chaos in the capital,
Lin Sha unleashed his full firepower and divided his forces into several groups. In one fell swoop, he conquered the entire Jiangnan region, confronting the Qing army across the Yangtze River. This year, Lin Sha's wife, Mu Zhanping, gave birth to a son.
Fang Yi was also pregnant. 3 years later, Lin Sha used ruthless tactics to unite several provinces in the south of the Yangtze River.
He allied with the Zheng family of Yizhou and led anti-Qing forces from various regions across the Yangtze River to invade the northern regions. The Yunnan army led the assault by land. Zheng warships from Yizhou patrolled the northern coast.
Anti-Qing forces across the country wreaked havoc in Qing-controlled areas, assassinating local officials. The army advanced with unstoppable force into the Zhili region. 5 years later, after years of tug-of-war, Lin Sha finally marched into the capital.
Driving the Manchus from Xuanhuan, elected by his generals that year, he ascended the throne in the nearly ruined capital, naming his country the New Ming. For the next 10 years, the New Ming dynasty fought ceaselessly to recover lost territory.
The Tatars who had fled back outside the Great Wall suffered heavy losses. They were driven deep into the Siberian wilderness by the New Ming army, where they engaged in direct conflict with the Rakshasa barbarians.
The northwest region was also completely recovered under the attack of the New Ming army. They fought all the way to Central Asia and restored the western region's protectorate of the Han and Tang dynasties before withdrawing. In addition,
the countries of Annan and Burma in the southwest were suppressed and severely beaten by the New Ming army. They ceded territory and surrendered. The Yunnan army, which was unwilling to surrender to the New Ming dynasty, was completely expelled.
The Zheng clan of Yizhou, under the powerful attack of the New Ming dynasty, was forced to withdraw from Yizhou and, with the help of the New Ming dynasty, fled to nearby Luzon.
The New Ming dynasty vigorously developed firearms and actively engaged in maritime trade. Within just a few decades, economic development had already offset the losses caused by years of war.
Lin Sha reigned for over 20 years before officially abdicating as crown prince at the age of 60. 2 years later, at midnight, a brilliant white light suddenly shone from the retreat where the retired Emperor Lin Sha was in seclusion.
When the emperor sent people inside to investigate, there was no trace of the retired emperor. Everyone believed he had ascended to the immortal realm. The third volume is Roaring Proud Jianghu.
The audiobook for chapters 51 to 100 of this issue has concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, share, and leave your comments. I will continue to update the subsequent content.